2 teams will go home. And we've already seen 2 teams been eliminated so far from this tournament. It has been 2 Pacific teams putting the Pacific standings in quite the catawampus.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been a fantastic tournament so far for the region that I'm so proud to represent. Paper Rex, arguably one of the favorites coming into this. They're such massive names. They're so, well, normally so consistent, and it's them going home. And then on the other side, Orok, you just couldn't get the ball rolling at all. Didn't win a map here at EWC, which is a pretty horrendous way to go out, truth be told.
Well, Global Esports is playing today, so you can support them. Do
I believe.
Do you think they're going to do good? Do you think they get more than 5 this time around?
It's a 2-0 clean win.
I like that.
For Global Esports.
I think that also the most interesting part for me is that, and that I like the most, is that when we move on to playoffs, no loser bracket, loser bracket. There are no second chances. It will be direct elimination. If you are to lose, you have to have a clean run to win EWC.
That's right. There's the prize pool there. A $2 million prize pool up from last year's prize pool for the squads to go ahead and play for. And again, for those teams that already have went home, it's, you know, still a nice chunk of change, but definitely not what Paper Rex and what RRQ were thinking about. And again, 5 total rounds for Global Esports are going to have the opportunity to turn around their fate today.
Yeah, 3 times more if you make it out of the
สวัสดีทุกคนนะครับ
group.
ยินดีต้อนรับครับ
90,000,
เข้า
that
สู่
is
ช่อง Soda Back
definitely
ครับ
a
ผม
cut that the teams have won.
I mean, that's a big jump. And then not to mention, some of these teams as a whole organizations, whole clubs, we're representing in that club championship. Team Vitality finished 3rd last time. We've seen them progress on to the playoffs. So all of those points of area on the rack up will be massive as we move through the rest of EWC.
Let's take a look at how the action all shook up yesterday in day number 3, which was the first time that we were promoting teams up to those playoffs and saying goodbye to a couple of them. And it started off with our promotion match. 100 teams claiming the spot earlier in that first match against BBL. It was a fantastic series and continued the trend of teams losing their map pick and then winning the counter pick, and then who knows what happens after that in map 3.
Yeah, I mean, we all but countered BBL out after that first map. Then they have that dominant performance on split. LaRock goes absolutely nuclear, but it's not enough for them to get the job done. They fall in map 3. It is 100 Thieves. They did manage to advance, and I gotta say, I was so impressed by this squad through and through. And, you know, the more I hear him talk, the more I'm loving Team Martino. His energy in that post-game interview was infectious.
จะดูคู่ไหนนะกะว่าจะดูคู่ MIBR กับ Kinetic หรือจะดูออกเกมกับ G ดี
could have made it, and that's a very good prospect when they face when you're
ดูคู่ไหนดีมีใครอยากดูคู่ไหนบ้าง
fans supporting BBL and this Turkish squad that has been so good this year. They managed to missed on the last event, but we're the ultimate winners of kickoff of the beginning of the year. As you're saying, for 100 days, it looks so promising. The shape that they are forming, how they were able to put up with all the aggression coming in for BBL. To me, Bora is still one of
ผมบอกแล้วว่ารอบชิงไม่แน่นอนเนี่ยมีโอกาสเกิดขึ้นได้ครับแต่ว่าก็พี่ยังคิดว่าชาร์เปอร์น่าจะปิดได้อยู่นะต้องรอดูกันยาวๆครับ
And he's being able to
ชาร์เปอร์รอบชิงนี่
this ship onto a good port.
Yeah, I mean for sure.
เป็นแบบนี้มานานกันนะรอบชิงคือเขาเหมือนมีชุดเก่าอะมีชุดเก่ารอบชิงก็แผ่วเหมือนกันครับไม่รู้เป็นอะไรเลยกดดันตื่นเต้นหรืออะไรหรือยังไงถ้าไปไม่ถึงฝันก็คือไม่ถึงนะไม่ถึงจริงๆเลย55ครับเล่นแทนนี่ช็อกเลย55รู้เล่นดีด้วยตอนนี้ฟอร์มกำลังดีโอ้วินนี่เท่ากูเจ็บจัด
It was
เลย
such a great coming out party there for LaRock, having himself a fantastic series and leaving space for growth for Lovers Rock and the rest of the squad. And then this turns us to our second match. It was our first elimination match here.
สั่งข้าวดีกว่าเราสั่งข้าวเลยดีกว่าไม่กินข้าวเลย
The big underdogs against Paper Rex, given their recent track history, given the fact that things haven't gone well here for KC except for the EWC qualifiers. And we get our big upset.
Absolutely crazy, because one of the first matches that we had here in EWC was NRG versus Paper Rex, and people were like, oh my god, NRG ended up winning, what a sick match. And coming into this one, they were the clear favorites. Yes, the year is incredibly tiring if you are Paper Rex. There's honestly so much to do. But on the other side, you have a team that has been fighting so long to finally get a chance at another global event. And going into that map 3, every single time that the rounds were piling up for KC, you could see how each and one of those players was incredibly happy that all the hard work was paying off. To me, incredible highlights. Narrate, of course. America's your loss. You're lost. Again, second time that this happens. Please do not steal him again. And also Levin as well. I think that he had good resurgences. He managed to bounce back in a couple maps.
I mean, I think for me, the most interesting thing is they pick Sunset into this series as a gotcha moment for Paper Rex, and they don't win. That's the map they don't win. And then after that, to be honest, I'd all but written them off. They had to go to Fracture, Paper Rex's best map. They find that upset. Then they go into Lotus, another historically fantastic map for Paper Rex. And DOS9 just absolutely dominated that server. He stepped up after having a pretty poor performance from him in the first 2 maps. He becomes the hero that this Blue Wall squad needed, and he keeps them alive in their hope to play in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, 300 plus ADR there for DOS9. A good coming out party for him, and it was just so fantastic to see how much it meant to the French squad here in KC to try and get themselves to the big stage later on in knockouts, where it's going to be absolutely filled if they're able to qualify on in. They will have one more match tomorrow in that qualification process for Group B. Man, what a way to kick things off here with our elimination matches, just because we were hoping for an upset. We were hoping for something to happen. They were able to do so, which sets us up for today's matches as we take a look at today's schedule here. It is time for Group C and Group D to qualify on in or say goodbye. As it is that tough time here when you all your backs are against the wall. As we take a look at the Group C bracket, it'll be Nongshim and Gentlemates, the Pacific and the EMEA representatives here in the winners match over in Group B. And then G2 Esports and XLG. That will be our match here on the A stream in our second series, because we will be doing Group D first. Which you see right here. It is Team Heretics, the reigning title defenders of EWC 2025, the only organization to have won here in Valorant, up against the Pride of Brazil and MIBR. They are playing for a spot in the playoffs. Right now, it is AGAL, who barely lost out against Team Heretics, up against Global Esports of Pacific, who are trying to find anything to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think Global need a pretty big recovery, to be honest, if they're going to be able to beat AG. I was so impressed by them in that Heritage match.
It was the most entertaining one.
I got to be honest, I was rooting for them hard, and I was seeing what GRQ was putting up on that Phoenix. I was like, oh yeah, I'm feeling China this event. I'm feeling good for them, but they couldn't get it across the line. Their back is now against the wall, and you know, if you're a Global fan, you got to hope they find some form here. That first game was rough. You know, I think rough is kind even from what we saw.
But Big Time, that's so evil. Like, I thought that I was going to be the bad guy being like, oh, I'm against the region today, you know, because it's Gentlemates playing against Nongshim, who's probably your better chance of even making it out of groups.
I think
but the only thing crazier than KC, and Vitality also made it yesterday, they did qualify. It would be great to have KC, but imagine if we could have all the 3 French orgs here in Paris, especially with the fan base that Gentlemates have, all the events that I ever see in Paris. I get such FOMO. I'm like, yo, that's the place to be. Yeah, time to
ยังไม่มานะไปดูแวะไปดูชาร์เปอร์ก่อนได้นะเชียร์เดือดจัดเลย เดือดจัดเลย
the teams that we're going to be seeing in this first encounter.
วันนี้ผมสวยนะครับขอบคุณครับผมช่วงนี้ดูแลเส้นผมดีครับผมสวยเราไปแป๊บดูได้ไหมวะเขาจะว่าเราไหมวะอยากดูเหมือนกันเนี่ยผมดูในมือถือนะดู
You know about hair dye, so
yeah, I know a thing or two about both those colors there that Lovers Rock has. But either way,
จริงๆอะดูต้องดูแชทด้วยนะถ้าดูใจสนุกต้องดูแชทด้วย
a great path here by winning now. Don't have to worry about elimination match.
เท่าไหร่สกอร์อะไรกูเปิดมาทีไรไม่เคยได้ดูสกอร์เลยชาร์เปอร์ให้ใครอ่ะให้ใครฮะใจแอบเชียร์ชาร์เปอร์นะแต่ชาร์เปอร์รอบชิงนี่เป็นไรไม่รู้ตั้งแต่สมัยอยู่MITSแล้วที่รอบชิงนี่คือแบบดรอปทุกแมตช์เลยไม่เป็นไรคุณตื่นเต้นเลยหรืออะไรก่อนหน้านี่โหดจัดแต่ก็เชียร์นะเชียร์ชาร์เปอร์อยู่ครับ5-5ก็เก่งอยากเชียร์มันเชียร์ต้อง2ทีมมาใครก็ได้อะสำหรับพี่นะต้องวัดฝีมือกันเองว่ะแต่ว่า
Yeah. Shooting the head is high level technique, remember, yeah?
Pretty accurate.
I just put in it. I just put cheers.
โอ้โหเฮียเชียโอ้โหทำไมสกอร์ขนาดนั้นนะ โอ้ my god สวัสดีครับสวัสดีน้องน้องไม่ตีมอยู่เหรอลูกพี่แบงค์ลงโคสตีมไปแล้วเหรอของ EWC ลงสิครับผมขอได้สิทธิ์เรียบร้อยแล้วครับตีมได้ฮะ
I put guns. Pretty close. Yeah, because I remember a bit, but
it's not. It's not.
ขอบคุณครับผม
I know.
ตีมแต่จอเพื่อนตีมแต่จอเพื่อนโอเคได้อะไรไหมไม่ได้ครับไม่ได้เลยฮะก็แค่ได้แอปพูว่าคุณสตรีมได้นะอะไรเงี้ยก็สตรีมแค่นั้นครับได้สตรีมได้ดูแข่งกับทุกคนนี่แหละ
Something funny, bro.
What if we spin on our jets?
Valid.
What if we kiss?
ทุกคนก็น่าจะได้หมดนะพี่ว่าทุกคนน่าจะขอได้หมดครับแต่เขาก็จะถามแบบว่าช่องคุณมีคนดูประมาณไหนคนติดตามเยอะไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
I just said dye our hair to purple.
I got an idea. What if we? I don't know.
พี่เขียนต่ำกว่าเกมหมดอะเขาบอกคนดูมากเลยกูเขียน50 เขียน50
That's it from us over here. Back to the studio.
All right, so two things jump
หู
out
ชา
at
เปอร์
me
จะกลับ
there.
มาได้เหรอ
One
วะ
is
เฮีย
Fish
ทรง
Fingers
ไม่ดี
as
เลย
an
ว่ะ
answer. I don't know if that would be on there. And two, Benji just saying, I say the lines and then I just don't remember them. You know, short-term memory.
I mean, it's very usual, right?
ถ้าจบ
Because
ด่านเมื่อกี้
you play
แบบส
like
กอร์
what,
แบบนั้นนะ
2,
ผมว่า
3
ชิบหายนะครับ
agents, and then you would
ผมว่า
hear
ชิบหายจ
somebody
ริง
say it, and then in game, just because they're very well done, you will repeat them. But I feel for him. I agree with him actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't know it more. Like the amount of scrims and then rank they have to play, especially the lines that like at the very start of each round. I remember when it was the Astra meta, the Astra
They don't
humming.
play the game in English.
Yeah.
Why would you play the game in English? There's so many other cooler languages.
I mean, that is true.
Have you tried it in French? Partie trouvée is very nice. It sounds very melodic.
But I don't know what it means, but it sounds good.
Like match found.
Oh.
So when it's literally the first thing that you.
We do get to do the different languages, you know? Someone buys for me, I go, Teşekkürler, thanks.
Teşekkürler.
Salamat, thanks. Right? You get the thank you in all the different languages from the English voice lines. Just throwing that one out there. As we set ourselves up here, again, Team Heretics up against MIBR Los. This is the combination of Made in Brazil and Los for the EWC Club Championship. But whatever their name is, MIBR came out firing and took
ดีผมมันม่วงทรงเขมรมาก
all the way
สวัสดี
out
ครับผม
to somewhere
พี่
they
อย่าตาย
wouldn't see them and then left them there and then came back.
Yeah, I mean, look, that opening game was pure domination here. Global Esports managed 5 rounds against this squad. This was a team that a lot of people were excited for at the start of the year, and so far in their EWC campaign, all the way through
เดี๋ยวไว้ไหม
qualifiers,
ครับขอ
and
ปิดเสียง
then
ฮะ
that opening
ขอปิด
match,
เสียงไปดู
you
ไทย
know,
ตบไทย
gets
แป๊บ
to
ได้เลยครับ
a
ผม
map
ผมก็ดูอยู่
where
เนี่ย
they're
ผมนั่งดูในมือถือเลย
incredibly smooth so far. Heavy hitters, big names on this squad, and it looks like they might be finally living up to that namesake potential.
And you must be wondering, how is it possible that this roster is out there and we do not
Yeah,
have
no.
it in the global events, and this is the first one that they're going to be attending this year? Well, at the beginning of the year, even with the new incorporations, with Zekken, with Tex, with Mazzino, amazing, you know, players especially that have
ตามได้
played
นะ
in the
แต่ว่า
past together
มัน
that have
ห่างมากเลย
history.
อะโอกาสที่แบบโอกาสที่เขาจะพลาดมัน ให้โอกาสเขาได้เยอะมาก
fate that you can have in kickoff. You win your first 2 matches. Do you remember how there were 3 teams qualifying, and there was like final, and then the day after there was another final, and then the day after there was another final? They were the team that was in the first final, lost, went into the second final, and lost, went into the third final, and lost. Absolutely devastated. And also here at the end of stage 1, they just bomb out of players. But as you're saying, EWC seems like it's shedding a different light on it. We did have the showing against Global Esports, and any team should be scared of this team. The hardest part apparently for them was qualifying, and they already did that. So getting out of the groups should not be very complicated.
Now that they're in the dance, it's definitely going to be good for them. The team that prevented them from getting into
แล้วแบบ
Masters London
5-5 มาเล่นเกมกันด้วยไอ้เหี้ยแบบว่าเกมแบบฝั่งได้เปรียบไม่เชิงได้เปรียบหรอกแต่ว่าเกมกันมันถ้าเล่นกระสีมันได้เปรียบนะแต่ถ้าไม่เล่นกระสีโดนครับมันหาข่าวรัวๆตัดรัวๆมันสดมันเล่นเกมสดอะแบบว่า กล้าดันกล้าตัดแม่งตัดตัวได้ตลอดเลย
That's great.
โอ้โหเละเทะเลยเว้ย
Production.
Is this event?
I applaud. That was fantastic.
Lotus, what's next? Haven?
Look, I mean, you see Heretics here picking Lotus. This was the
Oh,
map.
it's a scent.
This was the map where MIBR
Wait.
132. So
Haven's coming?
Haven's coming.
Haven's coming.
Please don't.
คนเขมรอะไรทรงผมมันไม่มีชนชาติเนาะคนเขมรเฉย
Yeah.
ไอ้เบียน ทรงผมไม่มีชนชาติไม่เกี่ยวกัน
I really hope that we get to see that breeze. Lotus was one of the maps where
โอ้โห
MIBR
ไหลเลยว่ะ
completely obliterated global esports. So Some surprises there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Heretics pick that, but there's probably not much to learn from that game. Everything just looked untouchable. And then, of course, MIBR picking Ascent, which was the map.
อันนี้ไม่เป็นยาหรอ
Lost to All Gamers, the one where
อ๋อเกมไม่ใช่ไม่จะฮิสติกว่ะผมอยากดูเกมนี้มากกว่าอยากดู G มากกว่าอยากดู G เจอออกเกมว่ะ
I mean, Yudatan, the only Korean player that made it to Masters London, did have some coaching staff making it over there. Rest in peace to the Korean scene. Hopefully, we can start to pick things up going forward. Nongshim's definitely flying the flag over here in Paris, but a fantastic duelist, very underrated. On the
แต่ผม
other
ว่า
side of things, this is
ชา
a
เปอร์
big
น่าจะ
dragging
กลับ
presence
มาช
for
นะ
Robo
ได้อยู่นะ
Fang
น่าจะ
here.
รีเวิร์ส
Really lit
ได้อยู่
up the server in VCTCN to get that first seed coming through into Santiago, and he just continues to go to strength as the Russian player on this Chinese squad. But
อูทามเท่านี้อูทามไม่ยิงอูทามน่าจะไปพร้อมกับโค้ดฟอสนะบอกไว้ก่อนนะมีแบบคนแพ้ถูกทำลายกุญแจไหมอยากเห็นไม่มีครับปีนี้ไม่มีครับ
You're gonna keep going. That's your boy. That's your Australian.
แต่ปีก่อนมีนะ
boy.
มีแบบสนุกดิแบบพี่ก็ชอบนะพี่ก็ชอบเหมือนกันมันดูขลังดิแพ้ต้องโดนแพ้ต้องโดน
Taking a look here at our agents, we've got the Phoenix.
Throw the ball and it just hits him in the face.
Yeah, it's early. It's the first match.
I literally was like, "There's no way you're giving this to me. This is your boy." But I really like this agent select because I think this is very similar to how both these teams like to play. A lot of the double duelists on lock, so I think it's really interesting. Udotan on that Neon's always going to perform. Autumn on the Phoenix has done a good job. Then on the other side, Kira with that raise, he's been phenomenal so far. For me, Fangir on Neon though, I feel like he had a really good series so far on that chamber. I was kind of looking for that, but the Cypher makes a lot of sense because it's so hard to play without that real Senti util.
Who's this shrimp guy? Because looking at the numbers, he was the most impressive from all gamers. He had plus 11 overall, but also contributing in the assists. Seems to be very involved in a lot of the fights.
I'm going to do a hand movement for you. This won't be on camera, but I want you to. This is what shrimp means. Okay, this is what he does to people, and that's all. What do you think of that pocket? Is that intimidating? If you stand up on the stage and do that in the direction of the other team, does that make you upset?
Well, is he like a mantis shrimp? Because they've got the most powerful punch of any creature.
Really?
Yeah, pound for pound. They're the strongest in the game,
that
baby.
explains a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
อยากเห็นแม่ว่าเป็นสิบไปแล้วสอง
I've got a 4-year-old who's been watching a lot of nature stuff. It's
นี่ยัง
awesome.
ดูอย่างเกมจะเลิกยังดูชาร์เปอร์ชาร์เปอร์เลยอ่ะแค่สนุกกว่าอยากดูว่าเอ้ยเจออะไรไปเลยแข่งมันชนทับกันเยอะเหมือนกันนะมาแล้วครับดีเจอ AG จริงชื่อมัน AGGE ว่ะขอดูความมั่นนะอุ้ยเฮีย CE โดนนั่นเนี่ยทำไปเล่นไปไม่มีอะไรทำลายแท็บไซเฟอร์ได้เนี่ยแต่ว่าเขาบุกก่อนแหละถ้าบุกได้ไม่เยอะก็มีโอกาสแพ้เฮ้ยถ้าสกอร์คู่นั้นจบแล้วบอกผมหน่อยนะว่าสกอร์เท่าไหร่โอเคปะใครมาสปอยล์ผมดิ
Yeah, it seems like they had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play and the maps, but we're going to jump right into the action right away because these players, they're contact playing.
อุ้ยโดนไอ้สัตว์
But there's a trap set up here.
กล้องเจอปุ๊บแฟดปั๊ม
Gets the flash down. He gets that on
โอ้โห
But the
เปิดเคสเซฟ
phenomenal. Crystal getting that pick onto
กูก็เจ็บบานเลยครับ
Shrimp getting that initial one.
เสียคนด้วย
really avoids
โอ้เซตอัพตั้งแต่วินแรกเลยเว้ย
disaster for all gamers in this pistol, slowing things down towards B main. The other side of things, Harvey a little bit concerned that there is going to be some pressure towards A, looking to play retake with the trip still up on short, and of course with the dark cover towards top middle. All gamers trying to cause a little bit of reaction or rotation for global.
โอ้เราเงียบเลยครับ
Feels like these teams at a standstill. GE gonna try to regress, get some sort of information at least.
ไม่มาเว้ยไม่รู้ว่าจะมาถ้ามาป่านี่เหี่ยวแน่นอนครับ
Not to go. Udo there, he's lit, but the rest of his team, they're kind of playing all the way back. That smoke is going to come in. The execute's going to start. Udo with a pick onto GRQ. And all of a sudden, the numbers are down here. Kira just getting spammed down by Crystal. The fast flood is already here for Global Esports. Pushing into that smoke. But Udo gets that pick and Shrimp left in a 1v4.
Not much to do. At least one exit on the way out. 30 HP and nothing left in the ghost here. Reload. Comes out, but he's pinned into the corner by all of GE, and with only 12 seconds on the clock, it feels like a matter of time here. Harvey will put him down. It's a great pistol for Global Esports. I felt like they didn't take full advantage of, and then in the mid rounds, there's a big difference in decision trees or pathways that we're going to head down. If Yudatan chooses to push B main, that's probably just the round over, but his patience is very much rewarded.
Yeah, I love that Cypher cage right there. So
แม่งเคส
nice
เซฟสวยแล้วนะ
to
แต่ว่า
prevent.
มัน
But
เจ็บ
just
เยอะไปหน่อย
getting away with so many of these free picks, walking through those smokes, trying to prevent and slow down the execute. We're gonna go back to another trap play here from Global Esports, but this time they're gambling that wrong site. That's information gonna be had really quick, while the whole rest of the roster of AG are on the side of B.
เขาบอกว่ามันเดือน500 ไม่ได้พี่เก็บไว้ใส่เองดีกว่าขายไม่ออกเก็บไว้ใส่เองน้องพี่
Build himself closer to a showstopper here. Crystal looking for some
มองเห็นแค่นี้เหรอ
no one crossing mid just yet.
ก็เห็นเยอะอยู่นั่นแหละ
Looking for some dogs.
Yeah, that's a good camp.
Running towards that
many Cypher players
Ui,
are
hiểu lắm.
so enthusiasts.
No, I'm not
ผ
going
มแบบ
on
ฟู
this
อีโคเลยครับวินนี้เหมือน
GE, they have a
แค่แบบ
nice
หาตัดปืน
little setup here
ลุ
towards
มยิง
A main. That Marshall gonna be able to spot any contact
ระเบิด
here.
แน่นอน
And get
เอ้า
right,
ไม่โดน
right into it. Actually whiffs the shot. Udo tries
เอา
to get
ตาย
another
นะไอ้
one.
เหี้ย
Peeks through those double walls. Patman stuck on this corner. GRQ has a
สวยครับ
feeling, but Autumn is there to
โอ้
support
ยืนรออะไร
him.
วะเนี่ย
Patman with a pick onto Shrimp, and all of a sudden it looks like all gamers are not getting any of these picks that they're trying to. Pushing forward the confidence from Udo.
Yep, that's a little bit more like it for Global
อูโดฟรี
Esports.
ติแล้ว
Despite some shaky stuff on the Marshall, still able
ชา
to
ติ
clean
ขึ้น
up
ไว
all
น่า
the
จะ
goal
น่าจะ
gamers relatively easily. Haven't had too much
น่า
of
จะ
a
สโนว์บอลได้อ
contest
ยู่
just yet.
อันติใหญ่เยอะ
This sunset pick for Global Esports is really going to test the limits of all gamers' map pool. Nothing
กูไม่ได้
really
กลัว
too
มึงบีด
exciting coming out compositionally from either of these
กูไม่ได้กลัวมึงบิด
teams.
นะเว้ย
A double duelist off with a slight difference in the choice.
เองก็ไปเก็บตังค์มา
There
สิ
are pros
เอง
and
เก็บ
cons
ตังค์
to
ไม่
both. The
ไม่เก่ง
Phoenix
เหรอ
very strong in this meta, but Raze is a
คือมี
classic on this map.
มีใช้แล้วหมด
I think too, when I'm looking at Shrimp, his util's been so phenomenal. I really like the idea of having a lot of those
โอ้โหบานเลย
sees
เห็นเลย
nade
แล้ว
trap plays towards their defense side when they
เรียกพี่ชายไซส์
go
58โอ้โห
for AG, but
58ลดไป
Sun
10
round
กู
on
อะ
lock, trap towards mid,
Yeah,
running out of
see,
market. It's Javi gets the pick
Ooh,
onto
Javi.
buy, and all of a sudden this round has kind of fallen apart for AG. We need to do something.
เพื่อไปดูเอ็ดปาร์ตเลย
One trade back from Kira.
อยาก
That
ดู
was just such
GE
a
ล่วงหล่นมากกว่า
perfect curveball paranoia
ล่วงโรย
for the scan.
อยากดูทั้งคู่อ่ะกูก็ถามอยู่มึงอยากดูคู่ไหนกันไม่มีใครตอบเลย
Dark cover towards bottom middle.
ผมว่า
Harvey gonna
ผม
take
ว่า
matters
มัน
into
มียา
his
ได้
own
เอาจริง
hands,
ว่า
just
ไม่
trying
มี
to
ยา
slip
น่า
on
จะชนะได้
through
อยู่
here. Fangir somewhat cognizant of this, but the timing is not good for him, and that's an opening pick here yet again in the mid round for Harvey, who continues to push the issue, confirms that all
Harvey
gamers
มันดั
are
น
outside of
รัวๆเลย
A. TP away here as they're looking to
แต่
meet
ผม
up
เก็บไป
with
ซื้อบ้าน
Kira
ก่อนอะบ้านตั้ง
towards
3
that
ล้าน
B
ตัง
side
ค์
of
มี
the
อยู่
map,
1
but
เว
Crystal has
เอ
got
อ
a gorgeous
ดีแล้ว
deep cam and a one way if
2-1
this
ชา
push
เปอร์ผม
comes
บอกแล้ว
in.
พี่ชายของมันสด
I think
มัน
all
มัน
gamers
มา
may
กว่า
struggle to get into
แต่
the
รอบ
site
ชิง
here.
แม่ง
Crystal is well positioned.
ไม่แน่ไม่นอนจริงว่ะเฮีย
Patman towards that A side. He has a
พี่ดู
prowling
จี
too,
เปิดเสียง
and
ไอพีอาร์ไหม
is back
ทำเพื่ออะไร
again
วะ
and get the info.
ดูไอพีอาร์ได้ดูไอพีอาร์อยากดู2 คู่เลย ตอนนี้รอบมันเริ่มเข้าลึกแล้วแม่งเสือกแข่งชนกันไอ้เหี้ยรายการอะไรไอ้สัส
Gets out the safety, some damage suffered by Boo. Otherwise, Heretics can just pump the brakes here and decide if
ส
they
รุป
want to reroute.
สรุปฟอสบอกแล้วนะ ตัวต้นเรื่องมันคือชาวีคริสตัลใช่เหรอ บอกอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
couple different angles that they were going to have to be concerned about and
โอ้โห แล้วกูดกายกูกูดกายชาวีกู
Verno going to be tasked to
อะไรวะ
try to do some damage but the Prowler does spot him
กูว่าแล้วทำไมแข่งแพ้แล้วยิ้มเจือนเฮีย
a little bit of pressure to make sure
Crystal
you
ด้วยเหรอ
stick around behind the box
ทำไมวะ คือจะบอกว่าที่ชนะได้ก็คือเพราะพวกเขาเอง อันนี้ผมก็ไม่ได้เอ้ยอะไรเอ้าโอ้โหเฮียตอนแรกว่ายิงเฟลโอ้โหพี่เรียนออกไป2ตอนแรกว่าเฟลครับแต่ว่าตอนหลังก็ได้วะ
The Nightfall immediately going to be invested, cannot get dodged by Aspas. So tagged by that, just the one trail found.
มันจัดก็ชอบจัดอย่างนี้ปกตินะ
By the way,
เมื่อไหร่จะเวลคัมซูดฟูเซนโอ้โหเต็มบ้านเลยฟูเซนเอาพี่ทำอะไรวะอาซิสแตนโค้ช2 คนยึดแค่เฮดโค้ช1 คนบานตะไทยแล้วเหลือแค่คนทำกับข้าวหรือว่าคนกวาดพื้นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยขอบคุณนะสำหรับfollower ครับผมน้องนิวซี่เฮียที่นี่แหละกระโดดเฮียอะไรสัตว์อยากรู้อยากจะเห็นโอ้โหแล้วเหลือเฮ้ยเฮียอะไรไงเฮียเจ็บแล้วโอ้
What a monstrous clutch!
เย้เควันเม็ดเริ่มเหลือ3 4นะ
that is outrageous stuff from Boo
ลองฟังดูพี่ชาย
very very clean
ตอนนี้ผมอยู่ข้างนอกไปซื้อเซ็กเค้กโอเคผมแพทเมนเป็นแพทสินะ ไม่ใช่ครับคือเขาก็เป็นเขาก็ร่วมกันนั่นแหละแต่ว่าคนที่เป็นตัวตั้งตัวตีอ่ะน่าจะไม่ใช่แพทเมนคนก็ไปโทษแพทเมนกันอะไรเงี้ยคือก็โทษได้แต่ว่าแพทเมนจะเป็นข่าวใหญ่หน่อยแต่ว่าทำไมคนถึงไปโจมตีแพทเมนขนาดนั้นทั้งจริงๆมันไม่ใช่อะไรเงี้ยแพทเมนไม่ใช่ตัวตั้งตัวตีอะไรประมาณนั้นซึ่งถ้าเป็นอย่างที่โปกิพานบอกก็คือเป็นที่ชาวีใช่ไหมกับคริสตัลใช่ไหมแต่พี่ไม่รู้นะมึงพูดจริงใช่ไหมผมไม่ได้ฟังด้วยสไปทอกนอยแทนอูทัมเหมือนกันนะอูทัมคือแบบดูเป็นคนกลางแบบเงียบโอ้ยเฮียไม่เวอะไรวะเนี่ยเวอร์โน่เปิดไป2โดนเปิดกลับคืน2กูจะรู้ฟอสเจอมา5นะในเอกวันนี้อ้าวทำเป็นเล่นความสดใหม่มันน่ากลัวแต่ผมว่าแปลกใจนะเว้ยชาเปอร์นี่ตั้งแต่ยุคชุดมิดแล้วรอบชิงนี่รอบชิงนี้ฟอร์มไม่ดีเลยครับไม่รู้เป็นอะไรตอนแข่งเนี่ยฟอร์มอย่างก๊อดเลยเข้ารอบชิงเหมือนหมดมุกหรือไงหรืออะไรวะเป็นอย่างนี้ประจำเลย
X, the first one on the scene. Paranoia will connect down. He's got a back pedal. Koshmar has him dead. Sliding in the back.
ที่เฮ็ดเมื่อวานแม่งโคตรกลางเลยจริงครับ
Not wanting to clear that blast back, trying to fake his presence here at drop, but Koshmaris is going to look to try to check.
เอา โอ้โหไอ้ปาไม่น่าเลยอุ้ยสวยว่ะเซคันด์ว่ะเอาว่ะโอ้สวยครับอย่าบอกนะพี่บูเอาให้อีกแล้วเฮียบูต้องเอาให้วินนี้ว่ะบูต้องให้วินนี้ว่ะใช่ไปต่ออุ้ยสโมกดี
Can the dodge the boom bot for now does so effectively. Paranoia goes in. They know exactly where he is. Spray and pray on.
โอ้โหไอ้ยังไม่ได้วินตี้เฉยเลยสวัสดีครับคุณลุงสวัสดีครับผมสวัสดีครับมีบอสเลิร์ดปะหรือไม่ทันครับไม่ทันไม่มีครับ
Yeah, this one comes on the back of maybe a little bit
สวัสดีครับคุณลุงสวัสดีครับผม
an over aggressive post plant position from Koshmaris where he gets
ฟังนี้คันมันสั้นเหมือนพี่ต้องรอฟังเต็มโอเคครับผมมีคนตัวเลือก2คนฟอนงงว่าทำไมมีแค่แพทที่โดนแต่บอกอย่างนี้ไม่ใช่คิดต้อนี่คือผมฟังผิดคิดต้อเกือบโดนเตะจบคิกออฟแต่ฟอนไม่เอาเปลี่ยน
that were rotating in from spawn had opened up the door from Azino. Zekin scoops up a
เนี่ย
gun.
ไม่ดูคู่จีเลยพี่แบงค์เนี่ยมาคู่นี้ไม่ดูเอาคู่จีไปอะไรดูให้ดู
Just couldn't find anything, and I think now this time
เดี๋ยวพอกูมาคู่นี้ไม่ดูคู่ไม่บีอาร์เหรอพี่น่าไปกูไปใหม่มีใครพิมพ์ไหมสักคนไหมถ้า5แชมป์นี่แล้วประกาศทีมที่มาเทคเลยจริงก็ควรนะสมควรนะผมว่าเป็นช่วงที่ดีด้วยเพราะว่ามันจะเพิ่มเอนเกจให้กับทีมใหม่ที่เขามาเทคด้วยเข้าใจปะเปิด2จอดูไม่รู้เรื่องหรอดูไปเต็มทีมดีกว่าโอ้ยเฮียสูสีเฉยแต่ผมว่าเอาจริงนะผมเดาไม่ผิดครับผมว่าออเกมน่าจะชนะได้แล้วก็อีกคู่นึงน่าจะเป็นEWCได้อยู่ทีมไทยไม่ได้มาเทคบอกไม่ได้ครับบอกไม่ได้ฮะบอกไม่ได้ครับเราไปสปอยได้ไงเราโดนฟ้องนกอยู่ปะคนนกอยู่ไหมเปิดโหวตได้อยากดูคู่ไหนกันมากกว่าผมว่าชาร์เปอร์55มีสิทธิ์อาจจะ5เกมเอาจริงปะจากใจโค้ชเลยนะจากใจกูนะเว้ยแค่ไทยชิงกันอะสำหรับกูนะทีมไหนก็ได้เว้ยทีมไหนก็ได้เลยใครชนะก็ได้จะ55จะชาร์เปอร์ได้หมดเลยเพราะถือว่าได้เพย์อินแล้วรอบได้เพย์แล้วทีมนึงคือกูโอเคละคือแม่งควรจะมีทีมไทยคือทีมไทยแม่งเก่งเว้ยกูพูดจากใจเลยทีมไทยแม่งเก่งเว้ยแม่งควรจะได้ไปแข่งในสเตจแม่งละเอียดอีกควรจะไปแข่งในลีกหนึ่งตั้งนานแล้วเพื่อเพียงวงในหรอวงนอกครับจีตอนนี้ไลน์อัพทะเลาะบ่อยนะถ้าเอา2คนนั้นออกจะดีมากไม่รู้ว่าเป็นใครวะผมก็ไม่รู้เป็นคิดต้อหรือเป็นเรื่องแม่งไอ้เหี้ยแต่เอาเป็นว่ามีปัญหาในทีมมาจบแค่นั้นเลยผมไม่ได้สนว่าเป็นใครครับกูมองแย่งทีมยกเว้นอูทัมแค่นั้นเลยเข้าใจความหมายกูไหมโอ้ผมจีอูทัมแต่ว่าไม่ไหวดีแล้วครับโตคือผมมองว่า AG อ่ะแมตช์ก่อนอ่ะแม่งเล่นดีเว้ยเล่นดีสัตว์เลยเว้ยที่มันเจอทีเข้าใจแหละมันแพ้ก็จริงแต่ว่าผมว่ามันศักยภาพมันพอที่จะสู้ได้ครับ
give them enough rope to hang themselves with. Economy is very, very good on this.
แต่วิธีที่ฉายแสงมันน้อยมาก
It's up to GE.
ไม่เองไม่ได้ดูวันแรกใช่ไหมเนี่ยเอ็นทีเจเพิ่งมาดูใช่ไหมเนี่ยเขาประท้วงกันว่าแบบแสงมันเข้าตาเยอะไปหน่อยเขาก็เลยให้ปิดไฟเปลี่ยนจากไฟสีที่แบบแทงตาเป็นไฟสีส้มฉายหน้าเวทีแทนอะไรเงี้ย
Gun round here for both teams.
ทางไซเมนทีมถ้าได้เพลงนี้ทำไง
Three of
ก็ไม่
them
ทำไง
towards
ครับ
the side of Global
เพราะว่าอะไรหรอ
Esports.
เขามีค่าใช้จ่ายเรื่องการเดินทางให้แล้วก็แต่ว่าทีมต้องไปเดินเรื่องเอกสารวีซ่าเองจัดการเรื่องเอกสารเรื่องวีซ่าอะไรเงี้ยเองจัดเรื่องค่าตั๋วค่าอะไรค่าที่พักอะผมว่าเรอดมีให้ ซึ่งเราก็ต้องไปหาเช่าเอาประมาณนั้นคิดว่านะแต่ปัญหาคือคอมนี่แหละไม่มีสังกัดมันจะยังไงดีวะเมื่อไหร่จะมีเด็กไทยสักครู่นะครับนี่เด็กไทยทีมนอกมั่งว่าพี่ล่าสุดกับ PC หน้าออสเลยที่สูงก็นิวเจนสมัยเกาหลีเลยไม่รู้เหมือนกันไม่ดูแบบเทียนเหรอดูครับผมดูครับ
Has been the case all of these rounds. It's just not quite right.
Oh my god.
And there's a big setup over towards B for Heretics. Just the Cypher util at the front door.
ดูสลับกันนะสนุกปะ
But no contact there.
แพ้มีโอกาสไป LCQ มี
มี
Oceania มองเกอร์อินเดียมี
Pivoting into potentially the right position, but looks like they are going to be dropping back from B.
ต่อเอาจริงปะไป LCQ ก็สู้ได้อยู่ดีในมุมผมนะในมุมพี่นะสู้ได้อยู่ดีครับ
Towards A. Have to be wary about a potential scale forward. There was that season 8 off the rip of the round, so they don't know if anyone pushed past with that util.
Right, you got to be worried about maybe an aggressive op angle here, right outside of the rocks. So, got to be.
เอาจริงผมว่าแมตช์น่าสูสีกว่าสูสีกว่าคู่เมื่อกี้ครับคู่เมื่อกี้ผมว่าจีน่าจะสู้AGได้ยากAGแม่งยิงคมจัดเลยเนี่ยแล้วจีเมื่อวานฟอร์มแบบไม่ดูฟูลเซนเจนเหรอพี่แบงค์ฟูลเซนเจนเฮียรายการสูงๆเหรอเอาเหรอไปถึงแสงแบบนั้นหรือเรามันต้องมี V2 แบบไม่ต้องเน้นสื่อสารเอาแม่งไปยิงพอไม่ดีนะเว้ยมันยิงดีจริงอะแต่ว่าถ้าไม่สื่อสารเลยระบบทีมันไปยากโอ้โหโดนเขาแชมป์เก่าไอ้เหี้ยไม่ธรรมดาอยู่แล้วเซฟสไนเร็วก่อนที่มึงจะไม่มีโอกาสอ้าวไม่เก็บสไนด้วยไอ้เหี้ยสไนอยู่ข้างหน้าพี่นี่เจอวันเวเข้าไปวันเวขาผมสวยเชียวนะคะของครับผมใครอยากดูคู่ไหนก็โหวตเอานะครับกดโหวตได้เลยมันทำให้มีแบบสื่อสารพื้นฐานพอระบบในเกมทีมมันต้องพูดมากกว่านั้นระบบในทีมในเกมมันต้องพูดมากกว่านั้นวะมันแค่แบบแค่ยิงอย่างเดียวมันสื่อสารไม่รู้เรื่องมันบางทีแบบไอ้ปั้นเคยเป็นไอ้ปั้นพูดน้อยในตอนช่วงแรกพอพูดน้อยแล้วแบบจะทำอะไรแล้วไม่ได้บอกแบบบางทีแบบจ่ายของไปโดนไอ้ปั้นบ้างไปปิดไอ้ปั้นไม่ให้ยิงบ้างอะไรเงี้ยไอ้อย่างนี้ไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นเข้าใจความหมายปะอย่างน้อยต้องรู้ว่าปั้นจะทำอะไรหรือว่าปั้นไปไหนอย่างน้อยต้องรู้ครับผมสวยจริงครับสวยผมอีกผมสวยเชียวนะคะใช่ลาเต้ไว้ผมยาวเหรอผมสวยมากอยากเปิดเพลงประเทศเพื่อนบ้านเลยมันทรงเขมรตรงไหนวะโอ้ยพี่เขมรไม่ค่อยมีนะทรงแบบเนี้ยเขมรครับผมสั้นทำสีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยวะไม่รู้วะบูลลี่สวัสดีครับน้องกะเพราสวัสดีครับผมสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับยินต้อนรับครับเข้าสู่สุดแบกครับสวัสดีน้องข้าวบ้านแดงด้วยครับกูสั่งข้าวเรียบร้อยแล้วไอ้สัตว์เดี๋ยวกูไปเอาข้าวเองด้วยไอ้เหี้ยวันนี้ข้าวหาย
to clear a site if they need to. Poshmars has ult as well. Could be utilized to do that. Oh boy, that convergent pass would have been.
Convergent pass with a paint shell layered in. That could be Benji absolutely dead. Up to hold on this one for now. Just far enough around that corner. Benji. Oh, it looked like he was dialed in on the angle, but a little bit too much movement. And second, just faster on the draw. Away with that kill and now
เขมรปัดเป๋ไว้หน้านี่หน้ายาวเลยนะไว้หน้าข้างหน้ายาวเลยให้ดูไงทรงเขมรแต่เกียร์ตัดเฉยครับไม่ตั้งใจเย้เค
Decay
ตา
down
เต
a
ง
little bit
โคต
lower.
รเท่เลย
Safe
ค
to
รั
back away.
บ
Overdrive now going to be popped the slide in. Kashmar is able to find the first house assist. Trying to get the other time, but he just cannot. The operator far too slow for him. Round now flipped on its head.
โอ้ไม่โดน
Quite able to find the kill. Tech surviving, but just down to 48 HP. Trying to get the scale.
เอ้าไม่เช็คเฮียเลยครับเฮ้ย
Now has to try to clutch this out. Drops down the Prowler chasing. 8 bullets remaining in the mag.
ต้องเช็คว่ะ
The defuse, the swing coming
โอ้
in.
อะไรยิงไม่โดน
Has him out
พี่
on
เจ๋ง
Heretics.
เอาแล้วไงไม่ไปเอาแล้ว
That
มึง
one slip, but they managed to stabilize.
งั้นเข่า
Kashmar finds a beautiful timing there
งั้น
to
เข่าแล้ว
go for the overdrive. Might get a little bit stuck, but he's got both of the players for MIBR.
กรุงเทพข้าวหายออเดอร์หายกันจริงจังเลยเหรอผมไม่ค่อยนะนี่ครั้งแรกนะนี่ครั้งแรกครับ
Not ready. Mazino trying to get the gun out. Aspas was sending the ult.
ตัดเบรกไปได้มามันฝรั่ง
Beautiful read on the
ผม
situation.
ยายวันนี้ยิงแปลกๆเคยเทียสแมวนะ
And that opened
จริง
things
แปลก
up.
จริง
Wook
เมื่
gets
อวาน
up there,
ยัง
does
ดุ
some damage too. This time around, MIBR Fraud wants to take a little bit of a
สวัสดีครับน้องหมอดีครับผม
Exactly.
เฮ้ยหมอ
Do a little bit better. I mean, I think it's
ใช่ปะเนี่ยไม่เมื่อวานผิดละเมื่อวานคู่หลังพี่ไม่เข้านะยังโดนเน็ตผิดปะเนี่ยต้องใช่ให้กวนคืนไหม
winnable situations or at least give up kills early that they don't
เปเปเล็กโดนเปเปเล็กแม่งช็อกเหมือนกันนะเมื่อคืนอ่ะไอสัตว์ในกลุ่มก็ยังช็อกเลยเปเปเล็กโดนเฉยเลยอะไรวะ
so important when you're running double duelist on Lotus
แต่เทคเงียบตั้งแต่เมื่อวานเลยเนียน2 วันติดเอาจริงปะเทคนี่ตุติเกเลยแต่เขาเอามาสั่งปะคราวนี้พี่จีกับทีเฮดแมปแรกเป็นไรครับเป็นเล็กแพ้ครับตกรอบไปแล้วรายการนี้ตกรอบไปแล้วครับกลับบ้านไปแล้วครับแล้วแม่งที่ทรงมันไม่น่าแพ้เลยนะสำหรับผมอะคือแม่งช็อกเลยคนช็อกกันยับจีกับทีเฮดแมปแรกเหรอเฮ้ยเอาข้าวมาเฮียก็ไม่อยากเขาวางเลยวะอะไรแป๊บนึงฝากไว้แป๊บนึง
Unless they really meet any opposition, not likely to slow down.
A low trap there, but it is going to be that steel guard and this time used to clear space.
Enough space to backpedal, but Verno he's trying to reach back in.
ที่เฮดจะมาจริงเหรอวะวันเนี้ย
As that steel guard was expiring, but he ends up out into the open. They managed to collect that 1 second. Only
ยังไม่
going to
กูเป็นไรวะไหนบอกทรงแชมป์ทรงไม่แชมป์ไม่มันทรงแชมป์รายการก่อนหน้านี้รายการมาสเตอร์ทรงแชมป์อยู่แต่ว่าก็ตามนั้นมาแล้วสะโพกแล้วแป๊บนึงนะ
Aspas just cannot break that hold. Next now on a 1v3, looking significantly unfavored. Not even a corpse to try to go for if he wanted to get a neural theft involved. Instead, it's just going to be Benji at water side, able to find the headshot as Heretics move up to 6.
Yeah, this time out of the timeout, Heretics has a really nice read. They just go for a faster pacey hit, and it looks see at the beginning, and then they double down on that because they have that steel garden that forces Tex back. He can't play, he's looking to maybe catch the second player in or do a little bit of damage because he has a lower trip set up just at the outside of the C door there, and then he has his cyber cage at the front of the door. So he leaves himself a little bit of gap to play from that pillar, but not offered the opportunity. And then Verno TP'd into a paranoia, in fact. Couldn't see anything there. Got taken down. Rian's just
สตูดิโอมันดูไม่สวยเท่าไหร่เลยนะแต่พี่ว่าก็ยังดีกว่ารายการหลายรายการนะสำหรับพี่นะพี่พอใจอยู่กลัวข้าวหายกลัวสิเฮียสั่งไปตั้ง89 บาทตังค์กูหาย89 บาทผมว่าทีมไทยเราชนะได้สักเกมแบบเข้าเพลย์ออฟได้ผมว่ามีทีมจ้องแน่นอนจริงถ้าจบ5ชนะนี่เสียดาย ENC ชาติเราเลยนะไม่มี5สักคนนั่นแหละปัญหานั่นแหละครับสิ่งที่จะเกิดขึ้นว่าแบบว่าเชี่ยทีมชาติกูไม่มีสักคนเลยกีฬาเล่นดีแบบดีผิดหูผิดตาจัดนะครับทุกคนสกอร์เท่าไหร่แล้วเป็นสกอร์เท่าไหร่แล้วทุกคนดูหน่อยได้ไหมคู่ชาเปอร์5-5
Just reading every little twist and turn that MIBR is trying to throw at them very nicely. MIBR players
เอ้าไอ้เหี้ยโหวตคู่จีเยอะกว่าวะชิบหายละเราจีกันเหรอ
They still had that retake plan.
All gamers simplifying this one. A 1-4.
โหวตยังไม่จบนะแต่ตอนนี้คู่จีเยอะกว่าครับ AG มันชนะเอ้ยคู่นี้ ผมเดาไว้แล้วจริงๆผมบอกตั้งแต่ก่อนเริ่มเลยผมว่า AG สู้ได้เว้ยนี่บุกด้วยนะไอ้สัตว์แล้วลองนึกภาพว่าเกมของ GE บุกดิไอ้เหี้ยคอมแม่งแบบโดนแถบไซเฟอร์กันละนาวไอ้สัตว์ทำลายของไม่ได้ไม่มีตัวทำลายแถบไซเฟอร์ออกยังไงเนี่ย AG ออกไงเนี่ยเอาชิบหาย AG ออกไงเนี่ยเอาโอ้ยฝังอยู่ครับโอ้แล้วอยู่4เลยชิบหายแล้วต้องช่วยเพื่อนแล้วเรียบร้อยโดนเทหลังบอมกูทันโอ้ยเอาว่ะ2-1ว่ะบอล AG มันยิงโหดแต่เมื่อวานครับ
Here getting 2 from that position on site after being deposited is actually kind of criminal.
เรียลไทม์จะจริง
element of surprise, but
เฮ้ยเสมอกันไอ้เหี้ยเสมอกันที่ดูคู่ไหนเนี่ยเฮ้ยช่องกูมันเป็นอย่างงี้วะทำไมช่องผมคนดูช่องผมเป็นอย่างงี้วะมันดูเสมอคือ2 จอไอ้เหี้ยเสมอ2 จอก็ได้วะคุยเอาดูไอ้2 จอไอ้เหี้ยอะไรกันนะ
And the thing that I'm really impressed with, I mean, their macro is fantastic. I think the macro has been decent from GE, quite honestly, in a lot of these rounds. But they are so good at exactly what you need to be good at on Sunset. You were kind of talking about the breach meta. Trading utility on this map is everything. All of the reactive utility that's quick, that can be used in these bursts. Fully map control. If you're really good in these kind of mid-round situations,
เปิด2 เสียงด้วยเอาได้
It's a little bit worrisome in the middle of that round for MIP.
รู้เรื่องแล้ว
Knocked down to 48.
ปิดดีกว่ากูพูดเองฟังแค่เสียงกูพอแล้วโอ้โหจ้องไม่ถูกเลยเฮียจะจ้องกันไหนเนี่ยไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยเราทำอย่างนี้ทำไมวะโอ้อีโคไม่ต้องหวังเลยวะเฮียจริงๆอ่ะจีมันจะไม่แย่ขนาดนี้ถ้าเมื่อวานอุทัมมันยิงสักหน่อยอ่ะคุยเอาดิเอา3 จอแม่งเลยสัตว์เดี๋ยวดิเฮียคุยช่องกูมีเส้นสายโอ้ยอันนี้ยังไม่แข่งได้พี่กูฟังออกกูฟังไม่ออกไม่ใช่มึงกูฟังไม่ออกไอ้คิดนี่โฆษณาอยู่กูดูไม่เบียครับตามมึงดูขวาไว้ ถ้าไม่เบียได้วินนี้ซึ่งน่าจะโอ้ยได้ป่ะเนี่ยเฮ้ยไม่เบียเมื่อวานฟอร์มอย่างดีเลยเฮ้ยวันนี้เกอะกังเฮ้ยสกอร์เท่ากันด้วยสัตว์2 ทีม สกอร์เท่ากันเลยดูเป็นวินไปอุ้ยเฮียเซคันด์เด็ดแรก3-2ครับพี่บูยังอยู่พี่บูนี่สายคัดเลยนะแต่ถ้ายิงธรรมดาดูเอลสู้ไม่ได้นะสู้เขาไม่ได้เป้าไปไหนนะพี่บูพี่โอ้โดนร้อนหมดแล้วดิเรียบร้อยครับมาดู AG ต่ออ้าวหันมาปุ๊บ AG กูโดนเฮ้ยแต่ AG นำ7เนี่ยถือว่าเยอะนะผมว่าเผื่อจีจะตีไม่เข้าต้องได้พกก่อนครับต้องได้พกก่อนฮะไม่งั้นชิบหายแน่นอนมาดูไอบีอาร์กันต่อจบเท่ากันอีกดี จบสกอร์เท่ากันเลย ไอ้เฮียเหมือนนัดกันมา ช่องกูนี่หลายใจจัด อยากดู2 จอเอ้ยหูกระตุกพร้อมกันด้วยไอสัตว์เป็นที่เขาแล้วเนี่ยห้างเงี้ยดูดิเห็นมันกระตุกปะเป็นที่ออร์แกไนซ์ป่ะอย่างงี้หรือเป็นที่กูถ้า2 จอไม่น่ามีผลเลยนะ ทุกคนเห็นมันกระตุกปะ ESL คนไม่ผ่านในการจัดวาโลก็จริงยังไม่ผ่าน แต่อนาคตผมคิดว่าไม่แน่ครับไม่แน่คนดูคู่นี้เยอะมากเลย7,000อันนี้ 2,000 เอง2,000 คนเนี่ยนะกูว่าสัก 1,500 ที่อยากมาดู GE แพ้กูว่านะสัก 1,500เอาเรื่องขาตั้งจอไม่โดนด่าก่อนแต่ขาตั้งจอรายการอื่นเขาก็ไม่ได้จัดการได้นะแบบว่ามัน ไม่รู้อะอ๋อมัลติสวิตช์ใช่ไหมพี่เคยใช้อยู่จริงๆมันก็ทำได้นะแต่ว่าคือกลัวว่าทางไอ้นี่เขาจะมีปัญหาหมายถึงว่ากูไปขอวัดปาร์ตี้เข้ามาไงแล้วกูไปอัดแอปพี่อะไรแปลกๆเข้ามาแบบว่าดู2 จอกูกลัวว่ามันจะมีปัญหาทีหลังเอาดิลองดูดิมาดิเฮ้ยเฮียมันออกจากทวิตที่อะไรวะมาแวร์ป่ะเนี่ยมึงเอามาแวร์ฝั่งกูเนี่ยคอมกูกันนะสัตว์มึงล็อกเหรอล็อกอินเหรอฝั่งโทรจันเหรอไอ้นี่กูเป็นโปรแกรมเมอร์นะเว้ยเพย์เมนต์อีสปอร์ตเป็นไงข้างพี่อะไรวะคอมกูของคอมกูกันไวรัสออกไอ้เหี้ยถ้าอยู่แล้วมึงอยู่ยาวนะไวรัสออกไปไหนไม่ได้นะมึงไม่มีสลาดแล้วโอ้โหแม่งตีทั้ง2 ทีมเลยว่ะกูดูไม่ถูกเลยเฮียขอดูพกก่อนแล้วกันนะโอ้โหมันพกทั้งคู่ด้วยไอสัตว์โอ้โหแล้วรีเทคเลย AG แต่ได้ตัวหนึ่งฟรีนะผมว่ารีเทคน่าจะไม่น่ายากมากโอ้โหเคียจีแม่งเทรดเลยว่ะเฮ้ยไปไหนอะเอาไปไหนอะประตูปิดเอาไปไหนอะพี่เอาฟันประตูเอาไปหลอกเหรอปับเอ้าคีรายังไม่ตายไอ้นี่โดนฝังแล้วโอ้โหเจ็บหมดเลยผมว่าแพ้ว่ะผมว่าจีน่าจะโดนครับเอ้าโดนเฮียอะไรอะแบงค์นี่ไงไปเม็ดในหัวในสัตว์เจ็บคุยเลยไปดูคู่นี้ต่อนี้จีน่าจะได้ละเอบีอาร์ต่อครับโอ้โหทะลุวันเวมเลยกูจะหลุดหุ้ยโอ้โหเนตมาโอ้ไม่ได้แก้ครับเรียบร้อยเซเคนโอ้แดกไอ้เฮียเป็นเอบีอาร์กูโดนโอ้โหเฮียเอจีกูโดนด้วยโดนทั้ง2 ทีมที่กูไม่ได้ที่กูเชียร์ทั้ง2 ทีมเลยเย็ดแร่ตาจะเขเอางี้ดูเป็นคู่ดีกว่าดูเบียร์ดีกว่าเพราะว่าคู่นี้น่าจะเดี๋ยวเราดูผลเนาะดูเป็นคู่ไปไม่ดีเราไม่ใช่คนหลายใจเซคเคนแบกอยู่คนเดียวเลยเราเดี๋ยวสลับดูกันแบบปกติสลับดูกันเห็นปะ
Mars is here to back him up, and he is, he's going for his usual stump here. He's got the Aries this time, not quite enough for the omen. As the thorn from Benji will find himself a second, and in the end, he will collect a 4K to make it a flawless anti-eco.
ดูอย่างงี้เดือดตาเข
Nicely thought out, nicely set up. Love the Aries in these
จ
scenarios.
ริงๆโต๊ะมันก็ใส่ขาจับจอไม่ได้นะแต่ที่พี่ดูนะโต๊ะมันเหมือนจะใส่ไม่ได้มันแบบพอมันเอาที่กั้นมือมากั้นแล้วแบบว่าไม่มีแก็บให้ใส่ขาจับจอไงก็เลยต้องมันอาจจะต้องเลือกหรือเปล่าจริงๆมันควรจะทำได้เนาะควรจะทำได้เนาะนี่แบบMBRแพ้ทีเอสกูตีเกจริงนะไอ้เหี้ยอะไรวะที่รายการนี้มันฟอร์มแชมป์หรอหรือไงมันเอาแค่รายการนี้รายการเดียวในโลกใบนี้คือแชมป์เปียนมาตรงมาเตอร์ไม่เอาแล้วเอาแค่ EWC แชมป์เก่ามันค้ำคอหรอแล้วMBRตอนนี้คืออะไรกันเมื่อวานเล่นอย่างโหดอย่างแรก
And Heretics are bodying MIBR on their anti-bonus. Verno's the last one standing. 30 seconds have passed. And I don't know if this requires much of an explanation. I think that kind of just sums it up. This man's dancing around and killing the sheriff.
Well, it looks to me, from what I can see on the map, they won a pick at the front of B, and then they won the Rebel fight, and they won the round. There you go. That's my my detective deductive logic there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for the autopsy.
You're welcome.
ให้ดูเฮียอะไรอ่ะฮัลโหล
Losing and giving over another bonus.
วินนี้มีตัดสินครับขอดูอันนี้ก่อนนะอันนี้ถ้าใครได้วินนี้น่าจะพอเห็นภาพอย่างนี้ละไม่ใช่เฮียนี่แน่นอนกูโดนทานสัตว์ยัดแร่กูโดนทานกูตายฟรีอุ้ยแต่กลางขึ้นได้นะ
Autumn considering the curveball in the meantime.
โอ้โหขึ้นมาแบบนี้ไม่ใช่สิลูกดิจิตอลกูแทงเปล่าเลย
This is not what GE bargained for on their bonus.
ไปกูว่าชัดละกูนี่ต้องดูครับชัดละดูคู่นี้ดีกว่าโอ้คู่นี้ก็ชัดเขาอีกคู่นี้ชัดกว่าอีกไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยวินบายมาโดนอีก
MIBR having their hands. Heretics just have a chokehold on this map. They picked it for a reason, and they are putting that on display.
I love the way they play this though. Like there's a little bit of consideration for every
พระเจ้าช่วยอวยพรผมทีให้เพื่อนๆผมยิงหน่อย
When he realizes they're probably not going that way, we need to double up on the other side, give Boo a little bit of help. And Kashmaras here plays his life so nicely off of that boom bot. Doesn't try to, you'll see a lot of players when they spray that boom bot, they're immediately trying to just pivot their
ด่านเฮติกก็คือเข้าใจได้อยู่
He's like, ooh, I should back up a little bit.
Good money for all gamers. 4 players with about 2k in the back pocket. Should things go awry here, GE walking.
ไม่มีอะไรเคลียร์แท็บด้วยรวมคนนะ
Attacking side pretty simple so far.
อุ้ยแต่ไม่มีใครอยู่มาเก็ตนะโดนแท็บไม่มีคนยิงนะ
And why wouldn't you when you've got a runner back to lead the way straight into the side?
Why?
By peeking in front of his utility is not really how all
พี่
gamers
ใบพี่
to go.
Yeah, the Cypher setup just
ใบท่อม
not being good enough. No delay at all. They keep
ลังเลมด้วยยิงไร
speed side, and now they
พี่
haven't
เลย
been
ไม่ยิง
able
แม่งเลย
to take it back just yet. Fangir trying to get a pick
โอ้โห
here.
ดูมันเอาเหลี่ยมเลย
Really nice pixel
เล็ก
angle.
เชีย
Falls just off of it. These players for GE playing a post plan, aggressing all of a sudden into the site is all gamers. Even though they got hit by that nightfall, it's going to delay them just a little bit, unable to just go in and scale. Players taking this mark. He knows no one's there. Everyone's out back site.
ฝูทางนี้ได้ถ้าได้3มุมนี้ผมว่าดีเทคยากแล้วครับ
GRQ
เซฟครับผมไม่เซฟด้วย
Kira, Patman trades back and forth. GRQ with another.
ต้องเซฟแล้ว
Patman with another. Back and forth once again.
เทมาเก็ตไม่มีคนมาเก็ตเลยครับถ้าเทมาเก็ตได้มันดูหลายเวฟหน่อยดูหลายทางไปหน่อย
Save this and not die to the spike.
เวลาเข้าบอลมันต้องเช็คซ้ายเช็คขวามันมีแบบกอดไฟ3มุม
Cypher Trip will confirm that he's made it out of dodge, but
Kashmaras brings he can do just about everything for this Heretics
ใส่
team.
เป็นรีบกลับ
This time around, looking for the
โอ้โหไม่มีใครยิงให้เลยครับไม่งั้นได้ตัดแล้ว
doesn't really work there. Prowler
วินี่สำคัญมากสำหรับเบเบียครับ
แปะ
โอ้ยสัตว์ถ้าขึ้นปืนทันนะแอดปาไม่น่าพลาด
It's not going to be fast enough. Try to get that follow.
อุ้ยแอดปาไหล
Operator now into hands.
เรียบร้อยครับไอ้บูล่วง
For a peek and Aspa says, you don't use that gun. That's my kind of gun. Dive in.
เทสอง
You're going to be spotted out. Quick little refract
โอ้โห
out. The dink into the
แอดปา
spray
กูโด
down
นโหด
though.
เชีย
There for re-ends. Finding that as blast pack 4.
ไอ้เซคันด์มันรู้เกม
Trying
เล
to
ย
offset Benji here as much as humanly possible.
Sám
Try to get the surround going through.
เรียบร้อยโดน
Can't
โดน
quite
โดน
split
ลุม
them
ครับ
apart. So Mazzino will be able to find it.
น่ารู้ว่า2ตัว
Last one
ว้าว
standing. It's going to be Verno. Quick out of the stairs. Cleans them both up.
ดูจบวินนี่ดูอีกทีนะ
on that Cypher, but still
ดูโจทย์เลยดูอีกทีนึง
in their retakes. Yes, they're trying to trade coming
จริงไม่ใช่พวกมึงหรอกกูนี่แหละกูอยากดู เหมือนกูนั่งดูไม่มีพวกมึงอ่ะกูนั่งดูของกูเองอะไรประมาณนั้นขอโทษนะเฮ้ยอะไรเนี่ยพันเป็นใช้อะไรขวดเขียวๆอ่ะของไทยเหรอ
Quite honestly, in the fact that I feel like people are playing off angles a lot and playing for picks coming into the side. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But in general,
เอามาคู่เมื่อกี้ผมว่าไม่น่าจะโดนละน่าจะใช่ไหมเทียไม่น่าปล่อยพลาด
have a really nice retake plan where the util's actually here. That's when things get a lot easier for you coming back into B. B main dominated. You don't have to.
บุกไม่เข้าพี่ 2-3
The other team doesn't make it into B main, but maybe you'll
บุกไม่เข้า 2-3 ไอสัตว์ถ้าบุกไม่เข้าสัก9-2 12ในบุกไม่เข้ามึงก็รีบเนาะ
Cypher playing that passive setup by he knows that they're
อุ้ยแล้วเข้าบอมง่ายขนาดนั้นเลย
Camera's gonna spot
เขาเล่นเกมรีเทคไม่สู้เลยเว้ย
and the rotates are coming in but this is where they've struggled
โอ้แท็บไม่ได้ใช้เลยแบบทุกคน
they're playing completely off
เท่าแบบ full tap ผมว่ามันโดนแน่ครับ
he does have the rocket
ถ้ากูเป็นโค้ชนะกูถ้าวินแบบสู้ไม่ได้พวกกูจะพอสไม่ให้บอกไม่ใช่2แท็บฆ่าเลย นี่มันแทบเอาข่าวเฉยเฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะโอ้ยพี่ใบ
Punished on spawn side. In goes the rocket from Kira. Really looking for anyone on GE.
ถ้ายิงดีฟอลก็ตาย
Zoning the rest of GE away.
โอ้ยตายหมดเลย
Harvey's position. Yudotan down.
คุยคมอุโด
Trying to get
แพทแมนนี่หว่า
elbow side. A lot for Crystal to do here. He's been mechanically very sharp lately. Half is on from Shrimp. He's not going to stick it to completion. It's a up
โอ้โห
down
ไม่พ
there
ลาด
from
ครับ
all gamers. Perfection
คม
on
กริบ
top of the spike, and they'll take the lead.
They've learned their lesson.
นี่ขนาดไม่ได้โดนไซเฟอร์กดดันมากนะสวัสดีครับน้องป๊อกกี้ที่เขาได้โพกอดีพี่มีปืนแล้วไม่ได้วางเลย
Punish Autumn for pushing too deep into spawn, overextending, trying to
เกม
use
มันวัด
that
กันยาว
curveball
เนาะ
to get away with
วิ
it.
นแค่นี้มัน
But
ไม่ได้บอกอะไร
unable to, and a beautiful use of util. The haunt timing too.
ด่านอะไรเจอด่านอะไร
Coming
กัน
in with
ชา
that
เปอร์
rocket
แข่ง
to
ด่านอะไร
be
กัน
able to scan that player top site, allow Kira to get that pick. Really nicely done, and just the timing on the spacing
โอ้
here
โห
as well.
ยิงเข้าตัวเลยวะ
Everything.
โดดลงมารับกระสุนเลยวะเนี่ยกลัวกล่องเป็นรอยเหรอ
Yeah, really segmenting GE.
As
And
in,
making them
oh.
uncomfortable with the rocket was very, very nice. Now they have put GE in much the
ใคร
same
กระดาน
kind
ใคร
of
เป็นคนเลือกอะ
position. Only the singular rifle being afforded, courtesy of some multi-fragging in from Crystal.
โอ้โหแถบหลังบอมเลยครับ
Secure control of their economy.
แต่จากที่ดูเขาไม่ได้เทคหลังบอมนะทุกคน
Players with some extra cash.
แถบหลังบอมเลยเว้ย
Outlaws there for Fanggear.
เอ้า
Crystal's found Kira. It's a nice pick from the Cypher who has overextended in one or two of these rounds. Spike dropped in B main. That's going to be
Oh, here, why?
for GE, and the Outlaw is really kind of getting some carnage done here. Autumn
จะมาสู้ตี
with
ยังไง
the bandit, doing a lot of work quite
เฮ้ย 2-2
honestly.
ว่ะเป็น
Pushing
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
Exit to a 2-on-2. This is still winnable. Shrimps over on spawn side. Crystal gonna draw.
เฮ้ย
He's gonna curve
เอาโดนจับ
combination there with the neural theft. Caught by the seas is Autumn. He's under a lot of pressure here. Spike going down from Crystal in the back lines. Autumn trying to bark as loud as he can. He's one off a run it back. That's his last.
ดูทำได้ตัวหนึงกันตีได้
It's the prowler for AG.
ไปโหลตีได้เลย
Very tentative. Trying to clear out Autumn in this close corner. Crystal trying to play
อุ้ย
off
เหลี่ยม
the
ดี
back of Autumn's
เหลี่ยมดี
contact here. Missing
เหลี่ยม
his
ดี
shot. That's the last prowler out.
เหลี่ยมดี
GRQ going down.
เอ้ย เอ้า
A little bit of damage now as we head into a one-on-one. Shrimp
รู้
very much ready for the
โอ้โห
Crystal.
ไอ้เหี้ยหลบเป็นเต่ากระดองเลย
Backwards crab walk is not as effective when you're playing
เอา
against
ปะ
the
โถ
shrimp. He's all over the crustacean movements.
กลัวเฉยเลยสู้ตั้งนาน
One of the players we talked about in the pre-show because he's been so phenomenal, especially in those clutches, especially with his util. He's just constantly been top fragging as well, able to trade. And I think they're Autumn.
ทองแดงกัดหมาไอ้ตัวนั้นอีกแล้วแน่เลย
Using his util to try to delay that retake for as long as possible. Fanggear getting
มาตอนนี้ผมเป็นมิดหมด
All gamers, they're still not going to be happy though, I think, with this round.
เป็นมิดกับหมาทุกตัวบนโลกใบนี้
They had those pistols online as well. It's just a struggle there. By just getting caught off guard once again with his
หน้า
Cyphers
ตึงจัด
just
เลยนะชิม
standing out in the open trying to get some
หน้า
sort of
ตึง
peek,
จัดเลย
and it's just punished. Fanggear
เก่า
getting
ๆ
the
อ่ะ
three though, being one of the main reasons why they won this round. Global Esports though running it down towards A this time, going fast, changing up
หรือว่าที่
the
เข้ากู
pace.
หายไม่ใช่ฝีมือ
Util's
ใคร
all out and this site's free.
GRQ on the off angle. Not ready for Autumn.
ไอ้ทองแดงเนี่ย
Takes a ton of damage.
โอ้ย
Crystal, nice double
เปิดสวย
inside
จัด
the
เลย
middle. That's a man
ทองแดง
advantage
เข้ากู
now
แดก
for GE as Patman gets this spike down.
Crystal's been getting so many picks.
เฮ้ยทำไมกล่องมัน
towards
ระเบิด
mid,
พิกเซล
getting
เลยวะ
picks on the rotators every single time now. At least 3 rounds he's done that and punished them. The post time coming in.
โอ้ยโดนไล่จัด
Lot of util chasing after that player in spawn, but unable to connect. 3v4, 2 players coming in from A link. The nightfall goes down.
เอาโดนนะ
Punishes Javi and elbow.
โอ้ยสแปมโดน
Batman
ครับ
getting the pick onto GRQ as well. The op
แพทเป็นค
goes
มไอ้สัตว์
down. Fanggear unable to get anything,
โอ้
and
เป็นคมเว้ย
Shrimp down on site.
It's a really nice reset for GE. That's the round that they were looking for. They
คู่
were
คุณน่า
a
จบยั
little
ง
bit
คู่จบยัง
disappointed that they didn't get the round previous, but they know how much
ยังอี
damage
ก
they
โอ้
did.
ใส่เคนยิ้มด้วยเกิดอะไรขึ้น
Marched into that next gun round,
แสดงว่าค้าง11ไปเนี่ย
knowing that the reset
เทสค้าง
was
11ไปเนี่ย
definitely theirs for the taking. Still trailing by 1 round, but should be able to get through an
กู
anti-eco
จับที
here.
ไรกูอยากเห็นสกอร์นี่กูมาทีไรกูได้แต่ดูแต่ทีอะไรก็ไม่รู้นี่
Both of these
เออ
teams
เอา
have
เข้าไปอ่ะ
won
เวย
the
อ่ะ
first map of the series.
เอาเข้าไป
I find it kind of crazy that all gamers keep falling into
เฮ้ย
the trap that Crystal set up towards mid, where he's
จัง
just
หวะกูเปลี่ยน
working,
จอก็พามิ่ง
catching
ดี
those
เหลือเกิน
rotators off guard. Every single time he manages to get
เปลี่
a
ยนจ่าย
pick, and
น่า
it
จะ
just
จ่าย
makes
บีครับ
that retake 10 times harder. They keep trying to play this retake as well, just not working out for them when they're not all there. The util as well.
รอเก็บมารีเทคเลย
Heavily reliant on Shrimp.
นี่มันเริ่มไม่เล่นรีเทคแล้วเริ่มเล่นสู้แล้วไม่ปล่อยเข้าบอมแล้ว
Rough, but a thrifty here
ยืนหน้าบอม
for
ซะสูง
all
เลย
gamers. Shotgun and a stinger on the board, trying to get for one. Play
โอ้
for
ติดแถบ
one.
ไปโดนพาวเลอร์ด้วย โอ้ยอะไรอ่ะไอ้นี่โดนตายอีกแล้วเมื่อกี้เพื่อนโอเมนก็ตายไปแล้วรอบหนึ่ง
Literally the exact same
ขยันเช็คจังเลยไว้ตรงกลาง
last round,
ดูแค่ขึ้นไม่ได้เลย
or maybe 2 rounds ago.
โอ้ย
Outlaw looking pretty good in this
Ui,
round. All
oh,
gamers
yeah.
with a lot
Bait
of
wah,
light
bait wah.
armors. Little bait set up for Fanggear here. GRQ trying to be the best salesman possible, but the blaze wall goes up. GE are not
ไม่ทัน
interested.
แล้วไม่ทันแล้วเขาบอกไปแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
They're going to be heading to the other store straight
ช้าไป
into
แล้ว
the
ฮะ
site. know that elbow is dirty here. That is at least going to
ผมก็โดนขโมยข้าวไปแม่งมีคนแย่งต้มยำเนื้อมังกรผมรับไม่ได้เนื้อมังกรเลยเหรอเสียงคนพากย์เริ่มเข้าวงการการ์ดเกมถนัดมากเลยสายนี้จัดไปมีทั้งการ์ดโพดำโพดเดี๋ยวการ์ดอะไรวะการ์ดแปลกๆเกี่ยวกับการไปสู่สีทั้ง2คู่เลยวะเนี่ยเฮ้ยกูจับมากูอยากเห็นสกอร์มันเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะเทคพอสเหรออุ้ยโอ้โหเชี่ยกลับมา11-10เฉยเฮ้ยต้องไปก่อนวะสกอร์2ทีมพอๆกันเลยวะพอกันเลยวะอะไรครับนี่
But you always don't know which side they're going to do it. And they've used a lot of really good util as well.
GE, I think, putting themselves a little bit out in front, but AG
จบวินพร้อมอีกแม่งจบวินพร้อมอีกแล้วกูพับจอไปจะดูสกอร์ไม่เคยได้เห็นสกอร์ก่อนเลย
Elimination on the line and Sunset, you know, coming out of left field here in the veto.
Yeah.
GE
เตา
always like
เตา
to
บอก
be
เป็น
tricky
เตาบอกเป็นสปอนเซอร์นี่น่าจะรวยจัดเลยครับ
I'm speaking to somebody about this last night, and they said that's easier for me to prepare for.
สปอนเดียวนี่คือสะเทือนเลยนะสปอนนี้ลองนึกภาพว่าบนเสื้อมีแบบตาแบบช้อปปี้ติ๊กต็อกอะไรเงี้ยโอ้โหไม่ใช่เกมไม่ใช่การ์ดน้องนะไม่ใช่สะสมครับสะสมตังค์เดียวนะ
Jumping in though, 10-10 here. Well needed timeout.
แต่ก็ยังบุกเข้ายากอยู่ดีนะสำหรับผมนะเขาก็จ่ายแท็บเอาข่าวเฉยครับไม่ได้เอาแท็บถ้าเป็นไซเฟอร์2แท็บในบอมเองอ่ะโอ้โหเฮียน่าจะเดือดอยู่ครับเทกลางว่ะกลางไม่มีใครเลยครับกลางไม่เล่นแล้วผมว่ากลางแม่งเล่นติ่มละ
Because all 5 players of GE are towards this mid.
มันจะปาไฟดักหลังไม่ให้กลับเข้าประตูเขากลางดันนะ
If they can reset all gamers yet again, then this should be their game on a silver platter, straight towards the middle of the map. They've read this.
จะไปเข้า A โอ้ผิดบอมครับ
Can they deal with the 3 stack over towards
A3
A here for all gamers?
โอ้เล่นไวจัดไอ้เหี้ย
Do you have bite?
เล่นไวจัดไอ้สัตว์เล่นไวจัด
Generator.
สมแล้ว
Nice and snug.
สมเลยเป็นแปซิฟิก
Is Uditan. That's a nice entry, peeking off the back of that
โอ้ยัง
contact.
มีนีออนอีกครับ
GRQ only going 1 for 1.
นี่
But Fangir is
เรียบร้อย
a player that they haven't checked in elbow, and he's causing some problems.
Trying to find another shot. Crystal, he is flanking though.
ไอ้เหี้ยไซเฟอร์โดนตัดไปเนี่ยไอ้ไซเฟอร์ไม่เดินด้วย ไซเฟอร์จะโดนนะเนี่ยทางเงี้ยเรียบร้อยครับ
They might catch him off guard. Crystal gets punished, and now the side has been flipped.
ไม่เห็นตัวเดียวปะเห็น2เลยครับรู้ว่าอยู่หลัง3เลยครับ
Kira's gonna walk up with Fangir. The paranoia goes in. The shot misses. The knife falls out. Javi, that dark cover to delay. These players are gonna have to run through it. The time just isn't that there.
เมาช้าจัดพี่ชาวี่กู
With a pick onto Autumn, and they actually win that retake.
Yeah, that's rough.
เมาแหลกเลยเมื่อกี้แอบอยากได้เสื้อของชิมนะสวยมากมีใครไปเกาบ้างฝ่ายที่เราสวยจริงจริงผมสะสมการ์ดเพิ่งเล่นในงานที่เวียดนามนี่แหละมีคนเสนอขายผมรับหมดนะการ์ดผู้เล่นอ๋อพี่จะเคยเห็นอยู่ไม่ผมเคยเห็นการ์ดอยู่
I think now too.
ไม่ดูหีแตะเลยทั้งนั้นไอ้สัตว์เฮียเสียเวลาชิบหายขยันจะวินพร้อมกันเหลือเกินในสะทุนไอ้สัตว์นี่หรือมันเทคพอมานานแล้ววะเนี่ยใช่ไหมหรือเปล่าวะไม่รู้เฮียอะไรเลยโอ้ยลูนี่ดูมันทำกับพี่ดิที่รายการนี้เหรอ
ลีโอโดเนทมา100 บาท
อุ้ย
คุยแบงค์โดเนทมา10 บาท
ขอบครับ10 บาทก็มีค่าครับตอนนี้สำหรับพี่เขาสนับสนุนนะครับผม
Dude, the confidence to just execute, hold W into his sight, knowing that there could be
มันตีคนละวินเราวินเลยเว้ย
blocked off that elbow with the neon wall and just took
โอ้
that
โห11 เท่า
A link side. Like you said, beautiful paranoia from Javi. They
ดี
played
จ้า
that so
ดี
well.
จ้า
Trying to punish the operators. They were set up on either
ดี
of
จ้า
their sides.
L34
Of course, Udo with a beautiful 3K there to shut it down.
โคตรแก่
All
ดีจ้า
gamers though, they're gonna try to hold on to this op. They're trying to hold on to this rifle as well.
ถ้าชนะเหมือนจะมีทีมมาแท็กแล้วนะไม่เขามีมาแล้วแต่เขามารอเปิดตัวตอนหลังจบทัวร์นี้คุณแอลไม่รู้ไงเขาน้องเขาบอกเมื่อวานว่ามีทีมมาเทคแล้วส่งมาดูพี่การ์ดที่ผมบอกหน่อยดูสิ
Autumn's still hanging around. And you're right, but at the same time, GE's money is a little bit battered from the last round. They don't feel the need to push the issue. They just want to make sure they can min-max all the gun rounds towards the end of this half. Still 2 left in play.
เย้โคตรเท่ครับ
have an OT on our hands. A decent enough save on in there for All Gamers. It's going to be a scrappy buy, let's be honest, but at least 1 rifle, an operator, and a showstopper is decent enough to work with. The only player who really kind of is left wanting is definitely an Omen with the judge can get work done at the best of times.
ไม่บอกไม่ได้
Gear hopping towards mid, trying to shut down that one lurker that they found the whole time. He's actually going to get spotted by the cam, and that's
ไปทีนี้ไม่ใช่ทีมไทยนี่น้อยพี่พูดอยู่ครับเห็นว่าเป็นสังกัดต่างชาติครับพี่แอลเฮ้ยสปอยแล้วหรอ
And not just the pistol.
อะไรครับนี่ทีแรกที่น้องใส่เสื้อดำแล้วเฮ้ยเสื้อดำก็เท่นะจริงนะที่ถ้าผมมีตังค์ผมไม่เอาสปอนเลยผมจ่ายเงินเดือนน้องผมรวยนะจ่ายเงินเดือนน้องเองไงรวยครับไอ้สัตว์แพชชั่นเลยโอ้โหแต่ถ้าไปเพย์อินที่นู่นแล้วแบบว่ามันก็แอบลำบากอยู่นะไหนจะต้องแบบมีแคมป์ที่พักมีคอมมีอะไรเงี้ยคือแบบมันแอบโอ้โหมันยุ่งยากวุ่นวายจัดเฮ้ยเอาเชี่ยเข้าไม่ได้นะบอมในบอมอ่ะโอ้ยยิงทะลุโดนเฉยเลยอุดทันโคตรสวยครับโอ้ไม่คุ้มเลยไอ้เหี้ยล้ำกันเมาเลยในบอมโอ้ขึ้น12ก่อนครับเอจีแล้วคู่เมื่อกี้ใครขึ้น12ก่อนเชียร์ขึ้น12ก่อนเอ้าอันนี้ข้ามเลยดูนี่ก่อนโอ้ยเอ้าเฮียโอทามเหรอที่มันตึงทั้ง2คู่เลยว่ะรอบมันเริ่มลึกครับโอ้ยรอเต็มหน้าบ้านเลยเต็มหน้าไม่น่าเอาอยู่ครับผมว่าไม่น่านะต้องสแปมแบบหวานเลยแบบว่าสแปมเฮ้ยแอดปาร์เหลือ1เฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะเขามาลัดสไลด์ติดกำแพงเหรออะไรครับนี่โอ้โหได้วางด้วยอะไรไม่ต้องเดารอเขาเปิดตัวเลยผมไม่บอกแล้วโอ้โหเลือด1เอาไปตัวนึงครับผมแม่งโคตรแพนเลยเอาชัวร์เลยเอาพี่เรียนเด้าหน่อยเด้าโอ้โอเค3 เป้าไอ้เหี้ยเรียบร้อยครับกลับมา12-2ได้ยิง
That's the operator down, and all of a sudden it's
4-2. เฮ้ย
To be overtime shrimp, unless he can do something, gets a pick. Him and Kira.
โอ้ทำเหมือนกันเลย
Work this Kira on the fast flank, but that neural that's gonna let them know where he is. Crystal getting the pick onto Kira and shrimp.
ตึงเลยอันนี้พาวเลอร์ขอไปทีนะมึงอ่ะเหมือนกูเลย
No util, just him and the rifle against the world.
Yeah.
ต้องชนะก่อนรอบ1ครับภาวนาจะจับสายให้มากันเองมากกว่าไอ้มือจับสายตอนลอนดอนเอาทำงานอย่างอื่นนะแต่คนขายกันไป500เก็งกำไรมากก็ไม่แปลกครับเพราะว่าถ้าเราต้องการจริงๆหรือว่าเราอยากได้ไงเราอยากได้มันก็ต้องลงทุนเราจะไปอยากได้ของเราอยากได้แล้วแบบอยากได้ราคาถูกเป็นไปได้ยากเพราะว่าเขาขายก็ได้ไม่ขายก็ได้เขาเอาดีทีมอะไรนะไม่รู้ครับผมไม่รู้ครับไม่รู้เลย
Fangear, of course, dying on this retake was really rough. Beautiful shot from Patman, though, to shut him down. And then again, they don't have any need to fight super aggressively.
ไม่ไกลเกินอยู่ใกล้ๆ
They had all of market. They just
แต่ถ้าแพ้แต่รอบแรกคือกลับบ้านเลยใช่ไหม
The peaks, the timings, the trades.
ไม่รู้ครับ
This is a GE that looks
ส่งแบบ5พี่
really different from the last time.
ใครชนะก็ได้อ่ะไทยอ่ะกูไม่ชนกูชนก็ช่วยแข่งเช่าเฮ้ยชงลิ้นกูเป็นอะไรวะเข้าเฟือกว่าลิ้นไหนตัดเยี่ยลิ้นกูเปียจังวะไม่ชงไอ้เหี้ยออกจริงเฉยเลยสักอะไรครับเนี่ยชงชิ่งเหรอโอ้โหที่อยากต้องมี PUV ให้ดูนะช็อตเนี้ยยิงยังไงวะไวจัดปับเลยปะเดี๋ยวเขามึงคอยดูนะเดี๋ยวกูดูอยากจะรู้อากาไนให้กูดูอะไรเดี๋ยวไม่ให้กูดูมุมกว้างอีกแบบ ไม่ให้กูดูเป้าพี่ใบ
That
เฮ้ยเข้าไปแล้ว
power. Pan-Man walks out into the smoke. Nobody knows.
นี่
He's
ขอเอ็ดได้ป่ะพี่ ขอเอ็ดเลย
Could he get
ขอ
that
เอ็ดเลย
ace in one of the most important rounds in this match?
โอ้ย
I can't
เชี่ย
when it matters.
ขอดูหน่อยดิไอ้3ตัวแรกอะมันล้มยังไง
That is
วะ
rough for GE by really throwing down the
เมื่อวานพี่ยัง
gauntlet
พูดอยู่
here
เลย
in
กูรู้แล้ว
overtime.
แต่ลาเชนพี่เลยบอกว่าแทบการันตีไทยเลย
Inside of B-Mania,
อันนี้
that is perfect. Pi is just sitting in the pocket, waiting for them to go on the front foot. As soon as the curve pull and the relay bolt come
กูขอ
out
ดู
from the
เป้า
air,
แบบเป้า POV อ่ะ
perfectly timed
ไอ้เหี้ย
peek.
ให้กูดูมุมกว้าง ดูกว้างๆนะจะได้ดูแบบ
They're falling
เอ๊ะ
back
มัน
into
ยังไง
that
อะไรไม่ได้ไม่ใช่แบบนั้นพี่
where they
ฮัลโหล
overextend a little bit too much. Pushing towards that B main, they
ไอ้
get
สัตว์
spotted instead of falling back right away.
มึงติดเคาน์เตอร์มานี่มึงติดเคาน์เตอร์มานี่
Gamers to use their util to reach
วาโล
there,
มัน
or at
มันไม่
least
ใช่แบบนั้น
use
ดิ
their
พี่
bodies. They just stay.
โอ้ย
They stay there for way too long.
ตีเก้เลย
Yes,
ตี
they
เก้เลย
Have the waylay. You have a lot more
อุ้ย
comfort
สำคัญสำคัญทุกคน
to deal
ABI
with
ABI
how
จะจบ
far
จะจบ
back
สิโอ้ของ
Benji
ของลืมเลย
Fishing
เหี้ย
has
ของ
placed
ลืม
the
เลย
nice thorns
เฮ้ย
in the
เฮ้ย
flash.
เฮ้ย
Looking at me went the other way.
เฮ้ย
We'll take that refract out, but it's going to be a good
ไอ้ปาร์คโอ้ครึ่งหลอดไม่คุ้มเลยสัตว์
45.
เข้าไปได้เขานิดเดียวครับเว้ยครึ่งหลอด
Down to 80.
อุ้ยรอดปะพี่เทคพี่เทคไม่รอดกับเฮียอะไรไอ้สัตว์
Able to pursue fast enough, far enough forward.
เปิด
Dead
หนึ่ง
punish.
ปุ๊บ
Swing in, Inferno dead. And
ไปกันต่อ
Heretics now
เฮ้ย
looking
เดี๋ยวก่อน
for
นะ
that reset.
ไปกันต่อครับ
As they're just swinging.
A little bit
อ
more
ย่างนี้จบไหม
switched
นี่จบไหม
on.
เอจีจะปิดได้ไหม
They
โอ้ได้จี
often
กัน
get
ด้วย
the end of these
ไอจี
trades.
กันด้วยแล้วโอ้โหแล้วยูเอ
This is
สี่ยัด
AG's
แล้
chance to finally close out Sunset here. 4 players ready.
เฮียมาผิดบอมแล้ว
As
พี่
this elbow
กูต้องเอาด้วยนั่น
pressure
น่ะ
is coming in from GE. Up goes the fast lane. They very much kind of trying to feel this one out. Immediate season response.
เรียบร้อยครับปาแล้วหนึ่ง
Out goes Fang here.
คู่นี้ไม่มีคำว่าต่อเวลา
Pressure now.
คู่นี้ไม่มีคำว่าต่อเวลา ไม่มีคำว่าต่อเวลา ไม่มี
Making Autumn uncomfortable.
ไม่มีคำว่าต่อเวลาครับ
Comes up with
GG
one.
คำแบบ
That's
แรก
not gonna
เอา
be
ว่าเอ
good
จี
enough.
แตก
And
เฮียเอ้ย
on the verge of closing out their opponent's map pick.
มาตามโพจานแบงค์แล้วคู่หนึ่ง
Four peek into yet
ด่านแรกครับ
another high low, and
ไป
that's
ไป
gonna be VCTC.
ไปผ่าน
Time around, Heretics want to take that A Rebel fight a little bit late.
ถ้าเวทีมันกากไปที่แบลอีก
A little bit smart about how they isolate
มันก็
Max and then kind of
มันก็
force
งี้แหละ
issue.
เล่นเทียร์หนึ่งถ้าแพ้แมตช์เดียวคือกลับบ้านเลยทำไม
There's a
ไม่แต่ก็
peelback from the seaside
ก็ได้เป็นรายการใหญ่ไง
from the Maviar Lows.
ก็ได้เป็นรายการใหญ่แล้ว
They
แต่
wanna go
คุณ
the
ก็
other
ต้อง
direction,
ขนขวาย
and
หน่อย
then
อะไร
because
เงี้ย
Tex dies,
ก็
they
มีเปิด
can't.
พื้นที่ให้แล้วไง
They've
มีโอ
lost
กาส
that
แล้ว
ground, they've lost that comfort, and they have
เขา
to
คงคิด
force
งี้มั้ง
their way onto C. That means those players on
เฮ้ย
Team
มาสปอยกู
Heretics
ด้วยดิ
can
ดูแล้วมา
just
สปอยกูด้วยดิทีมไทย
hold the line, plant their feet, away we
โอ้
go.
โห
Woot,
เฮียทีเฮด
God,
เย็ด
still
เท่
we have two.
ชิปหายแล้วครับเอเบียกู
Compared to the first outing.
โดนเปิดง่ายแท้ว่ะ
Two quick kills found. Built the 3 deadliest members of MIBR
อุ้ย
alive and in the mix here.
โอ้โห
Spray and pray, looking for Rien's, but
เม็ดแรกแอบคมที่เหลืออมอย่างเดียวอะไรวะ
Zekin's gonna eat more in kind. Paint shell to the corner.
เบื่อหัวมันพี่โป่งดูอ้าวเปลี่ยนอะไรวะ
Lose his head, but here's the reveal. Both
เอาไหน
players worked
เอา
low. Second down to a sliver
อันไหนดี
Vecino.
หันมันธรรมดาก็ได้
Similarly, eating a bit of damage here as the Seas will connect to the
โอ้โห
Benji
นี่
Fish,
เบื่อ
but
เว้ย
no one's there to try to flush him out.
กูเปิดกล้องกูถอดเสื้อเลย
The 3v3, but it still feels so very favored for Team
Benji.
Heretics.
แล้วเจ็บคู่เลยครับไม่
It's
น่า
just
ว่ะ
the
ผมว่าไม่น่า
duelist
ได้
left once again. The swing in from Zekin punished Aspas. Nearly spammed out, but the time is gone. He just
เรียบร้อย
cannot make it happen. He is surrounded. He is dead, and Heretics are back up to map point.
And this time,
ชาร์เปอร์75แบบ4โอเค
turns
ไปแบบ
the
5 ได้
Jets
ไปแบบ
on
5 ได้
and just comes out
ใครชนะก็ได้
swinging.
ครับผมไม่ติดเลย
Two quick kills
ขอแค่ไทย
right
ได้ไป
off the
เถิด
round
ฉายบนเว
drop.
ทีหน่อยพอแล้วจริง
That's got MIBR reeling. That was about all you really needed here in this round. Then you're scrambling. I mean, sure, you get a couple spams through the walls and things like that to fall your way, but
เนี่ยเปิดจังหวะแรกสวยหาย2เลยคือ
it's just
รู้แล้ว
too
วินนี้แม่งโดนแล้วครับ
much for MIBR Los
เดี๋
to
ยวพี่เรียน
climb
แบก
through.
แล้ว
So they say, oh
แต่บู
boy.
ก็โอเคนะบูไม่ได้ยิง
Time
ดรอป
to
ไป
take
กว่า
our
ที่
time
คิด
out
นะ
ourselves and see if we can get another reset going. Looked like it was maybe going to be their map. They get that defender side win initially, but Heretics answers right back. The firepower between these two teams, so impressive today. Just so much good, clean shooting.
ชาร์เปอร์ได้พกด้วยดูจากทรง ผมแวบดูเฉยครับไม่ดูผมไม่ได้ดูจริงจังครับแวบดูครับของ
So
ครับ
impressed by both squads. I mean, a lot of good changes, a
อยาก
lot of
กด
good
กันเลย
adaptations, finding their moments to
ไม่เห็นเธอถึง
change the tempo here and there. What is this going to look like?
It needs to look clean. IBR bound to be pushing in against this Odin. Back into the hands of Koshmaris, trying to catch them off guard. And look at the potential fight we have outside of B. Slide in. He's going to be immediately dispatched. Woot only able to find the one before getting traded as well. That's a massive early victory here for MIBR.
ไปกันต่ออีกไอ้สัตว์ยาวคู่นี้ตึงเกิน
MIBR will look to try to reroute. Slowly working their way back out towards that attacker's spawn.
Aspas popped that wall or not? It was pinged out, so no, he did not. He's just leaving it there. Doesn't want to give any indication just yet. Wants to make them still consider other ideas, but they're actually going to try to wait this out somehow, some way.
Who's going to stairs?
Who's got the right read?
And Jiggle peeking it with that TP. The door now hit the Prowler, spotting out Benji's position. Orb getting taken. He's going to be good for one, but Aspas
จิบหายแล้ว
will just counter swing in.
ไม่มีใครในบอมแล้วพี่
Revenge for Mazzino. Now it's Rien's and
ต้อง
Boo.
กระจายเพื่อความปลอดภัยครับ
Try to bring this back, to bring this map to an end. 2v3, it's absolutely
โอ้ไม่
doable.
วางเว้ย
How many times have we seen these players clutch?
โอ้ยากว่ะทุกคน
They have it in them. They still have a paranoia as well. The haunt.
ถ้าแพ้คือต้องพลาดแบบไม่น่าให้อภัยอ่ะ
So much to clear this tree angle. The real wild card here is Tex.
โอ้แต่ของเยอะจัด
But he hasn't set it up.
ยังเหลือพี่เรียนอยู่กูยังตีว่าสู้ได้อยู่
He was playing back, so didn't get into a position to try to situate it, but you'd love to have that at the back of sight towards drop. Meanwhile,
โอ้โหเหลี่ยมปืนยังไม่เห็นเลยอู้ยเอาว่ะ
forward, Boo able to find the first, but
คมไม่
Aspas
สัตว์
clean tap takes down Rienz. Boo has to do it all again. The time is just not going to be on his side. They dance around his shots. It's 14-14 MIBR. Still in this fight.
Yeah, it's their turn this time to just hold the W key for a bit, go for those opening kills, win the battle at B main, and then use that extra player that they have to kind of work the map a little bit. Delayed push towards an identification of the util, but they're able to clear Benji Fishy out. Just a trade. Mazzino giving his life to tee up Aspas. Allows him get some big kills in that round. 22 on the duelist for MIBR Los. Slower push this time, but C being identified. Bruno has to get the heck out of there.
Now the TP ready. Makes his exit. Orb going to be grabbed by Woot. 2 charges from having a showstopper online. Aspas, though, so far forward. Ready to intercept and catch Koshmaris, who's completely unawares of this. And the dash forward, though, and Aspas delivers himself unto death, as Boo will quickly strike him down. A duel is dead on either side.
Feeling invisible pressure there was Aspas. He had to get out like there was going to be another layer behind Koshmaris. Wasn't anything. So that at least evens it up for Heretics. Now they're going to be taking their time a bit. Look at Mazzino here. Just going to be hiding right around the corner.
อ้าวไอสัตว์กูคนเดียวฮัลโหล
Him and Tex trying to use that.
เฮียเขาตีกันช้ามากเลยเฮียเขาเดินคอนแทคเมื่อกี้แฟตปาตัดได้แต่ว่ามันกลับไม่ได้นี่ถือว่าไม่คุ้มนะสำหรับผมอะขอบคุณน้องหมอครับที่บอกปิดใหม่เป็นนายแค่ไหนวะเนี่ยผมจามครับจามผมชอบปิดใหม่
Haunt as well.
Boombot going to lead the way. The Haunt going to be cleared out. And Woot splash packs up on top of the box, is able to find Zekin. And that's that nade that could have critically delayed and denied this plant from coming in out of the equation completely.
โอ้โหรีเทคยากนะ
Back, go for the reload. Haunt over the top as Tex tries to go.
เอาไม่มีใครยิง
It's going to be revealed. They have him lined up, but he's only able to collect the one
โอ้
kill.
พี่เรียนแม่งของจริง
Will mow down the remaining 2.
อย่าปืนทองมาเลยครับปืนทองมาเลย
To map point.
Another
เอาไว้แบร์จะโดนวะ
of a round. But when it comes to parity, that's when MIB
เฮ้ยอะไรไวเปอร์ V4 ป่ะใช่ป่ะ V4 ใช่ไหมที่
but with so much util still in the bank.
ลายแบบลายงูเหลือมอะลายงูขาวอะ
about that high-low setup. There's just too much to
ดีป่ะวะ
identify it and deal with it.
มันก็เทคโนโลยีไม่น่าต่างกับตัว
Able to get up
V3
on
อะไร
the
นี้มากปะ
box. There just isn't enough left
เฮ้ย
in the tank.
เฮียไฟดับ
Gonna need to go huge here. Send us
เหมือนมีเสียงอะไร
another
ระเบิดเลยเมื่อ
reset.
กี้
That's
แต่
a spot
คอม
out
กู
in
ไม่ดับ
Inferno.
อะไรวะ
So
ไฟไม่ได้มันอะไรวะ
Aspas diving in. There's gonna be
เหมือนไฟ
some
ตก
damage
อะทุกคน
free relatively.
แต่ว่า
Paranoia
ขอ
is
ดู
going
ค
to
วาม
be
ก่อน
exchanged. In the end, I mean, it's a stalemate. It's one that Heretics
เหมือนหม้อ
still
แปลงตรงไหน
benefit
ระเบิด
from.
สักที่นึงอะไฟปุ๊บมันก็ไฟดับเลย แต่ว่าคอมผมไม่ได้ดับอะ
Maintain their positions.
มีคอมอย่างเดียวที่ติด
Now
อยู่
the
ครับ
scale forward going to be attempted second. Trying to just flush Woot out of this position, and you absolutely need
โอ้
to.
โหเฮียยิงยาก
Eventually will be found. 3 players on either side of Rien's. The first to arrive on the scene. Goes for the peek, looks for the kill, can't quite find it. Now we'll have to backpedal away, wait for his reinforcements to come
วาง
through.
วางหนึ่งยิงหนึ่ง
Beckett's gonna
ได้
be
อัน
one
ติ
away
ครับ
from a showstopper after this plan.
สู้ในบอมแล้วอย่างนี้สู้ในบอมแล้ว
One more kill. That could be the difference maker that
มีส
sends
ตัน
us
เหลืออยู่
into
ครับ
that
ส
next
ตันมีจับ
reset.
เหลือมีฮันเหลือโอ้ยของเยอะอยู่
Got a little bit to work with here. Kashmar still has the relay bolt.
จับกันไม่เหลือเลยแล้วครับไม่เหลือของแล้ว
Haunt available.
อืมกินพื้นที่แล้วครับ
And no one spotted so far. Sees into the back, gonna be dodged. Second turns away at the worst possible moment though. And Kashmir just barrel stuffs him from behind. The defuse is now being stuck. They have to scale forward. Bruno dead. The round. It's gonna be over. They just stick it to completion, and Heretics gotta be wondering how in the hell they got
เจ๊
away
เก่งขนาดนั้นเลยทำไมวะ
16 of 14. This low
อีกแล้วระเบิดอีกแล้วเหรอ
pick, it goes their
เสียงอยู่ไกล
way.
ว่ะ
But good
เสียงอยู่
lord,
ไกล
when
อ่ะ
it
เสียงดัง
pushed.
ปุ๊บ
Yeah,
แต่ว่าอยู่
this
ไกลไม่
is
ใช่แถวเนี้ยเหมือนมันแค่แบบไฟมันตกเฉยๆแต่ว่า
the
ตรงไหนสักที่คงดับ
It didn't go great in some moments, but it was a
โอ้
lot
เสียดาย
of
ว่ะ
rounds strung together.
เมื่อกี้มันยิงหนึ่งได้มันจ่ายแน่ครับ
Narrow margins.
โอ้ยสูสีเฮียสูสีนะทุกคนไปแวะดูชัปเปอร์ก่อนไปเย้าดูชัปเปอร์ก่อนผมดูไม่ได้ว่ะผมเปิดดูเดี๋ยวผมโดนช่องผมโดนแบน ดูไม่ได้ไปตกแล้วไม่เก็บมาพี่ขอบใจนะขอไปเอาข้าวนึงนะทุกคนเดี๋ยวมานะ
Put down your baguettes and brie and get ready for game number 2, hoping for game 3. Global Esports just went to overtime but fell short. We have a very sad Pilski who is watching the Pacific get bodied. Pilski, we need to see a little bit of resurgence right now. We saw the players coming out, smiles on their faces on the stage. They look unfazed despite a very narrow loss at the end of the last game.
I thought it was a winnable game. I thought that they played quite decently. And as I said before, I don't think that they're going to be upset that Split has made it in the veto. They have played a lot of this map. They know their way around it well. So I'm sure they know that all gamers are great at it as well, but they're not going to feel like this is an unwinnable series.
Athena, you were saying, though, AGAL picked Split for a reason. You've seen this team go here in the past. Why are they strong in this map?
I mean, they're just so good. I feel like their defensive side, the aggression that they use, especially with Kira, has been really good. I feel like they fall back on time. Their setups in the mid rounds are really good. I feel like we saw a little bit of that on that Sunset as well, just making sure they're gambling a lot of the right sides. And as well, on their attack, they've been absolutely phenomenal. And I think this team just in general, when you can take Heretics on in this map and win, it really speaks a lot.
I feel like we've seen nothing but Ascent, Lotus, and Breeze on this stage until this series.
Yeah.
Why is Split not in everyone else's, I guess, top 3 of choices?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. You see a lot of it in Pacific. I'm honestly sick to death of seeing Split, but I guess maybe some of the other regions outside of Asia are a little bit scared of playing it. It's, some tight corners.
We
and
see it a
like
bit
that.
in America.
The judges might make you a little bit upset. If you're soft, you might not play something like that. But in Pacific, we're playing that all the time.
ดูเว็บมันได้ไหมวะ
Yeah, we do. I was looking at
เราแอบเล่นแง่ดูเว็บปะ
that was also an OT. We had an OT on both of the stages, and Heretics won on the A stream. That was a gigabanger.
Reminder, we are also continuing group stages on Tuesday, as we'll have our final deciders moving forward. Today, we're sending 2 more teams into our playoff bracket. 2 more teams will be sent packing, joining our 2 squads that went out yesterday. The big surprise of the tournament, Paper Rex out already after multiple second places and always looking to be in contention for a grand final. They were eliminated by Carmine Corps. We could see up to 3 French squads represented, or 3 French orgs here in Paris. And if you just watched recent events, Athena, this place is going to be taken over by fans.
Oh, yeah. First of all, the arena is insane. I've seen the stage being set up with all the seats for the crowds. If that fills up, the sound in here is going to be insane, especially if those French teams take the stage. The cheers are going to evaporate into this huge arena, and it's going to be kind of wild. And I think as well, too, I'm really excited to see the baguettes coming in.
Yeah, all the baguettes.
You're a big fan.
I love baguettes.
I've seen you eat many.
He brings them in every morning.
If you don't have a fresh baguette, you're doing it wrong. Like, if you're eating yesterday's baguette, you're really doing it wrong. Let's talk a little bit about our teams, as we still have a bit of a delay on this stage. If we can get a camera on a few of the players, I'd like to highlight the potential stars. Who here from AGAL is breaking out from the Chinese region to really showcase their skill at a global level? Because like you said, they're playing at the same time as Pacific. A lot of people may be tuning into one stream and not the other. This is their time to meet these guys.
Yeah, I think
ขอบคุณครับเฮ้ย
for me,
การสตรีมหมอ
it's not like a story of one player. I think they play quite a good, well-rounded game, and they have a lot of different people that they can lean on. Maybe that leads you in a direction where you get some inconsistencies from some of the individuals, and you might not get the results that you want. But I think multiple players could step up. They do like to swap around the duelist role a lot. I love what I see from Fangir, especially at the start of the year. I felt like he was kind of carrying this team a little bit, but as we've gone deeper into the year, and AG have continued to put together pretty respectable results, both domestically and internationally, quite honestly, I think that this team is extremely well-rounded and everyone can pull their weight.
Athena, what did you like in-game from this squad? Who has a strong role on this team?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Shrimp every single time. I feel like when I see him using his initiator util, it's been phenomenal. He also puts up the frags behind it. And I think for Shrimp, too, he's actually not IGLing regardless of being the initiator. It's actually Kira, which is their duelist. So it's insane that Kira is also able to IGL and play duelist. That's actually one of the hardest combinations to do when it comes to Valorant, because you're constantly trying to call for everyone to set you up, and you're also engaging in the fire, engaging in the fight in the middle of it, and you're also trying to make calls for the rest of your team. It makes sense why all gamers are super aggressive in the server, though, because Kira tends to do a really good job at taking a lot of that space.
Pilsky, do you like the idea of the tip of your spear also being the shot caller?
In other games, yes. Like, I think traditionally in TAC FPS, you see plenty of good examples of it, especially if, you have someone who's weaker individually. A lot of the time, they will go ahead and maybe get in on the entry. And if they die, they make space for someone, they set themselves up, and then they can see everybody in the post plant because they're already dead there. I mean, in CS, there's plenty of examples of that. In Valorant, duelists are meant to get kills. They have abilities to get kills, so I'm not really as much of a fan of it, actually. But if it works for all gamers, then it works.
Kira on that raise is going to be my player to watch. Fangir's going to go over to the Jet. On the other side, we have a Jet in the hands of Autumn, and Udutan is going to be rocking the raise. Whose comp are we liking more? Is the difference is really just the sky, right?
Yeah, I think here I like to see the Fade a lot more. Patman on the Fade, sorry, he's been really good. But I do want to talk about Shrimp on the Sky, because actually something fun that they like to do on this map is they do tend to do a lot of 4-1s on their attack side. They actually leave Shrimp to be that one. They leave that initiator on the sky, getting all that information, with the dog, with those flashes. A lot of the time he also has these really good catches on the rotators as well. So for me, I'm still looking at the Fade. I think just as a character, a lot stronger. No flashes though on the side of GE.
สกายก็แบบมันส่วนของได้แฟลชส่วนออกเฮเว่นได้แฟลชไฟจังหวะได้อะไรเงี้ยมันก็มีจังหวะให้เล่นสกายใช้เป็นประโยชน์นะวิธีการเล่นมันไม่เหมือนกันตอนนี้ที่เราเล่นต่างกัน
I like the Sky though better, honestly, in this comp with the raised jet. I think there's plenty of examples, particularly in Pacific, where the burstiness you have of a guiding light rather than a prowler that takes about 10 business days to get into the site is actually, you know, a little bit better in a lot of examples, but only if you're fast enough to play around it well.
นี่เหลือใครล่ะเหลือ3คนที่เหลือชาวี่เหลือคริสตัลแล้วก็เหลือแฮมเมนที่ว่าเป็นข้อคอรหาแล้วก็ประตูอีกคนนึงผมว่าประตูอีกคนประตูน่าจะเข้ากับแฮมเมน
This will also be an additional $25,000 if you win this game for AGAL, as they'll be guaranteed at least 9 through 12. A big game for both these squads, and we are just moments away from jumping in. Pilski, if you are just tuning in to Valorant for the first time, you've been working all weekend. What did they miss, and what are you about to see?
You miss Global Esports maybe not having the best start to their group, kind of getting battered around a bit by an MRBR that are actually playing over on the A stream and have lost their first map here at EWC. AG, I think it's quite the opposite. They had a game that was well and truly winnable for them, and now they're looking for recovery here, and they've already picked up the first map. So let's see if they can try to capitalize on that and win this series on one of their most comfortable maps here.
And now jumping into
มึงวอร์มอะไรวอร์มดาวเหรอ
comfortable map,
มึงใช้ข้อวอร์มเหมือนแบบวอร์มก่อนเล่น
AG, they're starting on that
มันอยู่ที่มึงเว้ย มาโซ่มึงกล้ามเนื้อมือมึงกล้ามเนื้อนิ้วมึงแขนมึงไม่เหมือนกูความล้าสมองก็ไม่เท่ากันมึงจะมาถามคนอื่นไม่ได้
They're starting with some sort of mid default, that dark cover going in, the flash, the paranoia coming back out, baiting that out from the Omen is insane, but you've spent those nades to get that.
Good stuff. AG baiting out
หนังนี้กอดใครนาไหมกอดกัน
Now GE will have to reset a little bit as this round drags on. AG, very similar to what we saw on Sunset. It is a very slow attacking side here. Trailblazer goes into the A site once again, causing a little bit of pressure. Fangir gets caught there by the C's, but Autumn, this is an excellent timing indeed. Two players not even looking at him. Spike dropped, and he's not going to need to hang around for too much longer. All gamers now throwing caution to the wind. Kira straight through the middle of the map, picks up Udatan, and they're looking to pick up the pace into the B site. They're very well aware that Autumn is still inside a B main, and that's something that they're going to kind of deal with later. Kick that can down the road, so to speak. Good timing for Patman to give GE the man advantage, and this is looking a little too messy here for an All Gamers who, for the second time, have got caught off. Harvey from Sewers does get an additional peek. Order finally cleaned up, though. Fangir could be the difference maker here.
2v2, the players are trying to keep that side. They know there's a player in heaven, though. Constantly spotting for it. I say that, but they didn't actually see him. Patman now has that haunt. It goes online. These players probably trying to play this crossfire. They have to force themselves out here. Patman and Crystal trying to scale.
Last player
Splitting up, but it actually goes well. Crystal getting the pick on Takira. Fangir with 3, but Crystal cleaning that up.
Yeah, All Gamers still keeping it very, very close, though. That is the third pistol this series for GE. It's not something they've been having trouble winning. But getting the map wins, on the other hand, so far, not so easy to come by.
Pistols have been good. I think the proactivity is so good. Again, we've seen all of the last map, so now here with the Jet, he's taken so many really well timed positions. And for all gamers, I'm questioning, they just need to be a little bit more aware of the gaps in their attack. But now,
ถ้ามันยิงได้ก็ชนะ
4 players towards this B main. Fast take, trying to get that pressure down. Javi, he's alone on this site, but Patman from heaven trying to help Fangir the peak onto Javi. And now Udo somehow getting by on the other side of the map. Fangir getting the trade onto Patman. 3v3 here. 4v3, sorry. Kira set up for this post plant.
Nice open plant there. Trailblazer into spawn side. All Gamers will follow it on in. Crystal under some pressure. Drops the snake bite to push All Gamers away. Vulnerable is GRQ, and Crystal's taken some damage, but been able to clean that one up. Autumn, 1 bullet left in the Outlaw here. It's a tentative 3-on-3. You do not want to get ecoed as GE. And it's looking more and more likely as we go deeper into this round. Autumn caught off guard as well. And Fangir, a cracker of a double entry to swing on from Shrimp. Gives All Gamers the eco win. That is crushing for GE.
GG เหมือนกันครับตอนนี้
Beautiful entry, just
ใครเชียร์ G บ้างเนี่ยตอนนี้
W
มีใคร
and
เชียร์ G
getting
บ้าง
across into sight, punishing Javi for
มีใครเชียร์ G
having
บ้างครับขอ
a
มือหน่อย
weird
ฮะ
position. I mean, he put that dark cover down after
อาจ
that
จะมีอยู่นะอาจ
paranoia
จะแบบ
towards
ชอบ
B
อุดทานอะไรอ
main,
ย่างงี้
but
ป่ะ
still was unable to hold. He just
ดูแล้ว
stood
ดู
out
แล้ว
back sight, switching from his util to his weapon, and got caught off guard. The timing here, you see that. so hard to deal with.
I mean, they just weren't ready for someone to be that confident.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're expecting people to take the normal
คนอิน
timing,
เดียก็
and
ไม่เชียร์
Old
ที
Bay is
ร
very
ออะไร
much
คนอินเดียก็ไม่เชียร์ครับ
licking the snap and sending it. And this game indeed has gone completely postal for GE. Fangir now, as the outlaw active.
มีคนรับอยู่มีคนรับเรียงมาเรียบร้อยแห้งเลยครับ แห้งเลยครับไม่รู้อยู่เยอะขนาดนี้
Little excitable, but quickly quietened by an AG who are yet again playing a pretty slow one on this end.
ไม่ผมต้องบอกเฉยๆเพราะเดี๋ยวคุณแอลงงว่าของออกมาแล้วหรือยังหรือแบบอะไรเงี้ยเดี๋ยวรอเผื่อรอรับของเดี๋ยวมันไม่ถึงสักที
Yeah, he's leaving the server, some would say. Shrimp, he is look on that spray looking like a shell of his former self, you might say. Kira's also caught one. I don't want to have anything for him, and it's looking pretty good for all gamers, quite honestly. Walking straight into an open A site. Shrimp has only lost his armor, and that's pretty much all the damage that's been done by GE here.
Yeah, just playing it slow. No way that GE is going to do something. Maybe a little bit desperate.
Shadows traveling.
Shutting that down. But again, man, that second round was insane from all gamers. I really like the speed up, the change of pacing. Those are the kinds of rounds that I really like to see.
Well, that's the thing about all gamers is just like, at least at the start of the year, they run through VCTCN.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Kira's sending it.
กลับมาสู้จริงไม่ได้จริงผมรู้ความจริงผมว่าผมรู้เลย
Was dominated by Fangir in some of the games. Like, he's the
ดูความ
memorable
จริงเมื่อวาน
player
ก็
for
คือ
me.
แบบ
Speaking of which, that's one to forget. A little bit of damage being done here by Harvey, who's been a nuisance on spawn side. All game are no longer really interested in trying to hunt him down, although she wouldn't mind an extra one towards the Seekers. I don't think that's going to be happening. But yeah, I've been really surprised with how well-rounded all gamers are, to be honest, because I only really remember, you know, watching a few of all gamers games, quite honestly, and they were big games from Fangir, and I was thinking, yeah, this is just yet another import coming into VCTCN and hard carrying one of the teams. But it's quite the opposite, you know. Watching him play here, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing. Yes, Fangir is unreal, and that second round is a perfect example of why. But they've got plenty of substance to back up.
Yeah, I think they've done such a good job as well at adapting, making sure they're fixing a lot of their issues, fixing the fundamental mistakes that they did make when they were playing in that stage 1 in VCT. But now a super quick round here, that rocket online. Kira and Fangir pushing all the way into B heaven, trying to find one. Paranoia behind what? Oh my god, I can't speak by Harvey.
รู้อยู่หลังบอมครับรู้แล้วโดนบี้ครับ
Autumn under pressure now in the back of the side. Kira has found Crystal in the meantime. Uditan fighting hard from Heaven's side, hand in hand with Patman. It's a 2-on-3 here. Spike has been dropped. Bai is up close in a pretty cheeky position, ready to swing out off the contact. GRQ in with the backstab, and that's what I was talking about. Perfect timing from Bai as soon as Patman makes contact with his teammate, and that is a round for all gamers.
God, I really like this speed up, the change of pacing, and they've kept GE on their toes now. They have no idea how they're going to play this next round. And it's so nice to see. I really like this duo too, the duelist duo of Kira and Fangir. They're so good at keeping up the space together. The util there as well to follow up.
That showstopper is perfection. I mean, it
แล้ว
just
ฟอกต้
shows
มทา
how
วีบ่อยนะ
confident
ถ้าทาวีแบบว่าตัว
your
ตั้งตัว
race
ตีจริง
player
นะ
is,
โอ้โห
because
เสียใจจัง
yes, okay, you're shooting where the paranoia is coming from, but it's a multi-layered thing. Not only does he shoot his showstopper, but he also saves his own life because the momentum of the ult puts him into a safer position until the paranoia elapses. So it's kind of just a win-win. And that's kind of the difference between just playing Raze and looking like a bit of an idiot fumbling your satchels and really being one of the better Raze players in the world.
มันเจอจีนมันโหดแล้ว
Thrifty here on the side of Global Esports. They have that rocket online, but not really using two expended. It's instead a triple setup towards this B main. The paranoia is going to come in, but a little bit too late because Fangir, he's already made his way completely out of danger. These 4 players now leaving one.
Yeah. Leave the outlaw over on the extremity. Continue to apply pressure and keep GE honest.
วางเป้าดีกว่ายิง
Just
ไม่ทัน
going to throw out a dark cover, and you know they put a band-aid over there, a little bit of tape, and they've said, "Don't worry about B. That's
เซตอัพ
totally
กลางครับ
fine."
ตีว่ะ
AG also not worried about B. Straight into the A site yet again here. This is looking like a bit of a trend
ไม่รู้
in
เหมือน
the
กัน
mid
น่า
round
มัน
against the
28
anti-ecos.
29แล้ว
I'd love a late
ไม่
round
รู้เหมือนกัน
stack from GE, maybe later on in the half if they end up on another one.
Set up for a nice
This is
close plant here. They're aware that heaven is open. Fangir is going to hear all that noise actually from spawn. But the crossfire here. So much util being used. They're re-clearing the same main. Fangir's playing far back, but not far enough. He gets picked off right away. That's just an outlaw, though. 4 players still set up really nicely on site. They don't really have an exit strategy just yet. Kira able to get the pick off on Udotan. Another pick from GRQ. They're just playing their exit style side of GE.
That's the outlaw from Harvey. Bandit not as effective, and AG exiting the site here. Over towards Heaven side.
รออยู่แล้วเรียบร้อย
Get the peek out here. Shrimp does go down. He already has his ultimate, and actually Kira is the player you would want picking up that pick because he needs to build himself up another showstopper.
Yeah, 2 so early on in this half would be insane. I think he's like 3 away. But now, 2 weapons saved for the side of All Gamers. They did drop 3, a little bit expensive, but they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to buy that next round. And an all-gun round here. Online for this next round. The last time, All Gamers, they just sent it. Full sent it. They had so much stuff to go with it. The ults. But they have to deal with this operator. Both sides, Autumn, picking towards B main. Getting flashed off the line. Javi is deposited, though. He's going to get the pick onto Kira. TPing out. That's a really nice numbers game here for Global Esports.
That's a little bit more like it from Javi. He can be an impactful player even after a quiet first map. It's Global Esports, the player advantage here. Swing out from Patman in the 5-on-4 is probably not what you would be looking for, but he is always looking to be confident and try to take over the game, advantage or not. There's the pick from Fang. Despite the great start for Global Esports, in the mid-round they are being punished for pushing the issue a little bit too much.
Overextending.
โอ้แม่งยิงปุ๊บแม่งฟรีค่าที่ปุ๊บแม่งช้าลงครับ
You can't blame Crystal. Just holding an angle, being unaware that the op is about to peek him, and
เล่นสไตล์อย่างนี้ต้องเจอพวกเมกาครับ อ๋อเอจีน่าจะโดน เพราะพวกเมกามันดันสวนครับ
The Omen ult to go on site. The rocket coming in. Udo punishes. Gets that trade. Javi left an elbow using the paranoia, trying to scramble, trying to get one Fanger off, and he's blind, but GRQ with the trade. 2v1 on him with an op.
Over on Heaven's side. Mistake there from Bai. That's a freebie, but position confirmed now. This is not an easy 1v1 for the operator. GRQ inside of the dark cover. Creeping around the side. This is patience from Autumn. Scoped in now, but GRQ is a little quicker. And that is around GE. Very much needed. It started well for them, but denied by All Gamers, who move up 5-1.
That was such a nice round. So close from both sides too. Esports though once again falling into this punishment where they give All Gamers the numbers. Constantly peeking. This first kill was really nice. Javi getting that pick, falling back. They had the numbers. Everything made a lot of sense for them. But then just giving it up, and All Gamers really well done too to speed up, make sure they're using those picks. The knives actually popped though for Autumn towards mid.
Nice pick on Department. Going down early in the piece yet again here. He's maybe spent too much time with Paper X, and if this keeps going the same direction, he's going to be spending some more time with them. Autumn, that's a nice double up. Could be the difference maker here. Instant reply from Fangir. Paranoia pushes them away from the spike, but GRQ will get his hands on it nonetheless. Just waiting in the corner is Udotan. Doesn't seem like All Gamers are cognizant of the fact that he is in that corner, but can Bai spot him out here? It's a little bit of an awkward situation. Udo, how is your trigger discipline here, my friend? It's looking pretty good to me. And finally, GE in a winning position now. Spike dropped in the middle of the map. Fangir very low on HP, peppered up by Harvey. And I'm sure All Gamers, with the op thrown away, should have no business winning this round. Fangir's been magical so far. Got his hands on a Sheriff. 30 seconds on the clock. This would be an outrageous round for GE to let slip through their fingers. Orbs up. There's just no way in hell.
Yeah, they're split up though. Kind of scary. Crystal playing that close angle. Fangir is going to hear that snake bite coming in from close. Falling a bit back now. Playing it a little bit safer as the time runs out. Fangir probably could have saved that operator. But it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't get into the hands of GE, they're still able to buy that next round. Spots Crystal, unable to get it. And a thrifty from GE. Autumn, lovely with the knives.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Bit of a mid-walk, GE taking a risk. And despite Patman going down to the operator, which continues to give GE some problems, they find themselves in a position on Yuditan here to be a bit of a difference maker. We've got a timeout now for things to be discussed a little bit more.
Timeout actually coming in from the side of all gamers. After that round, they're going to be really irritated, wondering what went wrong, but obviously just not clearing those close angles after getting initially those picks. Autumn obviously pushing all the way down. That confidence. It's nice to see GE still having it. Yes, it was a thrifty. Yes, they usually like to go for something somewhat aggressive, but still the confidence is there to bring it back into this map, and I think that's really nice.
Oh, well, a pistol round and a win on a thrifty does not half make, though. You're going to have to see some substance on the gun rounds here sooner rather than later for Global Esports. It's not like they haven't been given a couple of opportunities and a couple of picks in some of these rounds, but as we've kind of mentioned, this is very comfortable territory for an All Gamers who have already won the first map. And so far, this attacking side has been pretty faultless, but this could be a big opportunity for GE. Money is finally looking a little weaker, and if GE, after flipping the economy a little bit with those pistols, can win this round and capitalize, this could really change up the trajectory of this game. Same setup we've seen from GE before. Harvey TPing into the corner, but All Gamers are not interested.
Op setup on that B line, though. Lots of good information. They're going to keep walking up. Might just catch off GRQ here. He's holding, though. He's aware there might be something aggressive going on. He's about to come in. Autumn picking off GRQ, and now they have the numbers advantage here. They just need to keep it clean. Make sure they're not getting picked off. But trying to find one with the op. Not going to give it to him, though, because this player's playing on site on Crystal.
Yeah, smokes are down here for All Gamers, so that's a bit troublesome. What I can say, though, is if Bai can get onto that site and actually earn himself the pit, put it down, then that might just remedy the situation. It's a contact approach here for an All Gamers who were initially letting the operator lead the way, but now they're grouping up towards a ramp. GE quite happy to play the numbers. They've got the Nightfall to lean on in the retake.
Retake could be online. Patman playing in that spawn. We have 3 players already over here. Cured, though, trying to go for something aggressive. Vangear gets punished through that orb by Patman. Crystal on site. Bai gets one. Crystal gets another. Javi, the pit actually spent. And now, pushing towards it. Kira with 2. 5 HP left. 2v1, though. 16 seconds on the clock. He has the rocket online, trying to go for one. Udo not going to give it to him. The flank from Autumn, going to catch him off guard. The spike might be able to be planted. 5 HP and Autumn gets that kill.
It's a big round for GE to win. Money not great on the side of All Gamers, but I don't think that the going gets any easier for a GE who only get through this round with 2 weapons. One of them will be the operator. My big concern lies in the fact that All Gamers have a lot of ultimates coming into this next one. Bladestorm, Showstopper, and a Viper. It's a round that, a Viper roll rather. It's a round that really kind of plays itself sometimes. Open up with the rocket and then put the pit down. And Bob's your uncle.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is more of the playstyle that I like to see from GE. Getting aggressive in that first early round.
What a pit. Honestly, we saw the greatest Viper utility in that round. The snake bite from the defense went into Narnia. And then the pit just goes nowhere.
I know. That's why I heard the voice line. I'm like, there's no way that was spent there. But a fast start here for All Gamers. 5 steps towards this B. They're trying to punish any push. They realize the op isn't here. And full sent it into an execute on site. Avi, Batman, really nice crossfire. Bai gets the pick. The rocket is spent. Trading. Bai, though. 2v2.
Yeah, I feel like GE may have overcooked a little bit, but with both of the players in some pretty good positions, then they could definitely pick up the pieces rather. And there you go. Crystal will do exactly that. From the backside of the pillar, very steady there. He had ordered to back him in from Heaven's side, and All Gamers trying to be a little bit dangerous, chucking a couple of ults on into that one, but not walking away with the round.
GE all of a sudden online, understanding how they want to play their defensive side. They've been snowballing these rounds now. And it's looking really nice. I'm really enjoying the way that they're playing this. And of course, Bai delaying for so long on site, doing a good job. Him and Javi and Patman cross-firing on B. It's just made so much sense, and now they're setting up Autumn for success towards that A main. But the players and all gamers, rough by, just the Guardian, 2 stingers.
Tried to force into that last one. Autumn's got on this deep A info line. Crystal trying to zone all gamers away. GE well and truly aware that they're in the middle of the map. In goes the Cloudburst. It's actually a fake dash in from Fangir. And then his Cloudburst I thought was going to be used against him. Patman activating into ropes, and it's a huge crunch there from GE. Great reaction.
What a beautiful collapse. So quick to make sure that these players don't get all that space towards Heaven. And Javi just sitting on site, aware in Heaven that they can't be pushed up. And now GRQ just going to try to get one. He might meet Autumn here, but Autumn hears him running around. The pick onto GRQ. Man, this is looking so good for GE. This next gun round, though, it's going to be a really big telltale if all gamers can figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, I think both of these maps have been pretty tight, honestly. I don't think either one of these teams, it could kind of be a weird situation. Like, you think regionally, playing against a team that you haven't really played before, the veto can get a little bit weird sometimes. But I think both of these teams kind of ended up with maps that they were quite comfortable on. All gamers for sure knew their way around Sunset, despite not playing it in a while. And like I said, I mean, credit to all gamers for backing themselves. You've got to be confident on one of your best maps. But like I said, GE have been playing this map since, every iteration of this current roster, going back to the start of last year, has loved this map. Autumn on this deep A info line. Has a little bit of a greeting with Bai there, but it's not for too long.
Flash into Heaven, pushing Crystal off the angle, but still, that operator from Autumn going to push all the way up. But these 4 players from All Gamers are falling back. They're trying to crunch onto him. The jump peak, not going to be able to get him, and Autumn being pushed back. That rope is going to be heard. The satchels, the follow-up! But Kira unable to get the pick. Patman, beautiful support onto his duelist, and now... The opening, it's gone. Fangir trying to get into A Heaven, trying to get anything, but they're not going to give it to him.
Yeah, it's going nowhere fast. Just a sliver of a timing there for all gamers, but Patman says, please come into my loving arms. I've got you, bro. Off angle from Crystal is phenomenal. All over that one after a bit of a mess in a similar position. And Patman, he has read this to a T. Easy one onto Fangir. And all gamers stuck up inside of B Heaven. Harvey from a nice off angle there. Takes a chunk out of Shrimp.
ที่ยังมีทั้งเซคันด์แกนปาร์อยู่ด้วยกัน
really
นะครับ
left
ส่ง
to
ไม่
work
มี
with.
สิ
Can't heal
แม่ง
himself.
ตัวแบกทั้
He's
งคู่
hurt
นะ
the
เว้ย
rope. And Patman will swing him regardless
Ủa,
there.
nhưng
Not
nó
necessary, but he's here to send a message, as he often is. Patman is the epitome of confidence, and I think that's the perfect example of it.
He's been playing phenomenal. I think, the power of friendship, holding your friend's hand as they're trying to run away.
See, that's what he learnt in Paper X.
Yes.
They always say that, you know? And then some things happened. I won't get into it.
เอาจริงอ่ะ อยากให้ลองซื้อตัวแบ่งของซุนดาโรมาดมดู
Trying to follow up. I really like the confidence from Kira, at least to try to satchel and chase. I think that was a good call, but they just weren't ready, and the Viper wall didn't go up in time
สู้
either.
แบนใหญ่ได้เลย
And now, gun round once again. Last round of this half, trying to get it online. 5 rounds is pretty good for your attack side, but you definitely want to try to get that one more. Just the Seekers
ข้าวหมูทอด
and the Omen online for all gamers. But Udo, he has that rocket. Autumn, beautiful positioning down mid.
It's a cheeky off angle. And Autumn has seen one of those before back home for sure. Not too worrisome for him. And a little dink from Patman.
การได้เจ็ดดี
On to Fangir,
กันได้
who's trying to walk out A made here with Bai.
โอ้ยากยิง
By
มาก
the seas. You can't blame Patman for trying to
เรียบร้อย
capitalize,
ครับ
but that's where Fangir will rip the
บอ
map
มแต
wide
ก
open. It's not really super clear about how AG are going to put the pieces together here, but that is exactly it. Spike passed over to GRQ, and he's going to TP over towards A. Seeker's coming out as well here. AG very much trying to feel this one out.
เราเดทแบบ
Getting
ตุ๋ย
that
จัง
spike down, but the Seekers is going to catch Autumn. Bai also turning around, looking at the right time. Udo going with that rocket. Going to pick off Shrimp. That's a big pick. 4v3 now, but Kira, he's all the way on an island towards the late flank. He has to speed up because these players, they're starting their retake elbow. Paranoia coming out. Fangir with a pick. All of a sudden the trades are down for all gamers. And a really nice crossfire onto site.
Yeah, for sure. I think some great off angles being played there by all gamers and a great paranoia timing out of elbow. Gave GE too much to deal
จับ
with,
เขาได้ไงอยากยิงเขา
despite being a
เขาส
little
วนมา
bit
เม็ด
disjointed.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Very impressive at how quickly they
นี่
put
เรายิง
that
ไว
round
มากครับเมื่อกี้
together.
แฟนเจียบอกว่า
That was 2 players caught by
Fancy
a
น่าโดนจับ
season
คู่
A
นะ
man.
เมื่อ
You
กี้
get a pick on the A side of the map. The rest of the team are in completely different postcodes. But passing that spike over to the Omen who has the ult available really helped them streamline and put that together. Similar to Sunset, there really is not too much separating these two teams as we head into the second half.
Yeah, all gamers really good at punishing the second that they get that first pick. It's been really nice to see Patman obviously exuding confidence, maybe a little bit too much in that last round, going for that 1v1.
Yep.
The siege was there, but still, it's risky, especially when you know that you have no players around you to support.
Yeah, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I think for Patman, that kind of experience is not really going to sway him too much. He's just going to keep doing what he always does.
I think it makes sense, though, because if he doesn't do that one round where he got that 3K supported autumn on his fallback,
ถ้าไม่ได้ฟุกมันมีหนาวแน่
but now, this is going to be where it shows which team has done their homework, which team has done a lot with their preparation, because 6-6 pistol is going to be super important. Global Esports, they've been really successful with their pistols. They lost that second round earlier in this game. And whoever wants to get ahead and just start to snowball for the second half, it's going to be so important.
Yeah, for all gamers, would love to just close out this series that has been pretty strugglesome for them so far. Sunset was not a slam dunk by any stretch of the imagination, and Split is heading in much the same direction. One of the teams that will probably have some pretty good representation across some of the other games here at EWC. Their Crossfire team's pretty good. That's what I've been told a few times.
Yeah.
Can't say I've ever watched a game of Crossfire before, but that's
ต้องไล่พก
what
ก่อน
I
ครับ
heard on the
ดู
grapevine.
สี
I'm really looking at all gamers here because I hyped them up
เหมือนยังไม่
a little
ได้
bit
คอมมิต
too
เอ
much,
นะ
I think,
มีคนไป
at
โค
the
ทางอื่น
beginning
แล้ว
of this matchup. They've won this map every single time they've played it in the qualifiers, and so far the 6-6 scoreline, it's not convincing me, just showing me that these teams are really neck to neck.
That's what I was saying.
I wasn't convinced, but hey,
There wasn't
Global
much to be
Esports.
to convince by it, to
True.
be fair.
That's true.
เหยียดร้อย
GE
เคลียร์แล้วค
now
รับ
on the attacking
รู้แล้วทาง
side.
อื่นโดน
Straight up the guts. Fangir, not the player that you want to be seeing on the
อุ้ย
other
ถอย
side
เหรอ
of that one. He's going to join up with GRQ
ถอยเหรอก็ถอ
on
ย
this
วะ
B side, and they'll just play
จิบ
retake
หาย
here.
แล้วครับ
All of all gamers
AG
have very
ทิ้ง
quickly
บอมเลยครับ
mobilized.
RGX
They're going to retake B heaven control and make this a little bit easier to
เฮ้ยอะไร
digest
อ่ะ
here if possible. Satchel out. They want to clear middle. GE haven't put that spike down. Nice right click from Harvey to start things off. By with the quick entry.
ได้อยู่
But GE
แฟ
are
นเจีย
starting
เจ็บ
to
สับเลยครับ
punish some of this flood from AG. Spike hasn't even gone down yet. Patman finally putting that down as GE
นี่
have got
แต่
themselves a
คน
man
แม่งรีเทค
advantage.
ยากแล้ววะ
The heal,
ผมว่าไม่น่าทิ้งบอมเลยเว้ย
building up his team. 3 players though.
ราคาที่ต้องจ่ายคือวินหนึ่ง
The
วินครับ
spam through the smoke
พวกแม่ง
on
น่า
the
สู้สุดแล้ว
Hobby. That's gonna be annoying. Udo is
อย่างน้อย
right
ตัดเจ็บได้
below
จะ
this
ตัดแบบ
rope.
สู้ตาย
They're
เลยอะ
looking
ดีก
to
ว่า
drop with those nades. The flash
เขาน่าจะ
finally
กลัวโดน
online
ลุม
for
ตาย
sure.
ฟรีอะ
Uses it. Drops. Spots. Udo unable to get anything.
ว้าว
Fangir with 3.
What?
The beautiful shot onto Crystal, and all of a sudden this round has flipped on its head.
Oh, just all it took there from all gamers, really.
โอเคกูผิดเอง งั้นมึงรีเทค
Utah
ได้
under the rope,
ถ้ามึงยิง
needed
อย่าง
to
เงี้ย
at least take one with him and make all gamers' life a little bit more difficult from that. All coming from the same angle.
คือ
But
จีเป็นไรอะ
Fangir has yet again, in a pistol round, done something illegal. 3K from him, that spam kill onto Harvey. Honestly, just brings tears to your eyes. You're hoping for a third map.
Oh, that was like the last bullet too. He's just spamming, and just the bullet as he's turning away gets the kill.
It's rough. All gamers will be happy with it though.
ระเบียบจีกู
Starting
พัง
off
หมด
this
แล้ว
defensive side in a good position. The first pistol they've been able to glean for themselves in this game so far.
ดิสซิปลินนะ
Lots of noise towards this B main here. The orb getting tapped. GRQ taking a nice bit of damage though. Down to 72.
GE making themselves look really scary in B. Just applying a little bit of pressure to unsettle all gamers before they go link up with Crystal, who has been chilling with his feet on the coffee table outside of A. Couple of players here for all gamers. They're just running the orb so far, really trying to min-max that showstopper as quickly as possible. Wall does get dropped, but Harvey is very much on his own there, and the rest of all gamers have arrived to the party, and it's a great time so far. GE not really getting too much done until you get a little bit of messiness from Shrimp, but one kill is not really going to trouble all gamers too much. You're happy with that anti-eco.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that for GE on that execute, nobody's just going out alone. That's a little scary for Javi. Getting out of that smoke, no one able to follow up. The explosion wasn't really there for them. Top play through that smoke just wasn't there either. I think now I'm looking at all gamers this bonus round. They've been somewhat aggressive before when they've played this. Have a good idea, good plans going into it. The full gun from GE. There are 4 players outside of this A, playing really passive, holding. This is what they did all of last map, especially anti-Thrifty. But Bai is going to be playing it safe all the way back on A side, while 4 of his players are grouped up towards mid. I say he's safe, but he jumps back into spawn, getting picked off. And Autumn, I really like that GE aren't scared to take the rest of that space. Full sight now, getting that spike down. 4 players still in mid from all gamers. It's going to take a while for them to come back to it.
Can't really feel for Bai there. I mean, he walks into traffic. The red man was very much present. So, bit of natural selection, unfortunately. As all gamers organize themselves for a little bit of a flank. Harvey, who was trying to apply some pressure to in the middle of them earlier on in the round, will get hit by the guiding light. Gonna reply with a paranoia, but that doesn't really unsettle all gamers too much. Crystal putting up the wall, zoning with the snake bite. Trailblazer and paranoia will push him back. Patman, they're aware of him in the corner here. They're going to try to push him out. Guiding light to follow up. All gamers are scaling in pretty nicely here. But the rest of GE pushing straight through that dark tunnel. And Fangir, I couldn't even tell you what he was looking at there, quite honestly. He's going to go down to the spike, and GE anti-bonus converted, but not without some losses.
Guns down. Not going to be too harsh on them. Still going to be able to full buy for that next round. GE going to be a little bit happier. Trying to understand how they want to play this map. That 4-1 tends to work for them. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more mid control here. Trying to bait out that Sky Util. I just really like the way that all gamers has been playing well together. The operator online for Fangir as well. He's been doing absolutely phenomenally this whole game. 18 and 11. The first peak, though, going to be towards that B. He's not going to do anything way too aggressive, just holding passively. And for GE, using that Prowler, getting information, but falling back towards that mid.
I mean, this has just been their MO, really. A little bit of pressure in the early round. See if AG do kind of react with anything. You were kind of pointing out some of the aggressive tendencies from all gamers at the best of times, and I think GE are kind of well aware of that. Both of these teams have been playing pretty slow on attack so far in this series, and once again, it's another 1-4 here for GE, but they might walk straight into the operator.
All gamers slow? Did we not watch the same half?
Okay, yeah, true. The first half, they were pretty good. Some of the rounds, they were slow, though.
Fangir, though, he's about to spot out these players. He's going to hear that raise. Roomba, beautiful flick onto Autumn, and now these players flooding into sight for all gamers. Ready to get the pick. GRQ getting Udo 10, shutting him down. This execute absolutely decimated. The spike has been dropped. Crystal on the other side of the map. Re-aggressing here, retaking, almost got the pick through the smoke, and Crystal all of a sudden left in a 1v4.
30 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, he was the A lurker earlier on, and they wanted to set him up for a bit of a lurk play in the mid-round, but there was no mid-round. AG passing the test nicely there. They'll go through this round with 4 guns up. GE, I don't know if their economy can really handle this here. 2 players pretty poor. I have to ask some of the other boys to help him out, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like what we've seen from them, though, is really good orb farming. Udo, one-off rocket. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get it on him. Try to do some sort of quick play off of that, or at least a pop execute. Try to get that round under their belts.
I don't think AG would be either. Be well aware that GE will want to be going for those, and this is just one of the best maps to kind of punish that guy. I mean, he's just showing off at this point.
That shot was nasty.
Very something-esque. Is not too surprising given where Fangir comes from.
Oh my god. No high five is crazy. Ah, there it is.
No high five until the game is done.
This round, though, 2 rifles. The side of GE, their economy is a little bit rough. They will be able to buy next round, though. The op still online for Fangir. He has all of B main, but these players are going super fast towards B.
Yeah, a lot of bandits in tow here. Kira made a bit of a meal of that one, but good thing Fangir is chilling on the B side. B main is dirty, though, I would assume. And so, of course, Fangir will be a little bit concerned about that.
กูทำกูไม่ยิงเลย
Reposition back to B main. Still so scared of this B heaven. But this might be the read. AG might be able to get this pick here. That's going to be so much information, especially if they see this Raze Udo walking into this crosshair. But the pick, nothing. He gets a nice tag onto Crystal. 29 HP. The execute. They're going in.
Oh, it's a good pick from Autumn. Needed to check that corner. That could have been a bit of a disaster. What a satchel from Udotan. Operator on the ground in towards spawn side, but GE not overcooking this one. They've got a lot of good ults to work with now. Showstopper on Udotan. Crystal could get the pit down if necessary. Out comes the rocket. GRQ, not even sure if he saw him in the corner there. I don't know where that page shells is going, but Bai is under a lot of pressure. And as such, will fall to Udotan, who's just cracked that round open for GE. And look at all of the guns they picked up as a result. This is massive for the attackers.
Yeah, the winning condition for all gamers there was just Fangir getting that shot off on B main. But also Kira playing so close, a little bit rough. Especially when you know that they're on that low buy, instantly getting punished. Crazy round here from GE, but I really like the reads. Definitely scary coming back into that B main. They knew the op was set up somewhere, but a nice gamble, especially because they caught off Kira.
I mean, that is a calling masterclass from Abby. They are playing a very similar comp themselves, and they know how to play around that B main operator. Something that it's been piloted many moons ago by Paper X. Batman knows his way around this comp. They know the theory and how to deal with it, and I think that's a perfect example of them just really utilizing all of the strengths of the comp that AG are trying to employ and using it against them there.
And a timeout now coming in from the side of all gamers. They're obviously going to be upset with that one. Feels a little bit like deja vu from that last map, pausing after getting thrifty.
That's a round that loses you the game.
True. And now, they've usually had a good result off of these timeouts, just knowing what they have to clean up. But GE, the confidence. I love that they're still so confident no matter what they're doing. They were down, but it didn't matter. If I'm all gamers, though, I'm not sweating too hard. I feel like their general macro on the defensive side has been working really well for them. Again, just whiffing a couple shots, but also playing a little bit too close. They didn't have time to re-clear that B heaven once they did take it with their thrifty. It's just an unknown place for them. The rotates just weren't correct. The positioning just wasn't there in time. Now we're going to see a low buy.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. Trying to min-max the money to go a little bit deeper into this game. It's still got plenty of legs in it. GE, great economy. And we were talking about how many rifles they picked up in just that round previous. 4 stack over here towards B early on. Autumn dodges the boom bot nicely. And there's no Sky there for GE. So you won't be able to get healed up as we go deeper into this round. Could see GE on the other side of things. They were looking to really punish aggression on the extremities, and this is a classic Patman move on an anti-eco just walking straight through the middle of the map.
That dog might be able to spot him out, though. Sees him in ropes. Fangir getting the pick onto Patman, and again, the punish. But these players, they're zooming into the safe side, trying to get it.
He is straight up not having a good time, bruv. Crystal gonna put the pit down. They're really trying to dig their heels in. Autumn is cripplingly low from earlier. And that's an operator going down. Showstopper going into the side. This is a pretty big fumble after a massive thrifty in just the round previous. AG take a timeout and respond with one of their own.
Beautiful timeout call. Going all the way back, getting the read as well onto Patman. They've known and they've done their homework to see that his tendencies are to walk up mid. Getting that pick was beautiful. The re-clear Shrimp, beautiful with the util as well.
I mean, I don't know, man.
คู่นี้ไปหนองชิม ส่วนคู่นี้ไป XL
someone from Pacific to question Patman. Because he's just so good, but yeah, some of the rounds this series, there's been some great ones, there's been some not so great ones, and that one was unfortunately more of the latter. All dealt with by Kira, GE. They do have a follow-up buy to this one. Autumn's found GRQ, but Kira able to safeguard ropes for the meantime. Oh my god, Patman has dodged the Trailblazer. That is perfection. Kira's found Harvey in the meanwhile. This is so disjointed from both sides, but Patman, a little bit unhappy with how that last round went, is starting to take this one over. Spike being picked up now by Crystal. As the Prowler hasn't cleared out by, that's not the timing that Patman was looking for, and now we're into a 2-on-2.
Operator with knives online for Fangir if he wants to pop those. Yop and knives. Fight potentially here because Autumn's also set up. A lot of delay. The orb. Making sure that spike gets planted and just holding this right side of heaven. They're going to be able to spot each other out. The timing on these scopes. Not seeing Jet's head. Autumn hearing those knives getting popped. A little bit spooked. Popping his. 2v2.
Oh, the drop down. Punished by Crystal and by under too much pressure there. GE able to pick themselves up another round after a little bit of an upset in the round previous. We, had some messiness, has to be said. But good recovery from GE.
You question Patman's timing. Look at that round.
That's what I'm saying. You can't question it. You can't question it because then he does this.
He dodged the dog through the smoke.
Could you ever tell him to stop? No. There is no stopping.
I mean, he wins rounds like that. I would never tell him to stop. The op online, though, for Autumn, going for an A-Heaven pick this time.
Yep.
But Fangir is actually about to peek into it.
Oh, this could be good news here for Autumn. Would be a cracker of a shot if he comes away with it, but that angle is far too favorable for Fangir. Udatan also spotted outside of A. Throws out his paint shells. He's seeing a lot of green on his screen. I'm not talking about the new Shrek movie. Shrib now finds himself a pick, but he doesn't even clock onto the fact that Harvey's just TP'd into the back of the site, which is not ideal at all. Now GE definitely have a chance in this round.
Using that smoke, that dark cover, tapping the spike, trying to find any numbers advantage, anyone giving them that peek. But of course, All Gamer is going to play with so much discipline. Autumn, Fangir, going with that op. Spotting, not going to catch anyone off guard. Nice off angle here from Patman. Now the flank.
Op being swapped over to GRQ. They're going to kick this one off with the paranoia, and Kira will almost certainly dive into the site. Harvey can't see a thing, wants to play that close angle. He's been spotted out. The Cloudburst is maybe helping him a little bit, but not enough. Patman only able to come away with one, and that is perfection for All Gamers. Man advantage, all the high percentage pieces of utility exactly where you'd want them, and as such, an easy retake. GE, I've got to be sweating now.
They got to figure out how to shut down Fangir, man. He's just been having such a good game, and he's won that op battle now 2 rounds in a row. Able to pick him off.
A timeout for GE here. Feels like we're going into the dying hours of this series unless they can show some resilience. Being a very, very back and forth game indeed against an All Gamers who look like they're in pretty good form, like game against Heretics. I felt like I was seeing some good stuff for them. We've talked about how they've been pretty good in China so far. Great kickoff and just missing out there in stage 1.
For me,
go to another international.
For me, I'm really surprised with their map pool because All Gamers have had a history of not having the deepest map pool, not the best at rounding out what they can play. But now we've seen their Sunset. We saw their Haven versus Team Heretics, which was one of those maps that we were really questioning a long time ago. And it's just so often now that we've seen their playbooks. They've done a really good job this off time when they did not qualify for Masters London. They managed to do a lot of really good work on their fundamentals, a lot of making sure they're studying and putting in the work to study and have these setups on these maps. 11-9. Kind of a weird buy. Mixed buy here on the side of Global Esports. 2 rifles. Looking a little rough.
Let's see what they can come up with. Quick one. On the line, scouted, scanned out by the Horn and pushed away by the utility. That's a decent entry on in there for GE with a 1-for-1 onto GRQ. Kira on the same line, spotted out there. The dark cover going to obscure his vision as Patman gets this spike down. Oh no, it's missed heaven. There is a bit of a gaping gap in the smokes there for GE. It's been thrown a little bit too early. Dink onto Fangir. He's lucky to be alive. I gotta be honest here. Yutatan not seen by the Boombot, but will be by the Trailblazer as he tries to zone them away with the satchels. Still a 4-on-4 here. AG really struggling to break through on this retake until Kira finds an entry. Great reply from Patman. That gives him the Nightfall, and I don't think that AG can complete this retake now. Shrimp's the only player high on HP. That's a decent angle for him to take that big, but still not good enough. One tap in reply for Patman, and Fangir will get an exit, but that's all he'll have access to. Double digits now for GE.
Fangir unable to get that first pick on B main once again. He struggled with that one angle throughout this game. GE, they're really using that to their advantage, going really quick. I really want to see them do something similar, maybe on the A side with their gun buy, because it feels like every time they're on the Thrifty, they have a lot more confidence, or at least on the weird buy. And now going into this next round, I'm really interested to see what they change up here for all gamers. Fangir, he's had success in A. He's had success towards mid. He's struggling a little bit just with that B main pick. When he falls back into sight, he manages to do a good job. But then the setup just falls apart. He's staying towards that B. They're worried they're going to do that again. But instead, it's a really fast A split.
Kira opens it up well. Yutatan down early. Autumn looking to try to follow up on the fact that they've lost the opening pick, but Shrimp has got Kira covered. Healed up in the corner despite the fact that he's vulnerable for the snake bite, and it's just not comfortable enough. Autumn, I'm surprised he comes away with that one. The satchel was definitely making him uncomfortable. GRQ smoked off for the time being. GE forced to slow this one down.
Slowing it down. Trying to see if there's any overextension here from the side of all gamers. They're not going to give it to them, though. Fangir has full mid-control. That Prowler is going to get Shrimp. Nothing too crazy. Falls. GRQ still has a Paranoia online. Patman really trying to get Shrimp to peek out of that corner. The re-clear, though, towards A Heaven is going to get delayed as Bai puts up his wall, uses that Molly as well. The snake fight. So much time wasted here. All gamers doing a good job of baiting.
They're well aware of where GE are. 30 seconds on the clock, and you're going to go around the world to beat.
30 seconds.
I mean, they were just clearing out the flank, I guess. Both teams well aware of each other's movements here. Shrimps tucked into the back of the side. It's a little bit of a messy spray, but the Paranoia looks pretty good, and all gamers peeking off the back of that. Series point for them.
From all gamers are so clean. I really like to see it off the back of those first initial peaks. I really like that they hear that satchel going fast towards A Heaven, and immediately the answer, the crossfire, Kira with that rocket, the setup as well with Shrimp, the healing through the snake bite, the satchel just to delay a little bit longer. No overextension here by Shrimp as well, enabling him to just delay for so long. Patman using all his utility to try to clear him out from sight, to try to bait some sort of peak, and it just didn't work. And now all of a sudden this last potential round, low buy, weird buy, forced buy from Global Esports.
Yeah, they're shoving their way through the middle of the map to meet up with Crystal. Yutatan is one off the showstopper, but he's lost Patman in the meantime. Straight through the snake bite. Rockets out now, but he's been plucked from the air. What a shot from Fangir. And he's hungry for more. Didn't hit that one onto Crystal. He's just sitting in the snake bite. But we'll choose to meet up with the rest of the boys. All gamers on the brink of closing this one out unless you get something outrageous from Autumn and Crystal here for Global Esports. He'll coming through from Shrimp. Warning shot from Fangir. GE just continuing to tap the spike, just praying for a mistake from all gamers, but nothing's being given here. All on the line, dealt with by Fangir.
คู่เนี่ยเมื่อวานที่บอกว่าให้เล่นคู่นี้ไว้ที่ถ้าเล่นคู่นี้นะกูบอกเลยนะเฮียกินนิ่มสัตว์เฮีย
It's a high low on one side
ไปย้อนดูได้เลย
and up on the other side
คู่นี้แม่ง AG จริงไอ้เฮีย
And it looks like he's walking in towards his death. All gamers holding the line, chipping down at him. It's a nice double, 25 seconds now. And Kira and Fangir are going to give Crystal some respect and some space to work with. If he can get the spike and get the plant down, then he will actually have a pin. This is a very winnable 1-on-4. This could be one of the best ones you've seen in quite some time. I cannot believe that shot hasn't connected from Fangir. Jump spot in from Kira. Another fake plant. He's just peppering away at him. He has to commit to the plant now, and Kira will go on in, try to cancel it, and he'll be successful. It's an anticlimactic end there for all gamers, but good enough. And GE there missing out on an opportunity to go through to that progression match, will be knocked out of EWC.
GE at least redeeming a lot of what they have, showing up really well this matchup. They just had that slow start versus MIBR and couldn't get the ball rolling, but this time they really put their all into it. But of course, 2 losses in this format and you're out. GE, they do get eliminated. Lots of stories around them, lots of interest, especially with the removal of their coach, but it doesn't matter because now they have a lot more. All gamers though, a beautiful ending here. A beautiful start, for their story for the rest of this game, the rest of this matchup. They've struggled to prove themselves. They struggled to qualify for Masters, but now they've won a game here at EWC.
GE, hello.
Thank you guys.
ดูได้นี้นิดหน่อยเหมือนเราแบบเปิดกดผิดกดผิดกดผิดนิดนึงต้องครับกดผิดครับไว้เลยเหรออยู่ไม่ไหวเอ้าเฮ้ยเก็บข้าวแบบที่ผมเคี้ยวปวดฟันเลยอะเนี่ยหมูทอดกระเทียมแม่งหมูทอดแม่งแบบแข็งแบบไอสัตว์แข็งเป็นหินเลยเท่ปวดฟันจริงดูสิรู้อะสวัสดีครับพี่แบงค์เมื่อวานวันที่1ที่ผ่านมาขอบคุณสำหรับการว้ายมึงจะโดนแบนนะกูบอกไว้ก่อนนะมึงจะโดนแบนนะก็บอกไว้ก่อนเฉยๆบอกไปแล้วไงแล้วก็แบนเลยบอกแล้วแบนเลยแบบแอบทำไมเรารุ่นใหญ่โอ้โหมันจะกลายเป็นรุ่นเล็กก็ต่อเมื่อโดนแบนอ่ะดิไปขอพวกขออะไรเขาไม่ได้ด้วยเนี่ยเราไปลักลอบอ่ะไม่ได้ครับแต่ช่องแชร์ก็อยากผมทำความผิดนะเพราะว่าแบบผมจะได้โดนแบนอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะแล้วผมก็สตรีมไม่ได้นะทีนี้ผมก็ไปขับโม้แทนขับแคปแทนสวยไปถ้าโดนแบนมันนี่จบเลยผมฟิวหมดทำไงสาวส่งฟรีเลยแย่ไม่ฟรีครับนั่นเก็บตังค์หมดอะไรวะอยากดูครับอยากดูสกอร์ครับ ไม่กล้าเปิดดูอ่ะไม่กล้าเปิดดูอ่ะดูแค่นี้พอ ดูแค่นี้พอดูผมดูเอาจริงขอโทษนะผมเงี้ยผมดูในมือถืออยู่ครับผมดูในมือถือผมเองแล้วดูแบบผ่านดูในนี้ไม่ได้ครับมีคนแอบดูครับ ทำไมฟอสโพสแล้วเหรอไม่ได้เลยฟอสนะแอบชกตลอด
นมสาวไม่ใช่ขนองนาโดเนทมา10 บาท
ขอบครับ
เรียบร้อยเซิร์ฟอย่างแรกเธอแตก
ไม่ต้องพูดไปนานแล้วนี่ไม่นานแล้วนี่จะรู้เฮียสูสีจังวะไอ้สัตว์ชนะทิปตี้ด้วยเฮียงานเข้าแล้วครับชาร์เปอร์ไอ้เฮียเอาว่ะอย่ากลับมาได้ว่ะเฮียไม่ได้ตายไปเลยเฮ้ยห้ามเล่นดีจังวะสูสีว่ะเฮียเปิดอีกไม่จะเปิดได้ดิเปิดโดนแบนดิไม่ได้ขอเขาเอาชาเวอร์ได้เฉยเลยโอ้มา
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 Valorant. We have qualified one of the squads on in today in Team Heretics, and now we move on over to Group C, where we have one of the most anticipated rematches from Masters London. It is the champions of America up against XLG. G2 and XLG going head to head, and this was one of those iconic moments. Now it's going to be a meme that lives in forever. Lives on forever in Valorant lore and in esports lore. G2, they get the draw, they get to select XLG, and they promptly get bodied by XLG, bounced from Masters London, and they won't underestimate their opponents today.
Oh yeah, I mean it's infamous.
กำลังดูชาร์เปอร์แข่งอยู่นะดูในมือถือ
Thank you to the scriptwriters of EWC for letting us get this matchup. Very pleased with that because my goodness, G2 are gonna want to be able to run this back. And I mean, I can't wait for this game. I'm so happy we got to cover this game. I am excited because not only are these two very good teams, we're going to get to see a very high level of Valorant here, but there's going to be a lot of mind games and a lot else at stake here.
I don't blame them.
โอ้โห
Seriously,
ไอสัตว์
like
ดอฟ
if
ฟี่
you
มัน
look
ของ
at the
ดี
record
ว่ะ
that they had
คิ
already
ดละ
played
5-5
against
ไม่ติดทีมชาติ
XLG
สัก
in a
คนไหน
couple
เหี้ย
of global events before. They have beat
โค
them
ตรแปลก
without
เลย
problem. The Chinese region was not looking very strong.
แต่เข้าใจได้
Everything pointed at that being the
แต่อย่างน้อยถ้าแบบถ้ามัน
easiest
แชมป์รายการ
path
เนี่ย
for
แม่งควรจะมีติดสัก
G2
คนนะเว้ยแต่ว่ามันก็ไม่ทัน
apparently
แล้ว
to
ปะ
go home and not to continue in the
เอ็นโด
tournament.
แม่งก็โหด
But
ดอ
it
ฟ
is
ฟี่แม่งก็โห
EWC.
ด
It hasn't been that long, but we have gotten to see different faces
ตัว
from
ชาเปอร์
the
จะจนด้วยครับ
teams.
วินถัดไป
Yes, they are coming off of a loss at the end of the day. The first match was all about qualifying and getting onto that big stage. But here is about survival. So this
ได้เป็นอยู่กับ
rematch
บั
is
คบันนี่
happening
ครับ
when
ไม่
the
ใช่ครับ
stakes
ผมนะครับ
are the highest.
Yeah, and of course, G2 played Nongshim Red Force earlier in a tight
ผมว่าตอนนี้
three-map
ถ้า
series.
ใคร
They
ถ้าใคร
ended
หลุ
up
ดได้นะ
falling
หมายถึงว่าหลุด
short
จาก
and now find
สกอร์
themselves
สูสีได้ผมว่าไหล
up
ครับ
against the wall yet again
ถ้า
here
5 ขึ้น
at
8 ขึ้น
the
9 ขึ้น
Esports
10 ได้
World
อะ
Cup with Jog,
ผมว่าจบละ
Leaf, Valen, Trent, and our former co-caster, co-analyst, greatest story in esports, but he's got to start winning, and Baby Bay coming together with the America's champion.
Look, we'd love to see them do well. I think this team can be a little bit more, Matt. You love them or you hate them. They're not afraid to be those villains there. But ultimately, I think they still have a lot of fans there who would like to see them upset the script, get the win today, and rewrite what happened to them over in London.
I think that Nongshim was just a force to be reckoned with. What I like about G2 is that they always keep it real. Like, they're going to be honest and they're going to always admit to their mistakes. That is one of the reasons why they're always able to bounce back harder. Now, the big question is, can they do it against a team that they thought not much of an opponent until not that long ago?
ตึงจริงลุงไปดูมาตึงจริงกำลังดูอยู่นะ
Right now, in terms of how they got here to EWC, that's road to EWC, G2.
It all started at EWC. I got asked by G2, like, hey, you think you still got
อีโคจะบอกแพ้ทิปตี้
And I was literally working the event there. Leaf was in the hospital during that time, so I subbed in for him. And then moving forward to this year,
ออกมาไปแล้วไม่เป็นก่อนโอเค
made sense for everyone, you know, that I would be a player because of the impact that I had on the guys and everything like that. It's a crazy story. Working the event, I basically get my tryout at the event, and now I'm playing in the event. I don't know if anyone else
พูดเยอะอีกแล้วเดี๋ยวแพ้
that work talent and then played in the event the next year, but hey, we're making history here. So
my first impression of Baby Bay was this guy is a party animal disaster, but like we tamed the beast and now he's locked. Every time we come to a tournament, we have a chance to win, just like everyone else. This time around, you're gonna see some unique compositions.
ไม่ปัญหาคือ 5-5 มันกันเว้ย มันได้เปรียบพอสมควรครับโอ้ยโอ้โหยิงอะไรอ่ะ
The way G2 is going to win this tournament is throughout flair and flashy plays. I think we've switched up a lot of our dynamics from Masters, and we're going to come in here full confidence, just doing absolute crazy work on the server. This time we're just trying to dumb down our game a little bit and just play together. Just play fucking together.
when I was watching all these games last year as a caster, I swear I can beat these guys. You know, I swear I know I can beat these guys. Like, I always had that confidence there. But as soon as I stepped on that stage, played my first match, I just knew, okay, I'm here. I've done this a million times before. There's no way to know what my
ต้องมีตะโกนไม่หยุดสไตล์น้องอยู่แล้วตะโกนไม่หยุด
I went from being a caster to being a pro within like a year and a half span. Literally pro on like one of the best teams in North America. Crush people's little medal that they have. That's gonna be so fun. I got to see it as a spectator, you know, and it didn't like mean anything to me per se. Like, I don't want any team to crush mine, you know. Like, I want to crush theirs.
Again, one of the greatest stories in esports. After being out for a year and a half, comes back on
สูสีจัดสูสีจัดเลยว่ะ
multiple times.
สูสีจัดเลย
international stage success.
มีใครสนใจ EWC ตอนนี้ไอ้เหี้ย
in the way is XLG, the team that felled them first over at Masters London and surprised everyone, given the fact that XLG just qualified on in from VCT China Ascension last year, and then that was a lot of the intro to the world on an international stage for this squad when they qualified.
Look, I think this is a team that I've always been able to do well domestically over in that CN region, but then when they went international, they couldn't find that confidence. That was always the story. You would talk to Raga and he would go, yeah, I'm not that good. I'm fine. I'm not the best duelist ever, and you know, that is what it is. And it's like, get some confidence. Then in London, we see that confidence start to come into play. You see them not only get out of the group, they manage a top 6 finish, which is incredible for this roster, and part of that was, of course, taking down G2. G2, I don't think we'll be underestimating their opponents this time. They know full well the power of XLG.
And on this new era of Chinese teams where EDG is struggling to stay on top, we have an all gamers battling all the way throughout. We have an XLG that keeps improving their placements in every single one of the global events that they attend. They start to get very, very scary. One thing that I love about G2 is the fact that although there's a lot of teams in Valorant that suffer from success, like you can attribute what happened yesterday to PaperX on that side. Oh, we're jumping straight onto the maps, and Lotus is going to be the first one. Psychological warfare here.
Look, Lotus is interesting. XLG was so well known for triple sentinel. We've seen them change over at EWC. It's a very different approach. This is the kind of thing we see more from PaperX. That raise over here on the side of G2. They'll be sticking with that Viper, a much more controlled, slower focus of composition that suits these guys right down to the ground here.
Yeah, exactly. No Sky this time around, also implementing the Vice, another team that does not include the Viper on their lineup here for Lotus. It wouldn't be the first time that XLG surprises with something, but obviously, as Big Time was saying, after not having the triple sentinel, it did not look good, and it looks like this one is only going to be harder.
We kick things off with Lotus. We'll go to Breeze, then Fracture if a decider is needed. G2 and XLG playing for their Esports World Cup Valorant lives. Only one will move on to the decider match tomorrow. Let's get into it with the picture of a man. It's Mitchman and Tom.
สมาธิสมาใจไม่ได้อยู่ที่เกมนี้เลย
The people at home can't see, but it was a picture of a goddamn angel. Welcome, folks. G2 versus XLG. This is a rematch from going back to the last international event, and let me tell you, G2 always used to take the dub against XLG every time. Last time it was a different story. Now back for revenge. A debt has to be paid. But XLG want to keep running up the numbers. Attack side. Start towards this B site. Smokes out. Dive in. And control there for at least the 2 duelists who make it past the wall. The rest will be delayed. And with the door swinging open, G2 try an immediate crunch. The spike is stuck with the paranoia.
วัดกันครับ ไลซอไม่เช็ค
The Valorant tucked into the corner and he even slips away.
เหยียบโนแมนดีแต่เขาน่าเช็คร้อยครับ
For G2 now with the spike down.
เรียบร้อย
Another dropped.
ต้องรอเจ็ตเท่านั้นเขาดูหลังอยู่นะ
Still behind though. Might be an additional snake in the grass, but he's going to give away his position. Raga has managed to go in from behind. It's almost like a retake onto the defenders.
Oh,
they win both fights anyway. A pistol round for G2. And I don't know if that's going to be how the rest of the game goes.
Yeah, oh, without a doubt, the immediate response from G2 there, the second that wall goes up on B, those players are swinging through the door. They've got a smoke to block off the rest of the squad, and it's just a shame that the spike is the one isolated. Obviously, you don't want to see it going in first a lot of the time, or it'll be isolated behind the wall. But a great response from G2. And good protocols on display early on. That's what we expect to see from this team. Even though XLG won last time, it's hard for me to come into this thinking of them as the favorites in this matchup.
No, I think we've had years of G2 being a squad that always challenges for titles. Winning them, at least outside of their region, hasn't yet been possible. But yeah, I'd still put them on that pedestal. I think especially going into this first map, it was a map where XLG tried to almost define the meta itself running their triple senti. I think people figured it out and they lost quite handedly 4 times in a row. And now they're trying to reinvent the wheel. And I like the fact that G2 are not shying away from this matchup at all. This has been an incredibly strong map for them, both regionally and versus XLG as well. So I think both will be coming in with a map that they feel confident on. Already though, additional damage in a round where expectations are pretty much zero.
โอ้โห
For a moment, I thought Lysol might just give them
ไลซอยิง
a
ฟรี
lead in this round.
Certainly had the chance, but a few shots not landing was the difference. Players on the B side ready to crunch up behind as pressures put on to Jogamo. XLG look to run it down, but being picked apart, and damage will remain at just one player lost. A fine round in the end for G2, but even looking at the health bars and with how the round played out, it definitely looked like they were going to pay a bit of a heavy price for that round.
Yeah, for sure. I think that
โอ้ยเข้าบอมง่ายด้วยทุกคน
come out with it clean enough.
เฮียจีว่ะจีว่ะ
Now we look towards XOG on this map.
ลาก่อยค
trying
รับ
to find a new footing in terms of what they actually want to be playing on Lotus.
แต่ก็ไม่ได้ผิดคาดนะเราผมไม่ได้ผิดคาดครับจริง5-5สู้ได้จนแบบ
running last time as well. Now bringing in
จนผิดคาดมากกว่า
trying to figure out what works
เป็น
for
ดีชิบ
them.
หาย
And sure, that means that for G2, reading what they're actually going to be doing might be a little bit more difficult, but I think it also kind of shows where XOG are. If you're having to change game to game what you run on a map, I think there might be a few problems there. And they also did lose 13-1 last time, so you can kind of understand why they changed things.
That starts to add up.
น่าจะคือ12ชัวร์ดูจากทรง
XLG, credits on the board, rifles in hand, and a slow start to this round. Contained any aggression that might have been there from G2.
เจ็บแค้นเครื่องโกรธ
into
โทษฉันยันเอ้ย
Crossing Leaf gives the info
เฮ้ยมัน
away.
ยิงกัน
Now
แปล
Sky
ก
Flash could come through. No, in fact, they just walk in. The Viper Wall gives them that extra space to fight with. 3-man swing. Good trades early. Considering it's a low buy for G2. Normally, you want the defense to not be trading one for one. Harder to defend the map that stays the same size while you're forced to shrink. But in a round like this, that's just fine. Normally, you're going to need a hero to step up to the plate. Man like Baby Bait. Last time they played up against this man, he was on the Vice, and he delivered an incredible performance. I think he was 19-9 by the time they left this map. A big reason that G2 were able to take it in the first place.
แม่มุมกล้องมันเท่จังเลยเว้ย
Losing the next two, which have been removed.
โอ้เรียมนี้แฮปปี้เว้ยน่าจะกินหมดทุกคนกูเจอมก่อนเลยนี่ทามิ
Wait, timing almost gets the better of him, but he's able to hold the ground for now. Of course, this is the bonus for G2. Getting anything done.
ว้าย
Paramount
บาย
for
ส
a
วย
great
จัด
early start, and they are already in a pretty good position here. Noman tagged low, Baby Bay with another, and everything
เรียบ
seems
ร้อย
to
ครับ
just fall apart.
เฮ้ย G2 วันนี้มาทรงดีว่ะเฮียมาทรงดีว่ะขึ้น2ชัวร์อยู่แล้วได้บอมขนาดนั้น
And with a bonus victory.
โอ้แม่ยูความตา
And I'll be honest with you, it wasn't even the best bonus. There was like a stinger in the mix. There was quite a few vulnerabilities. I believe only like one primary rifle and a bulldog.
Yep.
And they managed to come out with 3 players alive, upgrade all of those guns, and win the round. Like, I think G2 are going to be incredibly happy with that.
Well, yeah, I think they just set a trap nicely towards main that towards A main that wasn't really expected. You see the Viper Wall that's in position. It's a normal Viper Wall. It's nothing special. It's nothing unique. But in this instance, having 2 players in the smoke ready to pounce out, one on the door who was finding first contact. As soon as he sees a player, Viper Wall goes up, and the 1 or 2 players who step through that are in a lot of trouble, as we saw. For XLG, that's a big blow early on. Losing that rifle round puts G2 3-0. They've got a ton of credits to work with for the moment.
ชาเปอร์มันขึ้นแล้วอ่ะมันขึ้นแท่นแล้ว
opportunities to take weapons out
เหลื
of
อแค่รับถ้วย
their
แล้ว
hands. If this is a flawless or even close to that for G2, they're going to have a lot of safety nets to fall back on. Even if they lose a couple of rounds, they'll be getting those rifles in hand. And from what we've seen so far, the protocols have been enough to secure rounds. This is a bit aggressive.
ไม่เจอนะรถไม่เจอนะ
Against the Nico. Swing on the door is one thing. I
อุ้ย
don't
รู้
expect to see
โอ้
them walking through, but
ตาย
that
ครับ
nade is absolutely perfect. You love to see it.
It was a 1-11 attack side half versus mates, and the start so far hasn't looked fantastic. A player blinded in the corner, but also not checked. And although Raga might have a bit of an unorthodox position, is it going to be checked?
ไม่จบวันนี้ก็จบวินหน้าผมว่า
Okay, fair play, Jogamo. I don't know if there was some sound that gave the game away, but I think when you're walking back through, the plant has gone down on the other side of the map. I didn't expect them to check that, so fair enough. You said they need maybe to do some damage in this round. They have not.
Yeah, I really thought that would be. I was right there with you. Like, oh, okay, fantastic position. Almost impossible to lose it from there. But, yeah, the almost impossible.
เฮ้ย
You're in trouble.
อย่าบอกข้างล่างเอาปืนบังเอาปืนไม่ตกเฮ้ยเลยเบอร์เกอร์
G2 got.
โอ้โห
terrifying prospect.
ยังไม่จบ
There's not going to be much
ไม่ใจกูอยู่คู่นี้เลยสัตว์
hitting 1K reinvested.
Yeah.
Well, 6K is a pretty average figure to see on that defensive side. A timeout now from XLG, knowing that you're already at the point where you've got to put rounds up on the board in this buy round.
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the comp of old where they had a triple centi defensive comp where you could go, okay, if we get like 4 or 5 rounds, we're in an amazing spot to go into the defense. This time, with a double dive, you are going to need to pick up some rounds on the attack. And for G2, they've not been tested yet. They lose 2 players in a bonus round. They flawlessly win the buy round. And they are looking incredibly comfortable. And that's a good sign for a team that we have very high expectations of. Of course, going into that top 8 over in London. You kind of do see it sometimes where you go up against teams that have had that momentum building up and you're unable to really get started. It was a disappointing event, to say the least. But tasting defeat early in this one, the potential of another 0-2 exit on the international stage, that would be unheard of. And for XLG, well, they'd need to do the double over them in back-to-back events. And I guess this time at least, I don't think G2 have come in underestimating their opponent, especially when you became Valorant meme.
That event.
Ascent
and split that G2 lost, and it was Ascent and split that G2 banned in this series. Not really too much of a surprise that they don't want to go back to that, because especially Ascent was dominant. XLG, it was almost as quick as the game we saw earlier on today from Heretics there. But for G2, this was the map that they won last time around. They won it 13-7. They said a lot of that was players like Baby Bay, I believe Leaf, extremely good performances. On the other maps, it was Happy Way. He was finding a lot of space, making it very uncomfortable for G2 to play.
GG ครับผมเรียบร้อยฮะ
same impact on the Cypher
และชาเปอร์ครับ
and the Omen, not expecting
ปิดจนได้ครับโอ้สูสีมากว่ะ
Space taken, but it looked like the defenders were already setting themselves up.
โอ้ยฮ่าก็เล่นดีสัตว์ครับ
Showstopper activated. Baby Bay found one and through goes Jorgama, but the trades come in thick and fast. Evening things up for the moment. The split is caught by Lysor. A nice double. Leaving Valen alone. And he is not on the right side of the map. He was maybe expecting them to go back in the other direction.
ไม่มันเสียงสไลด์ตามหลังมาไงเสียงวิ่งแบบเสียงวิ่งมาหลุดมาแล้วอะตึบๆมาแล้วกระดุมไปซักกันเลยกระดุมเปิดสวยจังมาเว้ยพอสปุ๊บได้วีเล่ก็จีกระดุมยิงรอบทิศเฮีย
Yeah, much needed for XLG. Like we said, they called the timeout right before they putting all the credits into this one. G2 sky high.
แต่ก็ไม่เกินที่คาดไว้นะว่าเป็นชาเปอร์ครับแต่แค่แบบ5เล่นได้เกินคาด
But it's a great position from Lysor. Something we tried, or XLG tried to have
นี่ก็พีซีร้องไห้ไม่คือเข้าใจได้มันแข่งมันตึงมากครับตึงมากแล้วแบบมันได้เข้าไปเล่นเพย์อินอะแต่มันจริงๆมันเป็นแค่จุดเริ่มต้นนะเป็นแค่จุดเริ่มต้นครับ
And G2 call a timeout.
มันต้อง
Keep in mind they had a timeout in the previous
มันต้องมี
round
การเตรียมตัวที่มากกว่านี้ในระดับการแข่งขันที่สูงกว่านี้ครับเพราะว่าชาเปอร์เข้าไปตบได้หลายทีมเลยพูดจริงโอกาสมาแล้วเว้ยโอกาสมาแล้วครับโอกาสที่ชาเปอร์จะได้ไปต่อครับ
Not in a map where I think it's probably the most favored map will be in this series. I think that you're looking at a team that again regionally has been very good, even on the international stage has been pretty good and has beaten XLG.
เอาให้เขารู้ครับว่าเราสู้ได้แต่อย่าจับเจอฟูเซนเองนะเฮียอย่าใช่ไหม
So clearly there was something maybe within the comms that was heard by the coach.
ปัญหาคือ5
I want to stem that now.
ชาเปอร์ร้องไห้ดีใจเหรอตานี่น่าจะโอ้โหน้องมาไกลเกินครับ
Definitely a little bit surprising to see
น้องมาไกล
after
เกิ
a
นไป
singular round was lost that they're
เกิ
going
น
to
ไป
take
ที่จะแบบ
pause, but
ผิดหวัง
I
ครับ
trust the coaching staff
ส
of
ปอน
G2
ก็ไม่
that
มี
was a
ฮะ
necessary one.
มากันด้วยตัวเองครับเก่งมากครับปรบมือครับมือน้องเลย
Now round 6, 2 timeouts out of the way
เสียดายแทนแต่ก็
Still in that early stage.
ต้องให้เขาทำได้ดีกว่าจริงครับถึงแม้ว่าจะเกือบสู้ได้ก็จริงแต่ว่าต้องยอมรับว่าเขาทำได้ดีกว่า
standard play, but the Rast making a lot of noise on C. It seems like they're even going to go in. Yes, fully taking the site here. Rarga's committed.
โอกาสมาถึงแล้วครับต้องเตรียมตัวให้ดีครับมันเป็นแค่จุดเริ่มต้นเท่านั้นไม่พลาดแล้วจากในสุดก็ได้
It's only really the players on site left to worry about, and no man, he has to go back now.
Yeah, Nightfall's in play. Just got picked up by Leo from the plant. May just be using it for when they actually get towards the site. Instead, though, weaponry is going to be removed. And in fact, all of the players are actually going to leave the site. There's the Nightfall. Potentially just going to try and get them back in and maybe find them off the spams. It has caught a lot of the players on the other side, but even still, they're getting on towards that diffuser. It's halved already. Jogamo is just sticking it under their nose, and it doesn't matter how the fights go. He's just going to defuse. Valen does clean up everybody else in the end. XLG from a post-plant. I'll be honest, they get barely anything.
It's rare to see the plant in that position. I think for a number of reasons. Take a look at the position that Jogamo just defused from. He's up on top of the wall, way outside of what you normally consider the radius. Even if you're spamming it head height, you're not spamming it where his head is, because the wall gives him a boost. Normally it will be the corner. The main problem with it isn't what I just mentioned. That's an annoyance. The main problem is you have to swing so deep to get an angle on that.
เอ็นโดนี่เดือดมากรอพัฒนาอีกหน่อยนะเข้าข้อจริง
standing there taking a brawl and you had to swing through their sight line to then
เอ็น
get
โด
a
ดอฟ
shot
ฟี่ใช้งานได้
through
ทั้งคู่
smoke
เลยครับ
onto a guy who's in a weird position.
ไวจัดไอ้สัส
Immediate showstopper. This is a round where they're trying to use the ultimates to pad the gap. Valen has already managed to do well, but they are still standing their ground. Even with showstopper activated.
ยิงกันไม่โดนเลยเว้ย
Maybe it was just a bait. Noman doing better with the rifle.
He's left on 22 HP. Has to try to make a surprise play up the top in the smoke, not even on the usual side of it. But getting out of here, you're rolling the dice, and okay, well, he's managed to slip into the corner at least. He could have an angle. In fact, we can see he could get a kill, but instead he's looking towards the wide, gets caught. Leaving one man to do it all. The one who was the snake in the grass, who caused so many problems for G2 on the maps that they lost last time around. But he'll be left alone with 35 HP.
สังกัดสู้ดีนะชาเปอร์จริงครับผม
I like this though. Grouping up together.
นี่ตอบอิงด้วยเพิ่มค่าตัวดี
We've seen it many a time. The players have been able to steal around away from that position. I'm expecting maybe the operator to go first. Leave a bit wider. That could give an opportunity, but never mind. If he just gets the kill, it will end the round anyway. 6-1. It might not have been the greatest of purchases for XLG, but when you use a showstopper and blade storm and use both of them off the rip, you're probably hoping to get a little bit more done. It's seeming like this attack side is a massive problem for them on this map.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. This has been a slow start from XLG, and like we said last time around, it was G2 to take this map. We're on comfort for them. They decided to come back here again. They lost a single round and said, oh, we've given them too much. We've given them too much ground. A timeout called immediately, and they're right back to winning ways. It's got to feel rough for XLG because they had their own timeout. They won the round. They started to feel like they could do it. Had to sit there for a minute. Now they've been fed a dish they don't quite like. 2 in a row for G2, 6-1. A strong half, but there is still a chance. If XLG lose this round, get into the bye round, and still connect the rest, hey, 7-5's workable.
Yeah, but look at the buy. It's a singular rifle with no shields. It was a stinger, but that's already gone, and Baby Bay hasn't actually given up any of the ground. They've thrown utility down to deny and maybe bait the idea that they were still pressuring into B, but he has full control. Leaf already spotting. They're actually going to utilize a Viper's Pit here. In all honesty, it wouldn't be too bad to bait that out, but I guess they're looking at the other ultimates that will be coming up soon for G2 and are quite happy to throw this all in to just confirm at least a victory in this half.
It certainly sent XLG in a different direction. Baby Bay now the one that has to hold the line. It's been revealed and dealt with right away. Good blind that came through out of Lysor, but a flash from Trent looks to do the same. A lot of them were caught, but they're able to survive long enough. Vision returns, and the shots start to land. Leaf, the flank around. Oh, he's left on 10 HP. That should be the end of Leaf, and it will be off now to try to take down. Hold on! A second nade now to work with, and he spotted the final player. A single shot from this operator could seal this round.
Holy!
Deep beneath the victory after from this defense. G2, they just can't seem to put a foot wrong.
It's just unreal. Like, you look at it at the last couple of seconds of that round, they catching one, a player caught, trying to fade away.
พี่ดูได้พี่แอบดูทาง
a
มือถือ
wonderful final shot through the wall, utilizing his boom
ตาก็ดู
just to
EWC
get
ด้วย
every single piece of information he could. It
เฮีย
was
G2 มา
not
แปลก
a
เว้ย G2
particularly
มาแปลก
good
เว้ย
round from G2 in general. Players caught
เฮีย
out.
มาโห
I
ด
think
แท้
that
ว่ะ
flash getting a lot more value onto Baby Bay than maybe should have done. But hey, if Jorgamo's
โหลีโอ
10-2, able to win a 1v3 from again, we've seen a lot of kills
แต่
with an
ลีโอ
op
ผมเข้าใจอยู่
from
ไม่เล่น
that
นะไม่
upper
แปลก
position on B.
จ่ายของอย่างเดียว
I won't lie, it's starting to annoy me
สวัสดี
a
ทุกคน
little
นะครับ
bit.
ต้อนรับกลับมาสู่
The
EWC
people
ครับ
keep
เมื่
peeking. I
อ
can
กี้
forgive
ดู
the
ไทย
last
สปิด
player.
มาแบบ
Well, he didn't
เชื่อเฉือนกันนิดเดียวครับ
It
ไอ้เหี้ย
wasn't even seen. It was the wall in the way. Wasn't
แพ้
quite
ขาด
enough
จะ
to
ไม่ว่า
protect the concrete armor. Not
แพ้
eating
ซะ
the
สู
shot.
สีเลย
7-1.
ปัญหาคือ
Giacomo steps forward
5-5
to his
นำก่อนด้วย
demise.
แมปนำก่อนด้วยแล้วก็
Be
กลับมา
aggression
แพ้ไอ้สัตว์เอ้ย
that XLG were waiting for, and it wasn't B in particular.
Yeah,
They're
the
waiting
long
across the
time.
map.
Nó
This
còn-
was a very slow default from this
น้องมาอยู่
attacking
เยอะแล้ว
side, and waiting for G2 to get
บอกว่าแม่งแข่ง
impatient
มาแบบ
is clearly
ไม่ได้
paid
ขึ้น
off.
เทียร์ห
Now
นึ่งสัก
Leaf
ที
is pretty isolated.
มีโอกาสนะเนี่ย
Zork
โอ
will
กาส
let him
แล้ว
get out of there, though.
Yeah,
โอกาสที่ควรจะเป็นครับ
Fairly safe pair
น่า
of
จะกดดันพอ
fans,
สมควรด้วย
which does hold a lot of value, especially on this C site. But how much value can he get? And now has some support, but players have already managed to cross into the site, and I think they realize that, okay, if we're not able to get them as they maneuver in, it might be
บอล
that
แล้ว
little
ชาร์เปอร์
bit
แดกครับ
smarter just to try
จริ
and
ง
play this as a group.
แต่ก็ไม่คิดว่าจะตึงขนาดนี้เหี้ย5-5 เล่นได้ดีเกินคาดทุกคนแทบเกือบจำไม่ได้เขาเปลี่ยน
For
ไปแล้ว
G2 to point the spear in the right direction, and here they come. Enemy at the gates.
พวนแถบทำธุรกิจครับรวยเป็น10 ล้านแล้วพวนแถบนี่ยังมีแพชชั่นทำโค้ด
Another's
อยู่เนี่ย
found by Trent. Varga snuffed out early on, and the trades keep on going, but now it's Leaf left alone, and the ult is going to rob him of his weapon. At least finds one before. Only no man left, but with a classic in hand, it's not a favorable fight. He's biding time, waiting for his rifle to come back, and now here it is. No man with the shot, though, seals it for XLG. A much-needed round, a lifeline for this squad.
ทีมมี่รู้จักหรือเปล่าเหรอ
Yeah,
ชา
it's
เปอร์
still
โล
got
โก้แรก
incredibly dangerous.
ทีมมี่
I
แต่ไม่รู้
was
จัก
looking at the Seekers going in, and I was like, okay, but how much value in a 4v5 can that really get? And well, it
คุณ
did
แล้วเขาชอบอะไร
help them
เก่าๆแก่
negate
Tam-
some
tam
of
way,
those
tam way.
closer angles. It's still a very costly round, and for XLG,
ๆ
this
พี่
has
ยุค
to be the
90
building
น้องนี่
blocks
คุณแล้ว
of
ชอบพูด
something else.
ประจำ
But
เลย
with a
จะโชว์อะไร
purchase
กัน
comfortably onto the ball for G2, a showstopper still available, Steel Garden, but Noman is only one away from having his own showstopper online. They've at least managed to get more rounds than they did versus mates, but as said, I need to see a lot more before I can believe.
Oh, big execute from G2. It seemed like they threw a wave of utility and then the showstopper, hoping that they'd all be fleeing and they could catch the pack, but that's not the case. And the showstopper too shallow, looking for players hiding in the corners. XLG have given up all that space, instead running towards the C site, but that's kind of the plan for G2. They want this to be the case. There's lots of utility waiting
ว่าไง
here.
ครับนก
Will at least delay them on the way through, but I think that from the shadows has changed the mind of this defense, and Aziz thrown in to try to keep players close so no man can find them with the showstopper, but instead they've just ran away and fought the other side.
อุ้ยไม่ออกอ่ะ
And they've lost their weaponry as well. The showstopper already gone. The
Oh,
spike yet to be
5-3 ว่ะ
planted. The two players from Waterfall have
สมัยพระเจ้าเห่า
done great work in giving G2 a massive advantage, and there's not really anything to fight back in with. All XLG can go for is aggression. A flash round the corner, it forces No Man to look away, and now more isolated fights. It's down to Lysor again. He's been good so far, but a 1v4
G2 มาแปลกไว้ G2 มาแปลกไว้ดัน G2 ดัน
the
G2
best player of the map so far.
ดันใครดันมันดัน
And
ใครดันมัน
well, it's only the 1-for-1 trade. 8-2, another
กระดุม
singular
MVP
round
สม
for
ควรได้ครับ
XLG.
สมควรได้จัด
And
เลย
well,
ผมบอก
G2 are completely running away with this.
ต้องให้น้องว่ะดูเลยพี่ก็ช่างให้เรียว
Oh,
เปิด
yeah, I
โพล
mean,
เนอะ
this pace from G2 is ridiculous. They give
ขอบ
up
คุ
a
ณนกมากครับ
round
ผม
immediately there with a response.
น้องนกหัวค้อน
For XLG, they're looking declawed at the moment. Yes, they can find one here or there, but even in those 3v1s against an op up in top B, it's G2 who seem to have
ไม่
the
มีใครยศ
blood
ใหญ่
on
กว่านกแล้ว
This was always a solid map for them, but I think this goes deeper than that. Individually, right now, they are on fire, and we saw it from the pistol round. The ideas that they have, it's making XLG never really be able to set up to play their game.
Yeah, I'd also say though,
Latte
if
attack.
this continues in this sort of
ขอบคุณลาเต้
fashion,
ครับผม
I don't know how weak XLG's
Latte
map
Latte.
is elsewhere, like that we haven't seen them play Sunset. But if you
เชียร์แม่งรันทุกคนเลย
are
ว่ะ
getting
G2
battered on a map, you got to start banning it. Because right now, their Lotus just looks completely lost.
Well, there's still time to recover it, but an 8-4 is a bare necessity for this squad.
แต่ทีมก็บุกไม่ท้อเลยเว้ย
Managed to find A.
แล้วฟูอีโคเลยนะ
get in. G2 don't have massive retake ultimates at least this time. There's no showstopper. There's no vice ultimate used in the previous. Even the seekers to direct them gone. So
เพลงก็คือเข้าไปเล่นในรายการลีกหนึ่ง
then
ค
you
รับ
look at what XLG have.
ในไปเจอพวกทีมเทียร์หนึ่งนั่นแหละ
Even the dog should be enough to just point in the right direction. Okay, there's one for Rarga. He's still alive. It fades and he finds a bit more. Now I'm getting a little bit nervous for G2, but that's a good thing. XLG, they're finding hope. They're reaching out in the darkness and finding at least a spark.
เงินเดือนแรก
They need to fan those flames. Lysor does well with one time taking down the just fell and he'll fall as well. How?
พ่อค้าติดต่อมาซื้อกูเพียบเลยกูไม่กล้าขายเลย
Avoided the pack at the start, thinking we can deal with the pistols. Divided, they shall fall, but no.
กูรอขายพ่อค้าอ่ะให้นกไม่เอากูขายพ่อค้าเลย
Clearly, we need to renerf.
ตอนนี้ไม่ร้อนตังค์
Just great work from Raga. Definitely been having a quieter game so far, but if he can pull a round or two out of the bag, maybe. There's still opportunities for them here.
พี่ยิ่งเก็บไว้ราคายิ่งขึ้นแต่พี่ไม่ได้ขึ้นราคาเองนะเพราะว่าพี่ไม่รีบขายอะแรมแม่งแพงขึ้นทุกวันไอ้เหี้ยแพงราคาทองเลยสัตว์แรมเมื่อประมาณปีก่อนปี2 ปีก่อนอะราคาแบบ 3,700 เงี้ยตอนนี้มาเท่าไหร่หรือปะ 14,000 16,000ไอ้เหี้ยถ้าใครซื้อราคา 3,700 ตอนนั้นไว้ก็เก็บไว้เยอะนะขายตอนนี้แม่งรวยนี่อย่ารวยจัดลุงขายอะไรยังเดี๋ยวดูก่อนครับเดี๋ยวดูราคานะตอนนั้นก่อนผมไม่รู้ว่านกจะพร้อมซื้อเมื่อไหร่แต่ผมไม่ได้กำไรอยู่แล้วเฮียคมโอ้เฮียไปต่อโอ้ยรู้อยู่นี่โหเฮียโหด
XLG even 4 rounds it seemed way too far away but finally they have pieced this together 8-4 at the half. Look, it's still not pretty, but it's a damn sight better than it could have been.
ไปก่อนที่เหลือต้องมาเล่นรอบเพลย์อย่า2ไปเล่นด้วยคัดเข้ารอบเพลย์ทีมันยากเหมือนกันนะมันยังยากเหมือนกันนะน้องไม่ได้ง่ายขนาดนั้นคือผ่านเข้าไปได้ก็ถือว่ามีโอกาสได้เล่นแล้วมันก็ไปแข่งที่นู่นแล้วอะแต่ว่าก็มันก็ยังไม่ได้ง่ายขนาดนั้นจะได้ยินข่าวเรื่องห้องทุกเช้าใจเย็น
international games, you go, okay, where's that guy gone? Like, oh, what's happened to him? So to see him step up massively in that final round, it's a glimmer of hope. But they are still 8-4 down, and you have to look back at the last time these two teams played. Well, G2 were more dominant on the attack
แต่ราคาแม่งไม่ค่อยยิงเว้ย
it really is still needing
มันไม่เหมือนตอนมันแข่งในบ้านมันนะถ้ามึงเห็นมันแข่งในบ้านมันนะในบ้านแม่งแบบในจีนแม่งอย่างเก่งที่แบบโหสัตว์
not always kind on the defense
แข่งโกลบอลแบบแข่งรายการนอกอะไรเงี้ยแม่งตรงไปเลย
XLG had triple sentinel as a composition as opposed to what we're seeing right now
หัวล้วนนะ
that's a very different game that you're playing
ใช่เหรอที่2เข้าไปแพ้เดียวกับบ้านเลยเหรอ
wasn't working but that then makes me think okay what are the ideas that they've brought to bear
มันโหดมากเลยนะ
it wasn't working so well with the triple senti maybe now we're going to see a more aggressive defensive side and I wouldn't be against that especially with the fact that the last 2 rounds Rarga started to feel it a little bit I want to see them use that fire as fuel
No, I want to see them try something a little bit different and try and get in the problem is I also do think that G2 are a very good team at soaking up a lot of that pressure. Like, I think that you have to temper expectations, but I definitely think it's a good sign that we're seeing some of the individuals, some of the players that get you excited on this side, because it doesn't necessarily matter if they lose this first map. We've seen that in the series that they won. We know that going into Breeze, it's a very, very strong map, but with the way the first few rounds went, I was like, they might just get dumped out of this series if they continue to get bodied in the manner in which they were.
Instead เห็นปะ
a pistol round
นี่ก็ชาเลนจ์อันไหนอะแล้วแต่ว่าทีมไหนจะลงมาเนี่ย
of their opponents which I think if we look back to how the first 8 rounds went
แพ้ปุ๊บนี่
that seemed pretty unlikely
it seemed impossible those 2 rounds at the end they've given XLG much nicer flair that last half one that they
ก็แย่นะถ้าแบบไปแล้วแบบแมตช์เดียวแล้วกลับเลยอะก็แอบแย่อยู่นะ
Luckily, there's another to play, and G2 now on the attack side.
ถ้าวันนั้นแบบท้องเสียปวดขี้ทำไง
come their way. It's a 3-man walk up on B. Baby Bay, the one to spot it, but Rarga again finding some damage early. That's another opening for him.
He loves the bandit.
The momentum of the last 2 evidently carried through to this round.
There is quite a lot of space towards the C side of the map. Obviously, they've got the Vice wall blocking. Aggressive position still from No Man as well. But Happyway's got to be careful. If they can get through this one together, they've got an opportunity. And they're just waiting for
นี่แหละเฟกนิวตัวเฟกนิวเลยอ่ะโอ้โหทำให้ช่องผมไขว้เขวไขว้เขวเลยเพราะว่าจะเป็นได้ไงวะเฮียแพ้รอบเดียวกับบ้านเลยวะกว่าจะเข้าคัดพีนได้เฮียแพ้รอบเดียวคือเจ้าโอเคเฮีย2ตัวคุ้มสัตว์แล้วโป๊ะเรียบร้อยครับไม่ระวังตัวไอ้เฮียเฮ้ยโนแมนมันยืนอยู่กับที่เลยอ่ะเมาส์หลุดหรือเปล่าคีย์บอร์ดพังหรือเปล่าวะโนแมนแบบอยู่อย่างเงี้ย
So you know
Leaf
took 0 damage. So if he was with it, I don't know what.
ไอ้สัตว์มันเชิงอะโนแมนมันไม่เชิงเลยมันยืนแบบไอ้นั่นก็ยิงไม่โดนถ้ายิงกดหมดแม็กเลยบอกมี8 นัดใช่8 นัดไอ้สัตว์โอ้โหจะรู้อ่ะผมมิสเนี่ยดูไอ้สัตว์โนแมนยิงโดน0ไอ้เหี้ย
Great round from Leaf, and you can see the timing of it as well. The second they take that space,
0เพื่อน
avoids the boombot, and he knows now. Okay, this is.
สวัสดีครับน้องเอสโบสวัสดีครับผมได้ดูแข่งไทยเปล่าโซโบไม่ดูเพิ่งมาไอ้สัตว์โอ้โหแข่งไทยอย่างมันเลยเท่
Gives them some hope.
LCQ 5หวานแบงค์ได้ขอดูไหมเดี๋ยวไปขอดีกว่ามันดีกว่าไม่เอาเราดูเสร็จ2ดีกว่าดูเสร็จ2ดีกว่าดูเดียวเสร็จ2เลย
For me
ดูแต่ช้ำ LCQ ไม่หวานหรอก L ไม่หวาน
Again, thinking back to the last time they played, this wasn't a death sentence. They lost 13 seconds.
ไม่ทันดูอดีพรีไม่
ไม่
เป็นไร
to win.
โคตรมันครับชาร์เปอร์เจอ5ไอ้ขี้
And what we saw before, your breeze and your fracture. It's not your ascendant
เห็น
split.
โดนไป105ตัวโอ้โหเหี้ยใครทำคนอื่นทำแล้วเนี่ย
Goodness, Rarga's feeling it,
เอ้า
man. This guy's on fire. He's found himself too.
โอ้เจ็บแม่มันต้องอย่างนี้ลากามันต้องแบบนี้
It's an ace.
ลากาต้องแบบนี้เว้ยเชี่ยขอดู POV ดิโอ้ยกูไม่ได้ดูหรอกกูไม่ดูมึงเชื่อกูป่ะกูไม่ดู POV มึงคอยดูดิกูว่ากูไม่น่าดูจอลากาจริงๆมันควรจะได้ดูเว้ยต้องได้ดูอันนี้มันเอ็ดต้องได้ดูโอ้กูสาเชียร์ลากามาตั้งนานไอ้เหี้ยฟอร์มมันต้องแบบนี้เว้ยจริงเก่งแต่ในบ้านมาแล้วมา
And what I said, at times this man goes completely missing on the international stage. He's top right now, one away from his Blade Storm.
Utterly ridiculous. And of all the rounds to win, that one could
I've always said that I believe in him coming back
on track.
What the hell was that, man? Like, if he drops 30, maybe.
If they lose that round, though, and win the next because of an ace, yeah, whatever. To win that round for Rarga. Oh, Happyway's in trouble. He's in so much trouble. They've got Valen at least, so it'll be a trade. If he can just get one or get out of there, and he'll get out of there at least towards the choke point, and then he's caught by a wallbang, and then a classic takes down Lysor. Now G2 pick up the pace, pick up some weapons as well. They found the scene, they're pulling at the threads, and with Rarga down, G2 might just have a chance.
He wasn't using his primary weapon of the bandit, that was the problem. Nade over the top, causing some issues, but now Jorgamo's found another. From elation to being eroded straight back by G2. I don't know how they managed to turn that back around. Just the early fights not going the way of XLG. And well, I guess if you don't have boss mode Raga available, that's what happened. Straight back to regular programming.
แต่มันก็มีรีเพย์นะก็คือจับรีเพย์จากหน้าจอเกมเลยหรอแบบนี่คือไงวะสเปคไม่ได้แบบว่ายิงไอ้นี่มาให้หรอยิงแบบมาให้แบบว่าผมก็เบรกพี่จอนี่อย่างนั้นหรอไอ้ก็ดีทำคุยแล้ววะเฮียลากากูลั่นเพื่อนทำคุยแล้ววะวันที่ลากาโกจริงเพื่อนกูฮาโห
But G2 are nowhere nearby, and hearing 3 players towards that A site, they are going straight into B. A good idea from Jogamo of where this player is from the paranoia, but he can't chase him. Not nearsighted like that, but at least got them the space. Valen's in such a nasty spot, and the raid boss of Rarga taken down.
ฝันดีครับน้องต้าสวัสดีครับผม
final
ง
threads
ก
it
ด้วย
seems fraying from the
รายการ
loom
แบบ
as
งกรายการแบบ
G2
งก
run
POV
riot through this round. It's a 5v3 already. The hero
ด่านนี้ข้ามเลยด่านนี้ด่านเก่ง G2 อ่ะ
Pulled the showstopper out there, expecting Gentlemates to be deep down fighting towards rubble. Instead, the rocket connecting on not much, but it did open up the rest of the space for Nongshim to open up the door. Just go straight into A, where they had a whale of a time.
And back to C we go. Yeah, quick one onto A. After
ชอบดูชอบ
multiple
5-5 นะ
rounds heading on the opposite side
ผ
of
ม
the
ว่านะ
map.
ฟอร์ดแม่งเต้าไว้ก่อน
One
เขาเรีย
away
กว่า
from
แบ
the
บว่า
Seekers
เผื่
is
อ
going to be
ไว้
Francis here as well. Instant
เผื่อ
flash in and
ไว้
around
เผื่
the
อแบบ
corner
อิน
is
โด
going to
อิน
be
โด
a Tross.
ดอฟฟี่อะไรเงี้ยเผื่อขึ้นลีกมาอยากมีธงมีทีม
And after a little bit of pressure on C-Mount, Nongshim going to make their way back towards
So sad, man.
Was wary of maybe a push towards the middle of the map, and Nongshim changing things up here. Dark cover going to be thrown out towards forward side and out come the Seekers. Nongshim just going to follow those straight up into A and try to get a bit of a read on what the setup is for Gentlemates, but the site's wide open.
Seekers will reveal that information. They all go towards B. Darby's already beat. A lot of rotations coming through from Gentlemates as well, forcing some utility from the opposite side on through. That was a decent paranoia, but doesn't end up being a kill for Nongshim. The opposite ends up occurring instead. Darby just missing out on opportunities time and time again to find this opening that Nongshim desperately needs, looking at anything. It's Gentlemates looking for the flawless.
Stivey 1 on 5, but even a player of his caliber in excellent form at this event. This is too much for him to do. Will be a defuse for Gentlemates. Stivey looks for a couple of exits again at the ends of these rounds. Gentlemates are peaking so nicely together. One player just jiggling for the other.
เฮ้ยที่เราง่วงเหรอ
Of course, they're up 4 and 1. Like they're looking fantastic so far here on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I think multiple missed opportunities though.
พี่เก็บไว้เถอะ
Perfect paranoia coming through from that drop, but RB just doesn't get the opportunity. Land any effective shots. Same thing to be said for Darby, who just sees bodies from Gentlemates crossing in front of him. And on the opposite end of things, Gentlemates every single kill required, leaving Ivy all on his lonesome. Still get to get a kill, by the way, for Mr. 0 and 4.
Prowler dealt with Salso feeling out the offense. It's usually been pretty quiet on front B, but this time Nongshim a little bit more active, baiting out a Seize and a Paranoia. Gentlemates pulling the trigger on a couple of pieces of util a little early, expecting Nongshim to speed up.
But it's going to be a slowdown instead. Prowlers out first. Starzo's really close to this one. Wants a piece of the action. He's going to be one away from the Nightfall as well. This one could get bloody. Will get bloody quite quickly.
หน้าบีจบยังไงแง้มแล้วเริ่มแง้มแล้ว
No paranoia, unfortunately. Boombot to lead the way, and he's
วายพีกมาเพียบเลยครับอู้แต่ชนะว่ามาทีเดียวแม่ง
simply better.
เที่ยเมาช้าเอาได้ว่ะ
Rip away the opportunity that Nongshim have for themselves. Look at all those red X's in the pillars.
โอ้คนอยู่เยอะแต่ปิดมาทีไม่ลงครับ
Similar to Ivy in the last round, he has been very clutch in the past for Nongshim, but this is an excellent setup. Martin, a 4K to shut that one down, and a showstopper in the back pocket now. Even though I don't think it's really needed, quite honestly, they're getting everything done with the rifle work. And just throwing bodies at Nongshim. I don't even feel like a lot of the time the utilities were hitting that much for Gentlemates. Like they're honestly just brute forcing Nongshim, which is exactly what Nongshim are usually good at.
I mean, it's just simply one Boombot. And then Starzo using his own life to give the opportunity to Starzo Martin, who has no issues dismantling the triple player threat from Nongshim there as he head into our first timeout. Nongshim need to think about where their problems lie. They've only got the one round so far, and that is not good enough.
Still plenty of opportunities for recovery here. Nongshim know their way around Lotus. Let's see what they can come up with, but it's not going to be easy, especially at this point in the game. You're already down 1 and 5. Gentlemates have had an excellent start. They've got great bunny. As mentioned, Martin has at least got the showstopper, so that's one big goal for Gentlemates, if not multiple that they probably have access to at this point in the half, given how kind of dominant the last few rounds have been.
This is the Lotus. That was a dominant win for Gentlemates versus Shilai Gaming, proving again why this is their map.
8เลือกมาโหจบว่ะ
All right, what we got here for Nongshim?
ด่านเราเก่งเว้ย
by one stinger for
รอก่อน
Darby. Overdrive ready to go as well. That might just have to be the tool for the round. A lot of spam coming on through downstairs for General Mates. They suspect something is up here. It's quick movements from Nongshim.
เอาเลย
Now the response, Prox in, Nightfall there.
เอ้ยอะไรอ่ะยิงไม่โดนเลยอ่ะ
Land a shot. And no issues here, Martin and the rest of
เฮ้ย
General Mates only losing
เข้า
many.
เป้ายิงไม่โดนเลยเว้ยอะไรวะเนี่ยหนองชิม
Those kills.
Nongshim are just getting battered here by Gentlemates.
เมื่อวานยัง
Not
ไม่
even
หมด
allowed to get onto the site in any of these
วันนี้อยู่ในโหมด
rounds
อะไร
whatsoever. Contested on front B. As soon as they open up the door, it's an overdrive and a showstopper with a paranoia and a nightfall dumped straight on the heads of Nongshim. Perfect coordination here for Gentlemates, just all moving so cleanly in tandem. Really well drilled unit right now on the defense.
สีเสื้อเหมือนทีม KU
Everything to
ว่ะ
be
สีช
said
มพู
there in terms of a silver lining for Nongshim, if there even is one, is that Gentlemates used 3 ultimates. Overall was a pretty low buy for Nongshim, so now the Red Force are hoping to get a starter here. Danby again, tricky shots, but he'll at least get the 1-to-1 there. Starzo responding
โอ้
with
เล่
a
นข้าง
2-foot.
ดีว่ะเนี่ย
And now France is under pressure as well. Starzo is looking for more. Boombot doesn't quite land its mark, but Martin has sights on RB. Now it's just Francis and Ivy on their lonesome, and the most situation is terrible on the flank, is potentially Mini as well.
ขึ้นบินบายมาปุ๊บลักขึ้นมาปุ๊บ
Nongshim
ทัด
is
เลยเว้ย
stuck
อะไร
between
วะ
a rock and a hard place, I'm
ยิงเข้าไป
afraid.
โตนี่ครับผม
It's not going to be easy. Francis should just go down here. Easy operator pick there for Mini, who's got them pinned into A lobby. Spike dropped on the floor.
แปลก
And
ๆเลย
Ivy, I mean, best case scenario here feels like he'll break the donut, but outside of that, this is not going to be a round that goes the way of Nongshim, and that's not even going to be the case. Off angle from Martin. And the rounds just continue to look easier and easier for Gentlemates.
If it wasn't for the 1 assist for Ivy, I'd be congratulating him for being hired as the new James Bond 007. But we do live in a world where Nongshim are at least
อุ้ย
looking at that 1 round, Ivy on that 1 assist. That was a gun round though after a pretty broken buy previously, and now I'm looking back over towards more broken buys.
ผมว่า LG น่าสู้ได้ครับโดนไปเหมือนกัน
Darby still
สอง
has
ทีม
the
น่าสู้ได้ก็
opportunity
โดนเหมือนกันตอน
overdrive.
นี้
Yeah, another one of these half buys that Nongshim are always dangerous in. As you mentioned, Darby looking to get on the front foot here with the overdrive. In goes the guiding light and the relay bolt, but the trips are looking pretty damn good here, and the defense even better. Xbox gets nothing done, and although a few of the stingers have made it out onto the site, unless RB goes huge here, it's not going to be good enough for Nongshim.
1 versus 2, the clutch opportunity starts to look a little bit more possible, but he has to get rid of 2 of these players, and one is right there. It's going to be an ace. He's looking for it. 6 bullets in the chamber here, and RB will not, as Martin triples up again.
So consistent on these multi-frags here.
แดนบีก็แบบ
We
ว่า
know just
หา
how
ยใจ
good
เลย
Martin is. Sometimes needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys. But when Prox is having a game like this, and previously on this map, you've seen Sarso even lay down 20 in the first half. The squad's looking very, very well-rounded. RB, I mean, it's a classic. Whenever Nongshim are kind of down in the doldrums, he's always going to try to pull through a round for the boys. But, I mean, 5, an ace, it would be outrageous. 4 is already impressive enough.
A clutch ace would
ไอ
be
วียัง0-8ครับหา
ridiculous.
เกมตุ๋ยไม่เจอเลยครับไอวี
But the belief was certainly there. Do we believe that Nongshim can recover anything now in this half with 8 for General Mates? Because that was the closest that Nongshim had to a round outside the actual round that they did win quite some time ago. Seems like it's well and truly in the past and in the history books.
Gentlemates very committed to this A rubble control. Are starting to rotate away now. Starso as well as Mini. Maybe trying to clear the middle of the map. That's really nice from Prox to just bait out the Vice wall. But Ivy not too perturbed by that. Wants to try to keep this one in check. The Boombot will confirm that he's inside of lobby.
Here we go, prepping the
คราวนี้ไม่แตก
paranoia.
ลูดแล้วครับโอ้แถบแม่งเปลี่ยนแทบ
Same
ทุกราว
couple
เล
of
ย
cipher trips that we've seen a
Have they
number of
done put
times now. 45 seconds here, still waiting to go on in. B's also nicely covered, especially with the door tap. That's what Nongshim are looking for, to make sure that General Mates are going to be holding further away from the map, but they execute finally going on in. Flashes are good so far. Darby just wants to walk straight into the cage, and Bippo says thank you very much. That's going to be a free double kill. Plus,
เฮียเล่นดีจัดเย็นแม่
Bippo with the triple here, and Nongshim only get 2 kills out of all of that.
They didn't even hit the trips, Kev. Like, the cage setup was nasty. The counter utility was perfect. These setups for Gentlemates are perfection.
30 seconds left.
Look at those cages. Bippo is a dirty man playing up on top of the double stack. Gets himself a freebie, backed up well by Mini in the back of the site. These players on Gentlemates are playing perfect defense on Lotus.
It's a dangerous map.
เพื่อนชนหมัดเพื่อนไอ้นี่ชนหมัดใช่ป่ะมาทีแม่งกำหมัดเลยเอามือกำมาไม่รู้ว่าจะแตะจะกำอะไร Damn bro เท่เลยไอ้สัตว์ไอ้วี่กูตุ๋ยไม่ได้เลยครับทีนี้
2 on 4. RB has to be the hero yet again here because Francis has been caught with the spike. How many times must be task RB with some kind of outrageous 1v4 ace. He's spotted out on spawn side. Bippo tapping away, but cleaned up by Starso and Mini, who peek out from main side. Double digits for Gentlemates. They've got 10 rounds. I'm not even sure if this is going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is, I mean, turn off the HUD here. Looks like MIBR versus GE all over again, Where is right now?
ชื่ออะไรวะ
Not alive on Lotus. Maybe hopes for Pacific will no longer be alive after this series as well. Still a best of 3, of course, but this one is starting to look like the writing is indeed on the wall. This scoreline that Nongshim can get now 2 to 10 in the first half. And they'll buy together what they can. Many up and aggressive early. RB already teleporting.
Time to try and double your rounds. It's the best you can hope for. Judge on front B is a choice for Gentlemates. Not forced to purchase out that weapon, but they really understand that Nongshim love to just kind of walk back and death ball in the middle of the map.
Starzo lucky to get out of that. A big swing come through and Nongshim would have punished him. And RB, okay, got to get the work done, but Mini's already got 2 response done. He finally pops in the overdrive. Steel Garden from the attacking side as well. He's going to walk into Starzo. He's been stripped away from using the judge. And then finally, so late into the half, Nongshim with the player advantage and a plant.
I mean, it goes without saying it's a must-win round. If Bippo 1v3s him, it's time to back it up. It's going to walk in, but Danby smartly positioning over towards Heaven side. It's going to be really hard to break that and the crossfire towards B main. And with the guiding light clearing out Waterfall, I think they're going to be well aware of where Bippo can be coming from. They're going to force him to tap it.
Who's ready to swing? Cage will make things a little bit more interesting at least. And Bippo, all he hears is just shots flying in from all around. He'll get Ivy down, but he's only got 2 HP. Your time is very quickly going to be running out. And like you said, the crossfire is going to be up and available. I don't think Gentlemates will be too upset though. 10 and 2 is still a grossly one-sided scoreline.
Absolutely. Nongshim have got a lot of work to do here, and Gentlemates will be thrilled with how this has started. EMEA teams continuing to eat good here in Paris. See what Nongshim can come up with here now that they move over to the defense. These guys have been in many, many big games. So you know that they've got the right mental and the resilience to claw their way out from a deficit. But with how well Gentlemates are playing here, it really just feels like a matter of time. Like, honestly, even if Nongshim has really good defense here, the macro is all on point. Like, when all you need is 3 rounds to close, and, you know, you've got Martin in this form, Proc seems to be having a good game. Like, it's just going to take a couple of individually good rounds for Gentlemates, and they'll just win this game.
Prox was 7-0 in the first 3 rounds. And your least experienced player, with a decent amount of pressure on him, is already fragging out of control. Nongshim outside of RB looked like they were asleep at the wheel, and even RB, only so much that he can do. I'm afraid even if RB won the ace clutch, how many more rounds would Nongshim really have gotten here? Well, I'll tell you the good news. They've gotten more than XLG got versus Gentlemates on this exact same map a couple days ago. That was a 13-1. So far to 10 and 2. And as we come back from, very soon that is, from the halftime, boy oh boy, do we need a giant string of defensive rounds for Nongshim to even begin to think about the possibility of maybe sending this one to an OT.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they can do it. And that's not just specific bias. Like, Nongshim is just this insane team that goes on streaks sometimes. It's definitely possible, but you'd be a fool for not backing Gentlemates at this point in the game. It's looking like Lotus is theirs on a silver platter, but as all things start, We need a pistol here for Nongshim to start to say this game could get a little bit more competitive. Because, I mean, they're liable to force in the second round. We've already seen that. They're able to cause upsets on ecos. Even if they lose the pistol, they might win a game. But when you've got a team that's already on 11, at some point they're just going to get an old cycle in, or someone's going to go berserk, and that's going to be the game being over. So must-win pistol here for Nongshim.
แต่มันเหลือทีมเก่งๆ
A
นะ
little bit of a fight over A to start this one off.
ทีมเราไม่ค่อยได้เห็นในสเตจครับ
Okay, well, camera already starts to spot on the aggression coming through for Nongshim. Just be delivering
พอเข้ามาถึง GE เปล่าที่เขาแบบนั่นน่ะ
orb over to
นิดเดียว
Darby
เพื่อน
so far. Guess what though? B has already been overtaken.
อ๋อวัดครับโอ้โหน้องชิมกูไปหมดเลยเฮียมาอย่างเยอะ
Another 3K
ล้มหมดเลยไอ้สัตว์
Time to wrap it up.
มา4เขามา3เขาเรียบ
And think about Haven.
ยิงไม่สู้จริงด่านนี้ไม่ยิงไม่ได้ใช่ด่านว่ะผมว่านะ
แปลกๆ They know that he was the player over towards the C side of the map. They've cleared out all of B. They've got these deep off angles. It's a little bit of a crossfire setup off of Mini. Bippo just waiting for his time to peek as the Chickle comes out. And Ivy really just posturing to see if he can earn any more points towards the steel guard. But with the knife out and the wrap from Starzo, Gentlemen are all over everything. They have the entire map, and Nongshim have nothing.
RB's 10 to 12 right now. Kills to death.
หมดพลังแล้วเหรอจริงหมดพลังแล้ววะ
For Nongshim, it gets worse from there.
เยี่ยมมาเล่นแบบว่า
As we look at the actual score of the map itself.
ตุ้ยเขาไม่ได้เลยอะยิงสู้เขาไม่ได้ครับ
I believe the math is correct. What does the Stinger Force on the defense look like? We're about to find out, I think.
Not good. Not as good as on attack, that's for sure. They're probably going to buy Sheriffs and Armor if I was to know Nongshim. Yeah, they don't want a Stinger Force here. Only Ivy's going to be piloting that. And it's looking like much the same as the pistol. Camera spots 4 people outside A. We don't go A.
They're going to go into the Stinger. Here we go, Ivy. Better have something good for us. Razorvine can only do so much here. The fast lane covers the angle and lets everyone else slowly walk on in. Well, those Sheriffs slowly making their way over through the spawn as well. Trip's going to mark the long flank angle coming on through. Bippo up to defend against that.
Trailblazer going forward here. And Bippo with the Vandal might have been spotted in the corner. Doesn't seem like Nongshim are aware of it. And even if he was, Gentlemate's all ready to swing off of that contact. Jump spot from Danby. Already punished. Paint Shells actually forcing Gentlemates into a bit of an awkward fight. But we're looking towards Waterfall and spawn side for Nongshim to finally have some success here.
Still 3
ยังไง
players
มึงต้องตัวนึง
awkward for Gentlemates now as Francis looking for opportunity. It's a good ride.
โอเค
But only gets 1 kill so
แล้วก็
far
แพ้
and Ivy
โอ้แฟน
unfortunately
ดึง
was
ไว้
on
2
the
ไอ้สัต
side
ว์
but just doesn't get his one. Leaves 2 players life for
แพ้
Gentlemates
11-2 ครับ
and
น้
a
องชิม
map
แบบว่า
point
อะไรก็
now
ไม่รู้เลยวันนี้แบบไม่รู้จริง
decided.
ๆสู้ไม่ไล่
That got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but Gentlemates still 12.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't looked at the entirety of the game list here at EWC, but Nongshim might be setting like a world record time of speedrunning this game. We should probably sign him up for like Gran Turismo or something like that. I don't know. Is there a racing game?
Like I said, the
สัตว์
only
ข้างใน1 ลุม 2
the only thing about
ข้างนอก
this
2 ลุม
that is
1
not that bad for Nongshim is that Sheila Gaming did worse somehow.
ไอ้เหี้ย
That's genuinely the
ข้างใน
only
ยัง
thing.
ตัดได้อะสู้ได้อยู่เพราะว่า
That's what we get to
ปาซิ
compare
มันได้1
it to. But Lotus is looking like a no-go for any team
จ่ายพอด
against
ไปจ่ายพอดไป
Gentlemates.
เก็บไว้ไม่รู้ทำอะไร
The way mates are playing right now, Nongshim, you called it
มองไป
already
แบบ
having
หน้า
to
เนี่ย
think
กูว่าน้อง
about
ชิมมอง
Haven
แบบหน้า
because
อะไรเงี้ย
I'm afraid I'm not believing in the
แบบนี้สู้
comeback
ไม่ได้
anymore. This is a little bit ridiculous. I'm just hoping somebody on Nongshim goes positive in stats for this map, if that's possible still.
That's possible.
I don't mean possible in the mathematical sense, but more in like the spiritual sense.
Spiritual? Yeah, look. There's going to have to be some soul-searching done after this game for sure. RB's starting to think about where he wants his monitor. He doesn't even know anymore. Nothing's working for him. Not a timeout for Nongshim here.
11-13 RB. I believe get 2 more RB. Let's go neutral at least. Let's break even. We're going to ignore Ivy's scoreline there. Or just remember the good times when he popped off versus G2.
I mean, before that, he had to struggle some kind of stage in Pacific. So, look, a little bit inconsistent, unfortunately, as Gentlemates have wrestle control of a lobby. That's a little tickle from Danby as Mini follows that Prowler into his death. Nice opening pick for RB.
Needs 1 more, then he goes neutral at least. We're not going to look at a negative scoreline. Danby doesn't quite land the shot he wanted. So we'll slow this one down slightly. Danby just still checking. Yep, Gentlemates still over on Rubble. Bippo exploring mid, by the way, for what it's worth. Smoke allows RB to get a little bit aggressive. My God, that's good.
Yes.
Woo, 4 kill.
He's done it.
That's it. And stop the count. That's it. End the game now. RB went positive.
I'm not sure that's happening.
That's all we need.
He's doing a good job here, but RB.
เนี่ย12ปุ๊บมีพลังไอ้เหี้ยฟืด
Wow.
ทำไมนี่
My man.
That's a wooden spoon prize at this point. Let's be honest.
Give him
But
a
a hell of a
trophy.
round for RB. I mean, that's what he always does. RB always turns on the heroics when Nongshim are down and out. Usually, it ends up putting them in a circumstance where you have a little bit of faith. In this case, I'm not sure that's true, but that is bloody impressive. Try walking through a dark cover with a man advantage that he earned himself in tree, and just every shot connecting perfectly on the Guardian. That is delicious.
RB giving us the best 1v9 performance ever. X-Ross now looking to help the team out if he can as well, but Martin on just the pistols already responding. By the way, this is only pistols from M8. And now they're upgrading. Nongshim, come on, you got to be doing a little bit better than this one.
Come on, bro.
And Starzo as they start to make their way onto C.
Neural Theft coming out and cage to zone. Gentlemate's trying to get a little bit of a feel for where Nongshim are positioned as the spike starts to go down here. Danby is still sitting on this outlaw line. From the shadows punished as Starso continually tries to get this spike down and finally be able to do so.
Once RB, if RB goes down, the round is probably over. Prox still holding that position, making things annoying for Francis at the moment. But there's a shot from Danby. Play advantage. Not quite found us, but Bro will be able to get one back. But tell you what, Danby and Francis will get the 2 required. Man, Francis waited a long time before he got that kill over towards Mound. We might have hit 12 for Gentlemates, but Nongshim's deciding just to give us a little bit more.
Yeah, they're working their way into the series.
กูอยากดูแบบอื่นแล้ววะ
It's a bit Sesame Street-esque, you know.
สุดเลย
Counting one at a time. I think that's a relevant reference because it's like, you know, they're coming back to life here. The coffer's open, the counts out. I think even if they don't get Lotus here, though, it's good to win some rounds on the tail end of what is effectively a pretty big stomping. Make them feel better about coming into Haven. Like, Gentlemates are a bit more than they've been so far.
Pacific จะไม่เหลือแล้วพี่
For Nongshim, sadly, will cost him a map in the series, but
เหลือ Pacific ในรายการ EWC บ้าง
this time around, Ivy will at least take down Martin
สวย
first and
สวย
foremost.
3 ตัวแล้วไอวี่
Prevents the TP
3
from
ตัว
landing through as well. Prox to respond onto Ivy. 4 versus 4.
โอ้มันยิง
now
โหด
as
จัด
we
เลย
will get another one.
เฮียแปะมาโหดจังวะ
What else can we get here for Nongshim, who's still waiting for RB?
คัมแบ็กอิสเลียวเปล่าคัมแปดแบบชุดนั้นนะ
Because Mates
เฮีย
have
ไม่ใช่กลับมา
advantage yet.
14 12 นะ
is
เฮีย
now moving
M8
over
ภาพ
towards
ลอยไปเลยนะ M8 ตอนยุคชุดแรกกับลอยไปนะโอ้โหเจ็บ
Dink
คู่
there from Francis. He's taken a lot of health away from Gentlemates here. Trailblazer going forward. Really being patient with that one. See if he can finish off one of these players. Let's not forget it does 30 damage. X-Ross knows that Gentlemates have to put the spike down here, and the dark cover will give them a little bit more space to do so.
He's still got the blast pack as well, so that even might deal enough damage to potentially finish off a player. Waiting for the big flank. As RB is saying, I'm coming in, fellas, but X-Ross is not going to wait any longer. Here we go, 15 HP for Starzo. Will still get RB. He would have to clutch here, but it's not going to happen. As Nongshim gets 5. Sesame Streets, what he was talking about earlier. That's me adding on to that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
ขอดูครับแป๊บนึงทุกคน
What character do you identify with, would you say? I feel like I'm definitely an Ernie.
I don't live in a garbage can, so not Grouch.
No, actually, I'm Oscar. That much is obvious.
เชี่ยคอมนี้ G2 ดีกว่าวะ
Get a tie back here for Gentlemates.
That's respect.
Yeah.
Real talk. You're 12 and 5 and you're going to time out.
ไอพี่น่าเจียบๆเลยวะปกติน่าจะแบบยิ้มแย้มหน่อย
Coaches like
แมตช์นี้ไม่ยิงเลย
So Haven. Don't need to worry about this match. So Haven, guys. Start the coaching for the next map early.
Nah.
SP เหลือ 5 ชนะผมไม่ดูตกรอบทั้งคู่เลยน้อง
Haven't been showing it so far too much
ตกรอบทั้งคู่เลย
in this particular series, but a very, very strong team indeed. Already made their way through G2 earlier on in this group.
SP จบวินได้ครับแล้วกรรมการจับได้ว่าซัดบ้องบนเวทีก็เลยให้ทีมที่3ได้ไปแทนครับแต่5ก็แพ้ก็เลยเป็นทีมที่2แทนครับไอ้สัตว์เอ้ย เล่นอยู่มันเครียดไง
As mentioned
มันเครียด
before
มัน
for
ขอปุ้น
Gentle
หน่อย
Mates, I
พี่
mean,
ปุ้น
this
หน่อย
time out is really just a
เรีย
chance
บ
to
ร้อ
get
ย
yourself
เนี่ยโดน
involved.
กับ
If
โดน
I was sitting in the coach booth, I'd be saying,
ชา
look,
เวอร์ชนะผม
losing a couple of rounds
ชนะ
here.
สูสีด้วย
Let's just play this
จ
one
บ
safe,
13
min-max the
11 5
money
แม
and
ตช์
get
รวด
ourselves
เลย
in
ครับ
a position where we
ไม่หมาย
can
ถึง
just hit
5
them
แม
with
ตช์
an
เต็ม
ult combo.
แล้วจบแบบว่าโหเสียดายแทน
The
5
problem is
เลย
that
ว่ะ
honestly, Gentle Mates comp is not really that kind of comp. The
แต่
only
ชาเปอร์มัน
really
ทำมานาน
massive
มากแล้วอะแล้ว
impact
ทีมมันแบบ
is the showstopper,
ทีม
honestly.
มัน
So
เก่งแบบพอที่จะแบบ
it's not really going to work
เฮี้
for you.
ย
And the
Nice
first
open
top is
for
gone.
Nongshim.
ก็ต้องให้
That
เขา
was the impact ultimate taken off the table.
เฮ้ย
But,
แฟน
that's
ซีฟ
some pretty good sharp shooting so far. Doesn't realize that Xros already
ไม่ไปได้
has
จัง
the
ไหนวะ
angle covered, so not only Prox and Stars are left alive, and Arby and some quick move for
เครียดอะเครียดอะ
Xros, dismantling.
พีซีแบบฝุ่นแม่งเลยอภิญญาบอกซัดละไม่ไหวพี่เครียดเลยเครียด
As
อะ
soon as you get excited about a
เกม
Nongshim
ตึงเกิน
comeback,
กดดันนะอยากแบบเบาสมองหน่อยอย่ารั่วเลยซัดบนเวที
until I see the 12-12, I'm going to stay calm.
M8 ไม่ใช่ใช่ไหมไม่ใช่แหละ
Of course, timeout.
เกม8โดนคัมแบ็กมาเหมือนตอนยุค M8 ชุดแรกนะกูบอกเลยนะช็อกนะไอ้เหี้ย อันนี้ไกลด้วย 6 แล้วครับ
Well, one round at a time is Nongshim's
เฮ้ย
mantra.
เมติแล้วมาทีเมติแล้ว
Stack of ults on Nongshim, by the way, got 4 there.
Opposite out for Danby. He's going to have the overdrive to be able to try to complete one of these retakes a little bit more comfortably. I'll be looking for some information. Being away, didn't see any of the players here on Gentle Mates as the Prowler leads the charge and confirms that Xros is sitting in the baby door. Oh my god.
โอ้เรียบร้อยครับ
Straight
ไม่ต้อ
on
งสืบ
in, opens up this baby door here for Gentle Mates.
Paranoia was perfect there. Brilliant play. And
ต้องยิงเองครับ
waited till the last moment there, but will
กายกำลังหมาอยู่เมื่อกี้เหมือนจะขอพี่ได้ปะไม่ได้หมาอยู่ซัดเองเลยไหวหรือแม่ก็ไม่ได้พูดที่อะไรยิงเองแม่งเลยโอ้เรามาเดินหลังนี้หลังบอมที่เมาช้าจัดเมาช้าจัดเรียบร้อยครับแปลกๆแล้ว
Bippo on his lonesome. Not much to do here at Rubble. Spike dropped on the A site and 40 seconds to work with. Maybe try and make this one expensive for Nongshim. Francis will find out where he's at, but maybe not in the way that he would have liked.
ตกใจ
Cage going out here as Bippo waiting for Nongshim to kind of overcook this one. Can you TP past that or jump over it as RB? I stripped it. So Bippo well aware that someone was trying to give him the runaround.
No TP sadly, but he does have a smoke available. How badly do they want to chase this one? You got good money here, to be honest with you, but yeah, time's gone out. Nongshim will respect it.
จะได้ไม่ดูนะสำนัก
away with one
แม่ง
gun.
โคตรมันเลยฮะสปิดอะ
Showstopper invested and it doesn't end up working
แต่
out for
ลัดเชน
Gentle
ผมว่า
Mates.
มันก็ไม่ได้โอกาส
That
ง่าย
took
ครับ
earlier
ถ้า
would
ตัวเอง
definitely
ฟื้น
have
กลับมาไม่ได้
been where they
5-5 อาจ
discussed
จะ
what
ไม่ได้
they
ไป
wanted
ครั
to
บ
do in this round.
แต่แน่ๆนอนแล้วคือชาเปอร์ได้ไปแล้วทีม
really needing to burn that much. Like
แต่ถ้าทีมไทยได้ไปทีมก็ยิ่งแจ่มเข้าไปใหญ่
That's a
ครับ
classic like in the coaching booth. Okay, we found the exact pick that we were waiting for and looking for, and then got
ต้องสะสม
battered
ตี
in
แล้วค
the
รับผมว่า
5-on-4.
ไม่งั้นชิบหายครับ
And that was just clean. Love to see that, but
Let's don't play the rest of it.
สองทีมแม่งถ้าแม่งเล่นเนียบๆขึ้นมาหน่อยนะเฮีย
12-7 starts
กลับ
to
มา
look
ว่า
like
ทาม
a
ได้นี่ชิบ
respectable
หายครับ
scoreline. I'm going to say that much at least.
Yep.
If it wasn't for the fact that mates are already on 12, you'd be thinking, that's quite a competitive map so far. We wanted to see quite a string of rounds for Nongshim on the second half, and they are delivering that right now. And Danby, he's unspotted in how far up he's pushed. With a little bit of help from Ivy, he is in a good spot. Ivy's going to fall, but surely Danby will get the clean up here as well. He might even get a secondary on the
Oh, Minnie!
So good on the sheriff so far, but doesn't realize
โอ้ถ้ามินี่
that
เล่น
Xros
ช้า
is
สักหน่อย
also
นะได้
joining
รู้
the
ครับ
party, leaving Star Zone now.
ที่มินี่มันยิงผมเนาะ
But he at least is unspotted.
หน้านี้ออนโดนตีวิ่งเร็วๆเลย
Francis going to get caught as Starso creeps behind them with the stinger. Francis checking the back lines. Will go down. Xros very badly needs to convert this kill. Prowler just left clicked here by Starso as Xros buying time. The C's will connect onto him, but quick on the Phantom is
น่าชิวว่า
Xros.
พี่ตึงสุดน่าจะแฟนซีเราตบยับไปแล้วไม่จริง
This is a bit of a streak they've got
มึง
going
จำไว้
on
เลย
here,
อย่า
Kev.
คิดอย่างนี้ไม่จริงครับไม่มีอันไหนชิว
This
ครับ
ramen is taking a little while
มึง
to
ประมาท
cook,
ทีมอื่น
but
ไม่ได้เลยครับ
smelling it right now.
และอีกอย่างหนึ่งฟอร์มทีมเราก็เดี๋ยวน่าจะมีปัญหาด้วย
Ready to go.
เพราะจะแบบเรื่องเจ็บช้ำความรู้สึกเรื่อง
Start to make a
แบบ
believer
จะ
out
ช
of
นะ
me
อยู่
with
แล้ว
these rounds
เรา
coming on
ไม่ควรต้อง
through.
มาเล่นอันนี้เลยถ้าเราเล่นดีๆกว่านี้หรืออะไรเงี้ยมันมีคำถามเยอะครับคนที่ได้เปรียบคือคนที่รออยู่ใน LCQ ครับ พวกแฟนซีได้เปรียบครับเราตบยับก็เข้าใจ แต่ว่ามันไม่เหมือนกันไม่เหมือนกันถ้าเราทำแผนผิดทางหรือว่าทำมูเมนต์วางผิดตำแหน่งผิดทางโปรโตคอลไม่เหมือนเดิมบางทีรูปเกมมันก็จะไม่เหมือนเดิมเลย
He's 5 and 17. Surely we can crack into this C
คน
site here.
มาชอบคิดว่าหมูใช่ไหมจริงเชื่อกูดิกูแข่งมาทำมาไม่เคยหมูเลยยิ่งทีมที่เราไม่รู้จักทีมที่ยิ่งไม่เก่งยิ่งน่ากลัวเฮ้ย2 แก้วแล้วมันตันสวยจังเชียร์เจนเทอร์เมดจะบอกนะแค่หญิงไปปอบหมีก็มูทีมดีแล้วหมีมีหญิงอยู่แล้วดิหญิงเยอะด้วยหมีมันสไตล์แบบหนุ่มตีจีนไอ้เหี้ยสาวชอบหนุ่มตีจีนตลกครบเลยรวยไอ้เหี้ยบ้านรวยพ่อแม่มีตังค์สบายเฮ้ยก้าวแล้วทุกคนก้าวแล้ว What's happening?
See what happens, and what
happens
is 2 players make a partnership. Ivy holds his own. X-Ross drops a rocket on the other guy.
ตอบอะไรหมีมันขับ FE ไปรับสาว
I mean, you can play this very like kind of
รถมันโดนตีนเจออะไรหมี
you have the raise rocket in the middle of the map on the rotation. That's exactly what you want to do with it. Some people will take the rocket and go fight C mound or rubble, but when you're that player that's on the rotation at the raise, it really just simplifies a flood retake. You just rip the rocket and you go for it.
ENC ชาติออสอยู่นะน่าจะตึงๆเทมนี้ทรงนี้ M8 ใจแตกแน่เลยยังถ้าโอเวอร์ไทม์เราแพ้เมื่อไหร่ใจแตกเลยใจแตกเลยรู้จริงมินิไมล์ไม่น่าไม่กลัวไม่วะไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นประเด็นคือแทบไม่ได้พักเลยแข่งเลยรีเซ็ตไม่ทันก็โดนได้นะใช่ครับแค่วันนี้มันก็ช้ำใจพอแล้วครับแต่ก็ต้องเลือกเว้ยต้องเลือกครับเราไม่ช้ำใจก็เขาช้ำใจอ่ะสุดท้ายถ้าเราช้ำใจก็ดูแลตัวเอง
3 away from giving us an OT. What a wild comeback that would be to give us an OT after a 2-10 start. Broken money for Genomates as well.
I don't think you will believe it, Kevin, but I see a twinkle in your eye. You know,
ตอนทำเซียพอลงใส่ล่างปุ๊บผมไม่ไปไหนเลยอ่ะทำแผนแก้แผนทำแผนแก้แผนไอสัตว์พอกูรู้ไฟดับเท่านั้นแหละโอ้โหกูตั้งเป้าเลยสัตว์กูต้องรันสายล่างให้ชนะให้ได้กูจำได้แม่นมากสัตว์แม่ฟ้าฝนที่จะแกล้งที่จะไม่สนครับโลกนี้อาจจะไม่ใช่พระเจ้าก็ได้นะที่แบบที่ดูแลโลกเราอยู่อาจจะเป็นซาตานก็ได้ผู้ชนะแม่งเขียนเลยผู้ชนะแม่งเป็นคนเขียนเลย
That's the overdrive at least shut down here. Now Theft to come on through to help things out for Genomate. So we have any upgrades? Just 2 guns so far. 4 versus 3. All 3 from Nongshim coming through from the top.
Yeah, Nightfall picked up off the back of the plant there for Starso and Gentleman's playing this one very safe.
ถ้าช้ำในทำไงพี่ไม่จ่ายค่าไฟพี่ไม่ใช่
Here comes a Nightfall. That's a perfect response. Does catch at least the 1 player there if not 2. What are Genomate's going to do about this one? Playing it passively. No one's tapped the spike here. What's this? Okay, Bitpo gone. That evens up the numbers, Martin. Cheeky paint shells straight onto the spike. But you gotta start thinking about peeking this one.
โอ้ยมีใครแก้สักฮาร์ฟเลยทุกคน
Shot to come on through, you'd hope. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. 2 players left on both sides.
จีครับโอ้เฮ้ยชิบหายแล้วพี่ชิบหายโอ้ยมันอยู่ไกลมากเฮียฟอกอยู่ไกลมากครับ
And that's double digits for Nongshim. A very tentative standoff.
ประตูมันเล่นลิ้นพี่แล้วพี่ประตูมันเล่นลิ้นเลย
They had a really good post play for themselves.
20แล้ว
As I said, they played around the steel garden perfectly. Jumped the knife.
มีคนไทยแข่งตัวโอซีด้วยพี่
Everything they
ที่
needed
มา
to
ติน
win
อยู่
that
อา
round
เคด
except win the post plant.
หรออาจ
Maybe
จะ
a
เป็นลูก
little
ครึ่ง
bit
ปะ
too safe, honestly, with this setup.
ผมประตูปิดพอดีครับ
Prox is what you can get through the door.
รั่วเลยสัตว์
It closed on him. It closed on him as no
20 เย็ดแม่
I mean,
ทำเป็นเล่นไปนะหนองทีมมาสตาร์ที่11-2ว่า11-1นะ
battering it down. Slowly but surely is hanging on by the hinges.
มึงคิดว่ามึงกันเก่งคนเดียวหรอ
push us through into OT and then they seriously have a chance to step into this one.
หลอกครับวันนี้หลอกน่าจะหลอกไซเฟอร์อยู่ไกลมาก
Fake pump on the C
มัน
side
ล่อ
there
ของ
for
ให้จ่ายครับ
Genomates trying to
ไม่
bait out some
ไม่จ่าย
kind
เลย
of a reaction.
ไม่จ่ายเลยครับไม่กดแหนมเลยเลย
Trailblazers cleared out
ไม่กด
A
แหนม
space.
Nongshim said we will rebuild.
เฮียเกมนี้ตื่นเต้นเฉยเลยฮะ
Better and better round by round.
อย่านะเฮีย M8 เจ้าเดิมกลับมาแล้วเหรอโค้ชช่วยหน่อยเฮ้ยโค้ชเดิมปะเนี่ยโค้ชเดิมปะเนี่ยช่วยหน่อยได้ไหมได้ไหมครับโค้ชครับเอาวะโอ้จ่ายของเปล่าครับโอ้จ่ายจับจะเอาทีเอาออกฮะดูดิเสียงบอมแล้วมาเอกลอสตึงๆนี่กินฟรีเล่นเลยโอ้ฮีฮ่าตีห้าตอนตีห้าง่วงก็ไปนอนดิวะเฮียทีเอ็นชิบหายแล้วทุกคนชิบหายแล้วครับคัมแบ็กครับผมโอ้ถามหัวยิ้มชิบหายแล้วไอ้เฮียฟาซิมันยิ้มโอ้โหใครจะตะโกนเลย8เฮีย M8 ที่ถูกต้องว่ะ M8 ที่ถูกต้องมันกลับมาแล้วทุกคนทีมที่โดนคัมแบ็กครับ
Been seeing those kind of shots come out from Nongshim, even in the G2 game, and now there's only one round left of regulation. How have we ended up here?
Seekers ready, Martin one away from Showstopper as well. Gentlemates, early control, TP in there for Prox. Seekers in response against the Prowlers. They're all going to get ripped up.
จ่ายไปอย่างงี้เปล่าประโยชน์นะ
Here's the rocket. Yeah, in comes the showstopper here. Martin looking to zone back. Nongshim has got a lot of. What a shot!
Hey!
Ivy as well to Bitpo. Numbers are running dry here. Prox has got stars.
Yes,
and RB will send Nongshim into the yard.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันทำได้ว่ะทุกคนแม่งทำได้ว่ะ ไอ้สัตว์อย่างนี้โดนจริงM8 โดนคัมแบ็ก
That is not the position you want to end it up in. Only needed one round in that second half of regulation to get this one across the line.
ปวดหัวเลยฮะ
What a resurgence from Nongshim. It's just been perfection on the defense. They are pumped up.
Puckett's been waiting on the sidelines for about 12 rounds now, thinking it was over.
His knees aren't going to hold out much longer.
พูดไม่ออก
A bit longer.
อยู่ไม่ไหว
We are locked into this map now, into the OT. If you only watch the first half, you're thinking, all right,
ด่านนี้มันน่ากลัว
there's just no way, dude. How do you get 10 rounds in a row as Nongshim Red Force after going 2-10 in the first half, losing the pistol anti-eco, putting yourself at 2-12, and you're like, 10 rounds in a row, fellas?
I think mates needed to 11-1 on their defense. That's where they really messed this one up.
That's the thing.
Sorry. Yeah, it was on their defense.
Mates got 11-1 versus XLG and they won off that. But I'll tell you what, 10-2 is not good enough. No. 10-2 is where 10-2 is where you unfortunately fumble it.
Unlucky.
เฮียมันเฉยเลยคุณนี่มันเฉยเลยครับแม่งตามมาจาก12-3มาทุกคนตามมา12เท่าเย็ดเท่ แต่ถ้าM8ชนะก็ถือว่าก็ชนะอยู่ดีแต่ว่าแบบแม่งเอาซะแบบเฮียเต็มวินอีสปอร์ตสัตว์
Yeah, getting active here. Gentlemate's defense was perfect. I mean, both defenses were really where everybody won their rounds. Dog is the only thing that gets caught by the trip here, and okay, you would like to get that kill, but he's just a little too slick for you.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit lucky to be alive, but that is Darby's.
โอ้สวยตาโซ่
in the baby door, and that is a bit of a problem for Nongshim, who now start to get down. Mini next up to bat. Only going 1-for-1. Dabby on the wall. Almost good enough. Francis now. This could be another heroic play for Nongshim Red Force, but the swing of Prox is better. Gentlemates, that's their first round in 10 rounds in a row.
อลอนโซชนะ
Finally break through in OT.
แข่งรถเลโก้พี่
We're about to do about 10 rounds of OT. Everyone's going to win defense and not win their attack.
รถเลโก้
That's probably what's going to happen here. Nongshim.
ส่วนรถมึงอะ
To the plate again to get their defense sorted. Man, Starzo really did wonders here. But that last 1v1 as well. Trust in the rookie. Prox has got to get it
รถดีคนขับโง่
Pressure on his shoulders, and he delivered that one. as just about almost everyone is starting to go positive in there. KD's now on the side of Nongshim after all of that. Darby up to sniping.
Yep.
Looking for his first target.
Operator on the line. Down goes the smokes for the attacking side. They've already been thrown out, at least on the heaven side for Prox. Danby back for a second helping. Backed up by X-Ross. Looking like another
เลย
18
เพื่อน
now.
แม่ง
Unless
ไว้
we
ใจ
can
เพื่อน
get
จั
a
ด
really
เพื่อน
nice
เขาเวิร์ด
trail fight put together by Gentlemates.
Now they know where Darby is, but they don't know where RB is. Paranoia in play as well. Does make a catch, but Starzo is right around the corner. And doesn't get two here. Bippo on for a singular more.
โอ้ยเหี้ยวะ
Bippo is going to make this one
ไม่พอ
interesting. 1 versus 2. Nongshim have to be at least a little bit careful right now.
โอ้ยาก
Ivy climbing back in terms of kills. Another 2 rounds
มัน
of
ไม่ควรมา
OT.
แต่12เลยว่ะเฮีย
This game
แม่ง
is
เกม
phenomenal.
ตึงเลย
Honestly.
ยากเลย
It's
ครับ
the best game I've seen in quite some time. I am down to go for like 4 more OTs. You know, that MIBR Heretics game was pretty good, but
แต่มันเล่นกลับมาคัมแบ็กได้ผมก็ยังพอเข้าใจได้นะแต่เมื่อวานเป็นเล็กแพ้ผมงงกันนะเฮีย
Nongshim just mobilizing themselves super well on the defense here. Mixing in the operator there on Danby. Something that he wasn't doing when Nongshim had their Santiago run. It was always Francis to wield that weapon. He started to move it into his repertoire.
I'll tell you what, the winner of this map is
M8 เป็นเหมือนยุค M8 นั่นแล้วอ่ะแอลแบบว่า
right now, and while Darby is just straight into Starzo's face.
โดนลุมปะนั่นไงชิบหายละโดนนำแล้ว M8 ไอ้สัส M8 มันนำมา12 3มาแอลไอ้เหี้ยเขาตีมา12เท่าอ่ะแล้วมันนำโอเวอร์ไทม์มาเนี่ยดูทรง
Looking good for them, but they're
อุ้ย
pretty low on HP.
อุ้ย
That's where Martin can maybe
โอเค
capitalize. Traded
เดี๋ยวแล้ว
out
มึ
by
ง
Danby, and now Bippo tasked with
Bippo อีก
another
อะ
clutch here for Gentlemates. Spike has been established. He knows that Danby is over
โอ้ร้อยตีบอลหมดเลยครับ
B main side of things. Gonna
เอา
try to
ขึ้น
get
มา
the half inside of the cage,
โอ้
but the spam through from Danby is good enough.
จะแพ้จริงทุกคนจะแพ้จริงจะแพ้จริงจะแพ้จริง
Point here.
จะแพ้จริงครับที่ M8 กลับมาเป็น M8 เดิมอีกแล้วเหรอ
We've arrived.
พอดปะ
Like I said, the defensive side, no questions. Both teams have been fantastic. It's the attacking end that's been the biggest problem. So the fact now that Nongshim have found an attacking side win, as long as they can make sure the defense is once again solid against Gentlemates, the map goes their way, and you got to start thinking.
ถ้ามันแพ้แบบนี้กับ EME โค้ชน่าจะตบเรียงตัวไหมตบโค้ชก่อนเลยโค้ชต้องมีโปรโตคอลแบบแก้เกมแบบนี้ให้ได้เว้ยอุ้ยหันโคตรสวยเลยสัตว์โอ้โหหันโคตรสวยจริงเหลือคนเดียวเลยแวบเดียวเลยครับเฮียแปลกก็ไม่ยอมเว้ยไม่ยอมเว้ย
But it looks like we're going to another 2 rounds of OT.
ถ้าคิดว่าไม่แพ้เราก็ไม่แพ้ครับ
What a haunt from Starzo. Scans the entire team. And Nongshim immediately just loses the round outright. Nightfall invested. Dodged nicely by Ivy, but let's be honest. He has no business winning this round, and Starzo is just looking to add insult to injury on the off angle here. Phantom spray battle goes the way of Ivy, but the wraparound from Martin pushes us into yet another OT.
Once again, the question is, who can sort their attacking side? I know both teams just won their attacking side on that last 2 OT, but so over the trajectory of this entire map so far, it's been the weaker side for both of our teams. Like I said, that Horde scans 3 massive amounts of information. And RB trying to be a little bit tricky, keeping inside of his own smoke. Not going to get enough done there. And obviously Ivy
ไม่จบจริงๆคู่นี้
So let's reset ourselves. Brand new round here. Brand new OT. Round number 29 of my math. That's correct. All around the pillar side of things. Big paranoia. X-Ross taking advantage of that situation right now. But in comes X-Ross off the blast packs. And Martin, well, he's traded one back via the pink shells. RB through the boxes.
โอ้ยเจ็บเยอะเจ็บเยอะ
And that was a 2 versus 2.
กูแอบเชียร์ M8 เล็กๆเหมือนกันนะแอบเชียร์เหมือนกันนะ
Picks up one more. Martin giving Gentlemates a chance into this round. The
ออก
trailblazer
ยากครับพี่ออกยากเลย
trying to figure out where these last players are
สกายก็ตัดผ่านยากเหมือนกัน
really lie. Guiding light with the double peak is
เรียบร้อยครับเอาเว้ย
by Gentlemates.
เฮียยังวะ
on that point now.
Seemed like a self flash there, unfortunately, from the sky.
I think they were just trying to peek with it. Like they were both low on HP. Martin must have done like 400 to 500 damage there just by himself. First paint shells comes out.
That was
He
gross,
gets that hit. He gets another paint shells off of his secondary kill. And even though he gets spammed through the box, he's well and truly won the round for Gentlemates there.
Yep. There we go. Pumped up. Good to see the spirits are high. Gentlemates match point again. Map point, I should say. It's been 2 rounds in a row of heavy aggression over towards rubble, then over towards pillars. This one starts to look a little bit slower.
Door opened. Operator out for RB, and he's been able to get himself on this pretty deep line. The rotation's coming out for Nongshim. Trying to back up Ivy inside of the C site, and they're pretty well timed. Guiding Light is dodged by Prox, who may take some space in the middle of the map now with Bippo.
Okay, that's an aggressive smoke coming on through. Prowlers over towards C as well, dragging attention to that side of the map. Arc Rose will confirm the information as now just a sheer wall to be diffused.
เชี่ยเข้าไปโดนนะเนี่ย
They're going to pivot B here.
แต่ไม่น่าเข้าหน้าต่างสปีด B เข้า B แทน
I know they're sitting in the
ล่อ C หนัก
They
จัด
put
เลย
a lot of pressure on this C site. A minute on the clock. Gentlemates have got to make
เจ
up
อ
their
เรียบร้อย
minds
ครับ
here.
รู้แล้ว
Got info. That was really
ต้อ
good
งเข้า
info
แล้ว
coming through from Francis. But now we're going to start committing over towards the side. Both O'Neill's going to kill so far, but Ivy responds just a little bit more. 3 versus 4. Operator still there for RB. You called the pivot. It's going to be late into the round, but it will happen. RB's going to fall off a little bit to build time for the rest of Nongshim to maybe appear through the door.
Oh.
Nice pick from X-Ross. Trailblazer confirming that Starso is in the middle of the map. They're going to tap the spike on B and pivot to A. They know that RB was over here. I'm not sure they know that he has an operator. There's the cross from Prox.
โดนตัด
There's
อีก
no
เฟดโดน
smoke
อีก
for
เนี่ยเหี้ย
Starso to cross here. Almost
อุ้ยไม่โดน
the spike.
Saw the
ถ้าโดน
play,
แล้ว
though.
ล้ม
That's
นะ
the important part. Operator now revealed RB on the top side of the map. Prox waiting for him on the other side. On the long flank is going to be X-Frost as well.
RB เสียเปรียบครับถ้าเดิน
RB's the
ไป
only play that's really marked for the time being in terms of his
แต่ก็ไม่แน่นะ
approach. Numbers.
นี่ถ้ามันเดินผ่านมันมาเปิดเป้าเองแล้วก็ไม่แน่ครับ
That's the 30th round looking to go
เยี่ยมสูสีจังวะ
Nongshim's way.
ไม่ยอมกันเลยวะ
30 rounds is the record so far for EWC for this year's event in terms of how many rounds we've played. And it looks like we might just go a little bit deeper still. Stars are 1 versus 4. And now that the defuse has been tapped, he has to go in, but a double face will make sure that he will not. Round number 31, here we go.
Yeah, I felt like Gentlemates, like, they read that well. They pumped C, drew out the rotation that they were looking for. They had the info line into B, waiting for someone to kind of look for a pick in towards Connector on Waterfall's side from Nongshim, but they never pivoted B early enough. It felt like they were kind of split 3-2. You could still see the 2 players inside of door when they try to commit into C there. And I know, like, look, if they get in there, they go 1 for 1. Maybe they draw out more rotations for Nongshim, and that's where they can potentially capitalize. But as it stands, the C trade didn't go well enough for them to pick up the pieces.
I think the numbers was pretty bad as well. I mean, yeah, could they have ended on B? Possibly, but they weren't sure about RB's positioning there. They thought they had, okay, 30 seconds left to play through. Might have time to do a final rotate, fake out the B, buy a bit more time. But honestly, a 2v4 is a hard ask in that scenario.
Very tense on the stage here. It's been a crazy game if you're just tuning in, by the way. Nongshim were at one point in this game down 12-2. 10 round in a row comeback to overtime, and now we're just in a bit of a goat rodeo going back and forth. But I'm bloody enjoying it.
We had 30 rounds yesterday with NRG Vitality that started with a 0-7 lead.
What was the MIBI Heretics game? I got to double check that because that had a big OT. That one was 16-14. Okay. We've beaten it.
We have had 2 games go to 30 rounds.
I thought it was more.
I don't know how he's managed to find that. And now they've got rid of another. It's down to just the Hunter's Fury. Needs to try and find one of these players. And now they're back to healthy again. He hasn't managed to catch anything. Shock, that needs to go through, and it just won't be happening. I don't know how they've managed to take this round away from XLG. They had all the ults. They had players in good positions, but a little bit of BS from Valen, and they turn it on its head.
A lot of bit of BS. He hadn't spammed it all at that point, swung the corner. I don't know if he was trying to pre-fire someone, if he was trying to spam the pin. I don't know what was going through his head, but I know it was going through his opponent's head. A bullet. That was crazy. What a performance by Gene2 to get back into this. Look, the silver lining for XLG is they lead at the half. That's great, but the last few rounds have felt like the winds of change are blowing very much against them.
Also, again, you look back to the last couple of performances, and G2 are infinitely better over on the attack side because they actually managed to get rounds. And now, it did seem like the second...
คู่นี้มันไม่จบสักทีอะแต่เอง
Mini could have been really the player to go
มันจะสู้สี่เลยขนาดนั้นวะ
but Bippo also from the backside of the site only going 1 for 1. They've had so many really good shutdowns on C.
ต้องปิดได้นะ
But Nongshim is the quintessential team to just
ที่ Nongshim จะคัมแบ็กกลับมาชนะหรือ
they've been getting battered in. They don't ever let that shake them. And now on the defense, they're looking to close.
What a close that would be for Nongshim to come back from such a deficit, one of the biggest deficits I've ever seen at this level of professional Valorant. Starby on the op again. In the hands of RB.
หันอะไรอ่ะ
ไม่ถึงเหลี่ยม default ปกตินะฮัน does not scan him. It's too far away.
สแกนสร้างเรื่องนะครับชิบหายแล้วจะพียังไงวะเนี่ยไปไปตายให้หมดตายให้หมดจีจีครับผมกูว่าโอ้เรียบร้อยครับเฮ้ยเชี่ยคัมแบ็กอิสราเอลของจริงว่ะเมนเทลเบรกจริงครับพังแล้วครับผมบอกเลยยังไม่จบโอ้จีจีว่ะทำได้ไงวะกูจะหลุดคัมแบ็กมาจาก 12-2 ครับ 12-2 12-3 นี่แหละ
I can only imagine the mental
harm that's been inflicted
on gentlemates there. I mean, they're
แพ้เฉยเลยครับ
a lot of smiles on the face.
ส่งก็เป็น M8 จริงๆครับยังคงเป็น M8 อยู่เสมอและตลอดไปฮะขนาดไม่มีคนที่ชื่อคัมแบ็กอยู่ในทีมแล้วนะเขามีโอกาสปิดวินสุดท้ายส่งเยอะมากเยอะจนแบบเยอะมากครับเขาทำไม่ได้ครับ
If G2 are the ones to find it, beginning
จาก
of the end is the
12-2 เย็ด
story
เท่
Yeah, this is the thing.
จริง
Defensive side
โดน10 วินติดครับ10 วินติด
involves them needing to be a little bit more aggressive. That's why you're
คือไม่ได้ต่างกับที่ตัวเองทำเขาเลยนะตัวเองก็นำเข้ามา10เท่าไหร่ 11-2 ป่ะ 11-1 11-1 อ่ะทำได้ดีกว่าเขาด้วยจะรู้อ่ะวินโพกครับมาให้เอลจีได้ก่อนนะผมว่าด่านนี้เอลจีกินละน่าจะมี3แบบ3 แมปไม่เกินจริง
So he did slow down, but now back with his weapon of choice in hand.
อุ้ยเฮียโดนแล้วนะ
I'm not too worried
โดน
about
ขาไปบีเบฮะ
Well, pressure coming in towards the A site. XLG's response is to go into main, but they're waiting for this on G2. They seem to have a good idea. Leaf is waiting outside main, walks in to find 2 players staring at him, and Lysor still on the site is a big surprise. G2 falling like flies in this pistol. And a much needed win for XLG on the horizon.
ดึงลึกเลยเฮีย
Plant. Maybe all they can hope
เอาคนมาเทรดครับ
Trent.
วาลินต้องให้แบบคมกี่เลยแบบคมจีเลย
Like this, is he going to try and fake the smoke? No, he's placed the orb as if it was almost bait. First goes his way, but the trade again is immediate. It has to be.
คม
But again,
เฮียวาเทนวะ
and this is where this
ทันไหมอุ้ยรู้ด้วย
alone versus the world, and his reposition.
จ้าโอ้
Trent plays them like a fiddle and puts them within 1 round.
ยัดแค่
That is a sensational
วาลินไม่เอาให้เดี๋ยวพี่เทรนเอาเองครับ
from G2 in general. It's been a good resurgence, but this one comes down to 1 man and 1 man alone. That reposition.
Oh my god.
I'll tell you, I heard what Baby Bay said. I can't repeat any of it, but he's dead right. A disgusting
Big
player
brain.
is Trent. 14-7 now. And that
เฮีย 4-2 ไง
of
สัตว์
all
จะ
the
รู้อ่ะ
times to take it, XLG thought, oh, well, we've got the pistol. At least we're going to extend the lead. Bit more wiggle room. Oh, no, they're put to bed early on. Nanes, utility coming away. Good flash. Players caught in the corner, and trades coming in.
แม่งไฟเลยว่ะสวย
in favor of G2. No, man, and happy way, the last 2 alive. And look, when you lose the
ถ้าเจอมัน
pistol,
ก็แค่ใช้
you
ของ
don't
เคลียร์ครับ
expect to have all too much of a heartbeat, all too much presence in a round like this.
What do you mean? That's Raga's best round.
Granted, yeah, actually last.
ไม่อยากแพ้ XLG แล้วอ่ะ T2 อ่ะเฮียแพ้มามันเขินนะเว้ยเขินเลยอ่ะมันเขินจัดก่อนหน้านี้ก็ดราม่าไปแล้วรอบนึงตัวเองก็ดีใจจัดได้เจอ XLG โดนตบเป็นที่เลยรอบนี้เจอ XLG มันคงไม่อยากแพ้แล้วมั้งผมว่า
I'm saying should because even still, I'm looking at No Man with the bandit. He's been pretty good with it as well. See, you can't hold your breath even for a second. Time should be too far gone for any chance of winning the round, but again, can they take any of the more valuable weaponry away from the remaining members of G2? It's looking pretty unlikely. To the spike they shall go, but again, from 6-0 down and looking like a third map was almost getting ready to be started, we now sit 7-7. A fantastic resurgence from G2.
And that early momentum is now gone. I'm now looking at the other side of things and see, okay, XLG, after letting that lead slip, can you now have the resilience to step up once again?
Well, you certainly have to hope so. What was a sharp blade at the start of this, Rarga leading as the tip of the spear for this squad. Noman finding so much success on that attack side. Well, that blade has been blunted, and all the blood that it drew seems to be replenished on the side of G2. Now neck and neck with their opponent who started this out with utter domination. But a bye for XLG. The defense on the B side. A lot of presence coming their way. That stun is good. No man, not caught by it. Actually, he's good to go up top. They've spotted him with the Hunter's Fury, but didn't realize it. Finally, Trent will finish him off, taking both bites out.
No man
and Happy way down. The plant should be easy. The Shock Dart will do some damage, but nothing to be too concerned about.
Our weapon retrieved as well. There are a lot of SMGs in this round initially for G2. They got the rifle watching the flank. Fight versus Lysor could be important, but instead Leaf has just decided, I don't want anything to do with it. I want to delay him. I want to try and slow them down. And there's a second player looking to try and hunt for him. The flash through kind of gives up the game, though. If anything, Rarga lets him know he's here. That sneaky play, he doesn't have the time for it anymore. And I think the remaining players go, okay, well, we haven't dealt with the flank. We haven't found anybody on the site. He's doing us nothing. We have to just run for the hills. We need to bring some weaponry into the next round. And I can't believe I'm saying this. G2, they are taking the lead. 8-7. They have won so many rounds after what was a massive deficit. And now sitting in the lead.
It is crazy, the resilience of this squad. 6-0 down to 8-7 in the lead. Barely giving an inch at a certain point. They allowed XLG to swim away, but my God, that line was cast back in very quickly, reeled all the way back to even, and now they've hoisted them in the sky. Not quite their trophy just yet. But it's getting damn close.
มีแล้วสิ
remember,
อะไรนะโค้ชชื่ออะไร ASI เทพกิ๊กอีกคนหนึ่ง
so cool. That motivation to dig into.
โคตรดีเลย
last time around there is a debt to be paid.
ตรงนี้ได้ไม่ธรรมดาครับ
They lost the series in a reverse sweep
แต่ตัวคู่เมื่อกี้กู
over in
ไม่ธรรมดากว่า
London, and now they've come here for
หนองชิมโดน
revenge.
นำ 12-2 กลับ
And
มา
it
ชนะได้
seems like
กู
they're
จะ
not
รู้
losing sight of their goal. The timeout for XLG, much needed.
Well, that was the sort of the story. They got to pick their poison in London. They got first choice of the teams to play, and it seemed like they picked wrong. But at least right now, G2 are showing that, okay, maybe we underestimated them last time, maybe we made mistakes, and now after struggling in the first 6 rounds, we are starting to see why this team has always been considered a world beater, why they've always been considered a team that can and maybe even should have taken an international title. XLG, though, they've taken a pause. 6 rounds in a row in the other direction after they did the same. Can they now look to turn back around? Of course, this purchase is a little bit of a weaker one, but a chance maybe for Rarga. If Baby Bay gives him an early fight, he's going to need to win it, and he does not.
The wall up, he could be getting out. Now they know he is. Escaped the crime scene, but Trent's been left behind. He couldn't get in the getaway car. Now they're all stuck up close. A flash in and a swing on the back of it.
ปากันตรงนี้แหละตรงนี้จบ
Baby Bay,
เอาให้จบ อุ้ย
Joggamo, everybody
เรียบร้อย
down.
ครับ
And a stab in the back from Leo confirms it. A
มีสำคัญซะด้วย
for XLG.
เนี่ยมันไม่ขึ้นให้ ถ้าคนให้ยังไม่จริงจังเขาก็ดึงคนอยู่หลังสิทธิ์มาครับ โอ้ยเขาไม่ต้องมีกูเขายังไปอยู่ตรงนั้นได้เลย มีกูเดี๋ยวตกรอบอีกทำไงอะกูโดนโถมอีกทำไมเขาไม่ให้กูไปปั้นแบบตั้งแต่เริ่มต้นวะให้กูไปปั้นตอนที่แบบว่าทีมกำลังจะพังแล้วแบบเริ่มต้นดิแบบทำทีมใหม่เลยรวมทีมใหม่อะไรเงี้ยเดี๋ยวกูจัดให้
And interestingly, this says they've taken another pause.
That will be their last opportunity.
That would be crazy if they took 2 pauses in 2 rounds in a row.
I believe that has happened.
Yeah, we just got from the producer. That is, that's very, very interesting.
Called a pause. Won the round.
แค่นี้ก็ไม่ต้องพิสูจน์แล้วไอ้แค่นี้ก็เก่งตายห่าแล้ว
Yeah.
ลาเชนก็โอกาสก็
I guess whatever maybe it's what was said in the first
เพราะว่า5โอกาสเกิน 50% แล้ว แต่ก็ต้องเผื่อไว้หน่อยเพราะว่าเพิ่งแพ้มาด้วยบวกกับในลาเชนมันก็จะเตรียมตัวใหม่แฟนแฟนซีก็คงเตรียมตัวมาเหมือนกันอันตรายอยู่
Never mind. We're going back. We've gone from plan A to plan B. Now we're going back to plan A again.
I feel like that's
plan C.
I feel like that's something we're going to have to see them answer later on. Like many things have happened in this map that confused me. Many things have happened in this map that I think warrant investigation. But if that's not in the interview, I don't know what will be. XLG, back-to-back timeouts. Someone's going to ask about it. Well, as we come into this, looking for round number 9, are both squads with a full buy. Baby Bay, caught by the paranoia, forced to slow. The Molly certainly does the same, but Roger goes swinging ahead of the pack, ahead of his team. Isolated in every fight they're taking. It looked like XLG knew what they were doing to start. They slowed them down, and then they made every mistake in the book.
Might be time to undo the undo of the pause. Unfortunately, you can't take 3 pauses in a row.
โอ้โหแล้วคุมอย่างงี้ครับไม่ต้องสืบฮะ
Round 23, 24, and 25, in which case you get.
โดนแน่วินนี้ไอ้สัตว์
Coming back into this one is going to be very difficult. Clearing Leaf would be nice. Fortunately, they didn't. He's managed to survive in between the two. Finally, No Man's got rid of him, but there's still so much more that needs to be done. The remaining 4 players not really giving them anything. In fact, Baby is just tanking the snake bite up until the point where he has to but even that has just bought time. They know where Jorgamo is, but knowing and doing anything about it is so difficult. And even though No Man manages 3 kills in the round, and even though they managed a big win in the last, it is straight back to the lead for G2.
Yeah. G2
not letting go.
And I mean, I do think though for XLG, after 2 pauses, that's not how I expect to see playing. Baby Bay popping the ult and still players staying close by. And although I do feel like after the first step from Raga, you kind of have to go in. You're going with him to trade. Then he dies and you're in no man's land already.
Yeah,
no, but if he was there, it would be better because he'd be trading you. But I mean, you're no.
He got 3 kills.
In
it was
space,
no man's land.
None of your teammates are not the player No Man.
It was no man's stand.
It was. He was there later. At that point, it was no man's land without No Man. He wasn't home. Now he is sitting on the site waiting for the storm, and it's not him, but Happy Way has.
It's a round where everything's on the brink.
โดนบี้ครับโดนบี้ฮะ
Happy Way up close, and now in a crossfire, and maybe the crossfire is completely unnecessary. They just needed one man to step up to the party. The spam is good. In fact, the shot dart's even better. They've at least got rid of the man that dealt 3 of their brothers death-dealing blows. But is there any form of recovery from streaks of rounds to streaks of rounds the other way, and maybe ending in a back and forth? As XLG have them boxed in. It would be an individual fight for Raga. As I said, he started this game off incredibly strong, but has teetered off. But is there any world in which Leaf will clear this angle?
Well, if he doesn't, Raga falls. We're in big trouble here. There it is. He's being spotted, spamming away, and Leaf's just going to run for the hills. But it's a late play by Trent up through mid that presents some real danger. Raga coming in now to see him, and it was almost a double. That could have been big trouble. Leaf has not been heard. Raga still thinks that he's towards the elbow. It's going to take a while for him to think about another position. Never mind. He put that together just in time. 9-9. XLG hot on the heels of G2. Now they've caught up.
Yeah, no, a real back and forth into this second half, and it feels like both teams have got their streaks out the way. And 2 teams in slightly different scenarios, of course. G2 taking that first map in fairly dominant fashion. They are just 4 rounds away from surviving. Moving into that decider match. And that also means that XLG are just 4 rounds away from elimination. On the other side, if they can win this map out, and map 3 is on the cards. Now, both teams still have a purchase for this one. Run It Back, Viper's Pit, online, and one of them already being utilized. However, Baby Bay is just trying to hightail it in towards the site. He's been executed immediately, but if they get this kill, they should have the freebie as well. Raga, a bit of an error, which will level things up again.
It's a lifeline for G2 in this round. They're going pushing. They want to fight Leo in the spawn as Trent finds one. The numbers stay even for a moment. Now Leo under pressure. He's down to 5 HP. The drone going out. What are you doing, Leo? He's been punished. At least the trade back for Happyway, but
ไม่คิดว่าจะใช้โดนครับ
I mean, that was like just giving up.
เกินคาด
Yeah, I'll give Happyway the information because I know my life is void. That's what it felt like, but I think Happyway already had the information. He was shooting at you.
I like
1v2.
this. He saw the reveal go out to backside, so he knows they shouldn't think he's here, but he doesn't know Leaf's covering that angle.
Now they can fall back and look to play it together. Even having his own wall to shroud every angle. And just look how much time has already gone on the clock. Like, how are you going to get back in? Even the battle on the cross isn't as clean as it needed to be, and he's still looking for Trent, maybe expecting a jump up. Instead, he's being wrapped on, outplayed in the end. A back and forth continuing left and right, but G2 once again will claim that lead. And unfortunately, this round kind of comes down to errors. Raga, I don't know what the attempt was with the ult, how close they already knew they were. And then Leo's drone attempt, either that was a fat finger or he just had no inkling.
Fat finger a drone. He took it out, he primed it, and he fired it.
You know, maybe...
เพื่อน cover จาก CT ได้อยู่
The only thing I can think is that he hoped that Happyway would get a kill. Yeah, before, like, what else? He's 5 HP in the corner. It's not like he has many options. Just looked very strange to see him do that. But yeah, good wrap as well coming through. Even B-Rabbit would be jealous seeing someone get wrapped on like that. 11 rounds, certainly a possibility, if not a likelihood at this point. XLG have made it work with these kind of buys before. Even when No Man had the Blade Storm last time. He missed all the Blade Storms, and Happyway came through with a little side swipe, but there's not even that extra rifle to work with this time around. The Guardian for No Man, everyone else on pistols, a Bandit and a Sheriff, 2 Bandits and a Sheriff, pardon me, alongside the Classic. And G2's patience is the main reason this is going to be a difficult round for XLG to find value in. Normally, you want to find someone exploring on their own. That's not the case. They wait, and now they push as a group.
It's the right
ต้อง
call.
โดนป่ะต้องโดนอยู่แล้ว
And it puts the pressure onto No Man. He's at least in the right place at the right time, but there's the drone. Utility also taken away.
Dash gone.
It makes it impossible for him to even deny this plant, although the spike is a little bit further behind everything else. It won't matter too much. They just wanted to make sure there wasn't a trap left within the site. Now the question will be is, when is the point where the Hunter's Fury becomes worth the risk? I think it would have to be a kill or two.
Definitely. And No Man, definitely not.
No, it's the other side.
Sorry, it was Trent. Okay, thank God. He's put that through. Up against the pistols, I mean, they very much want to secure this round. And I think it goes back to what we talked about. The fact that there has been a lot of impact when it comes to these lower buy rounds from XLG. They usually have an extra player or two with a rifle, something to work with, an ultimate there. This time it wasn't so much just the single Guardian, but I definitely cannot fault G2 for saying, let's make sure we lock this one down when they're this close to the finish line.
Yeah, and especially with the back and forth nature of this game, having a clean round where you keep all of your weaponry up holds more value than a singular ult. Like, it really does put them in a great position now to close out a map that, again, if you've just joined us, they were 6-0 down and have now recovered to be in a point where they are 11-9 in the lead. It seemed like the third map was almost guaranteed. Now we have to look towards XLG. Now they were saved.
ถ้าได้ 3-0 นะว่ายาวยัน
They
6
got that operator on No Man. It's not something we've seen thus far. But it seems like G2
2-0
might
คู่
be
นี้จบไปแล้วทุกคน
tempted to
จ
just
บเลย
double
นะ
down on that A play. It worked
จบไวเลยนี้เลิกไวเลย
Well, yeah, Leaf is on the other side of the map. Holding information more so than anything. Hearing nobody walking up. While the rest of the squad prepares. Flash out. Baby Bay towards the side. And a clearance of the back. Along. Oh, that tag though. The ult put through. Baby Bay's on him in an instant. Lysor down to 11 HP as well. And I don't think G2 are finished pushing just yet. Look at the position of Leaf. Look at Jogamo up on yellow, and Trent finding Lysor has made this almost an impossibility. We're in a 3 versus 5. There's still a snake in the grass in mid. You have to save at this point. And even then, Leaf's job here is to make sure that you don't get away with this. Timing will be key. There's an AWP on the other side, and he's caught him, not scoped in. That's a kill. But the rifle, not gone just yet. That big gun will at least be picked up. But G2 are running after it.
Why not? Flawless round in the last. Baby Bay has been causing them so many issues, be it with his space taking or just the openers, but he will eventually be shut down. Those two guns look like they are going to be able to be kept into the next round. It's the smallest of silver linings when they are now 3 rounds behind and looking like
จบไหมจบปีนี้ไหม
what could
ผม
have
ว่าน่าจะจบแล้ว
potentially been a repeat of history. It's going to be a potential beginning of the story for G2. Of course, this is the elimination match. They will still have to play a decider if they're able to close this one out. But I think getting through one of the teams that helped eliminate them over in London will be a pretty good start.
3 chances to close this out. Viper's Pit in play for G2 right off rip. And again, the A side seems to be the target. XLG are immediately clearing all of that space that Leaf was being an annoyance from. So what's Leaf doing? Being an annoyance from a different position. Now he's going to wait on mid as they once again easily walk into the A site. No Hunter's Fury to try to keep them back in. No Leo anymore. Great pickup from Baby Bay. And now, where do you go from here? You go through mid, of course, and then you walk into Leaf. He's here, popping his Viper's Pit. An unusual strategy to say the least, and he caught Lysor. This is ridiculous. Leaf has been a thorn in the side, and now ships in the night as he slips past No Man.
I have no idea.
It may work against him, but in a 5v2, it may not matter.
Happy Way has managed to find a small gap, but it is a small one. And that's the thing, No Man's been chasing shadows this entire time, and that shadow bites back in the end. It is revenge for G2. It looked like after the first 6 rounds of this.
Unfortunately.
Turned into a very chaotic round now. All 3 from Gentlemates. Facing into Ivy in a short moment. Time's going to run out.
10 seconds left.
Mates will bring us back 2 and 2.
ดูเล่นโอเคอยู่นะถ้าได้วินยังว่าได้วิน3ถือว่า
Bit of
แจ่
an
มละ
overcook there on the attacking side for Nongshim, especially in such a critically important round. Sometimes they have these rounds where they're so split up around the map. They're trying to kind of push and pull, and individuals are trying to step into some of these spaces. But that's where things can just get a little bit too disjointed like this, and then you drop the spike and lose a player over on A long, and people are far too spread to be able to kind of cohesively put together a mid to late round and win it. You still have the Hunter's Fury in the overdrive. This could be a really quick one towards A here. Is only Mini over there by himself, cannot afford to go down early.
Well, we've seen Mini die here before. Both the Phoenixes killing both the Neons in the previous round. He'll still take an aggressive angle, but onto some utility has traded Nongshim, this time heading into Garage. Somewhere they haven't really been yet before. They haven't really put the pressure on and attacked the C site yet.
Yeah, you could see the rotation already from Gentlemates after that initial A pressure for Nongshim. They're a little bit out of position, trying to scramble back on in. Bippo under pressure now. A lot of utility dumped on his head. I'm surprised he's still alive on backside, and he's been able to make it out, courtesy of the flash from Martin and Ivy. Outside of Garage, able to trade back the kill from the Hunter's Fury. Martin on the backside of the site is good for the double, and Francis replies with one of his own.
Here we go, it's 2 versus 3.
หายทรง
Spike is
หนอง
stuck
ชิม
on
ใหม่
site
อีก
here for now, and Ivy still has to buy himself back in. Going through Garage, trying to dodge out from the drone as Francis finds a timing. Doesn't get the kill, just too shaky in the shots. That should have been a freebie, Martin. Lucky stars there a little bit. Ivy up for the 1 versus 3, but there's maybe just 2 more players working against him. Martin is at least low HP that allows Ivy to get the first.
ได้อยู่แปลว่า
Second player right towards his right side behind the logs, and Starzo run and gun with a bit of backup from Prox.
9-2 for Starzo. It's having a lot of impact here for the Gentlemates. Hunter's Fury kind of finding its mark in that last round. He catches the spike on short in just the round previous and is able to win that localized one-on-one on that C side. Just stop Ivy any chance of clutching that, because we've all seen Ivy clutch those. Gentlemates in a pretty uncomfortable position, but Martin...
This kill.
I mean, yeah, that kill's fantastic. What's a little bit better is the fact that he makes it to C site in time, despite the fact that he was rotating A earlier on.
Yeah. Good read by Gentlemates, and good speed shown there as well. It's... Oh, that's a decent scan. That reveals quite a few players on the opposite end. Martin now trying to dodge away from the relay bolt, and will successfully do so. With a little bit of help coming through from Mini on the fast lane.
เกมการแรก
hanging in the balance.
แต่ถ้าบุกถ้าบุกสัก5สัก6เนี่ย
everybody else in the rest of the
สัก6แล้วกัน6บุก6ได้ด่านนี้ผมว่าโอกาสชนะสูงครับ
Ivy, that's good. Secondary is even better. How about 3 in a row here? This rather defense has been completely dismantled. And now they're about to find out where Starzar is hiding as well. The player that you called that had a lot of money on him. Moneybags better get ready to defend this one. Flashed up, but he dodges it. Can't quite dodge against Darby. How about a flawless for this round?
That is massive for Nongshim, honestly. I was saying both Prox as well as Stazo have got some decent cash to work with, but the rest of Gentlemates were pretty poor. And I think that's at least going to be somewhat of a reset.
กลายมาพอมีไฟแล้วรายการมันดูมืด
They safeguard their own economy
ดู
with
มืดไป
4
เลยวะ
guns up.
แสงเข้าหน้าเพลเยอร์บอกว่าแสงมาปุ๊บพับตาไม่ล้าหรอวะ
It's a big boon into this half. Now 3 apiece here, and as mentioned before, Gentlemate's out of cash, but with enough money to be able to put together some hero rifles here, and one of them in the hands of Martin, who has the run it back ready to go. Mini's got the overdrive. This is a dangerous round still for Nongshim.
Many want to speed this one up. Be the first time Gentlemates have pushed up that
quickly
in quite some time, but speaking up, pushing up quickly. B is under control. Darby's all the way in link. First up is going to be Prox, easy kill. No issues there. Relay Bolt's going to cause some issues for the rest of the defenders still stuck inside that corner. And the rest of Nongshim seem to want to challenge this one right behind the Blaze. Well, what HP for Francis? How is he alive right now as the overdrive gets ripped by Mini? Going to the hunting now for the very low HP Francis. Should be dead through the window. Dice the stars are to his death anyway. Meanwhile, the players actually come on through. Extras keeping things busy on the right side of the map. Now suddenly the run it back to come on in. Doesn't even have a chance of really Extras and Ivy. Clean everybody up. Not quite a flawless, but Nongshim still walk away 4 alive.
Yeah, they're really starting to string these rounds together more confidently now.
พูนแท็บมันนี่แล้ว
This is their map pick, and the attacking side is starting to look better and better. It's been some good rounds in there for Gentlemates. Much more back and forth game than what we got in the opening one.
When I say I want a close game, this is what I'm talking about. Not quite 2 in 10 both halves into an OT, although that was quite fun, Pilsky, but this is the back and forth that shows the quality of the two teams. Starzo on 10, Darby on 9 here. Starzo, of course, a player I've been really looking out for since that Shilai game where he really stood up. As Gentlemates now stand forward and strong, walking down grass.
Camera and the drone confirming that there's a couple of players in the middle of the map for Gentlemates. It will forfeit that space for the time being. Mini's got the operator out here, and he's posted up on the garage line. It's really not somewhere that Nongshim have been heading over to too much, but they might consider it in the mid-round this time around. They've been starting A or at least pressuring A to start out a lot of these rounds, but with the curveball over towards grass, we'll see where they end up going in the mid-round.
Yeah, they have to sort of reclear this area because they're not too sure where Martin and Co have gone. Of course, they're trying to clear out any potential trips on B as well, but the Cypher setup's gone over towards A, which is exactly where Nongshim start to walk.
Martin's on a really, really nice rotation timing. This could be a great hold for Gentlemates.
Camera ready. You'll see it. Multiple players spotted there. Wall comes through. Darby under pressure from Bipper, but he's good for now. Cage has been popped. Bipper making sure that short is still going to be clean here for the time being. Starzo still sees plenty of players here, but time starts to run on out. Bippo now goes hunting, and he's actually found Darby through the wall. Just the sliver of his head picking out.
We got a massive misread though here. Gentlemates are convinced that this is not a commitment for Nongshim with 14 seconds on the clock. Ivy has walked through the middle of the map. Players going down. They know where Bippo is inside of short. Mini's found Ivy. Been cleared. There's the neural theft going down for Mates.
Francis, he's been neural thefted out, and so is Extros. And Extros now needs to find some shots, but Mini will just slide on in.
ถ้ามันไม่ตัดตัวนั้นนะแพ้เลยครับ
Bippo so strong on this anchor of A. Doesn't let it go.
It's actually unbelievable. You can tell that Gentlemates are really not used to the kind of pacing of Nongshim, although in the past I have seen Nongshim just leave one player A, send them into the site. Even with the Sova drone, they tried to do something like that earlier, and then pivot in the late round. Nongshim really trying to use sound against Gentlemates. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about though. He only saw Darby. So as Gentlemates, they were reading this one with Nongshim cutting sounders. They're going to pivot back towards B, and they were looking to try to flood in through the links, as you do when you play Neon Phoenix. Bippo getting that kill makes all the difference because he keeps his whole Cypher setup up rather than peeking into 4 players and dying.
Yep.
and really gives Gentlemates a lifeline into a round where they honestly had a bit of a misread.
Well, Mini now brings the operator out, and so does Darby on the opposite end. Back over towards A. I mean, at this point, Nongshim have gone A so many times. The Gentlemates putting the op on the line makes a lot of sense. That op will now reveal itself.
Drone into the middle of the map. It's tentative stuff for Nongshim. They've got the cam over on grass side as well. Ivy, a much better game for him, at least to start off. Started to pick up his performance in Lotus, and he's kept the good times going into Haven here. Back on in one of his kind of signature agents. This is a very different looking round for Nongshim. Yes, they pressure A in the early round, but they're much more active in other parts of the map this time.
Oh, yep. Spotted IB. Thought he could get away from that scenario.
Can't use your smoke there. 35 seconds on the next one. You really just won't have any smokes to offer your team at the end of the round. So RB chooses to hold it. Martin seems like he's aware that somebody's kind of hanging around in the middle of the map. Prox looking for information from the shadows.
They hear the shot coming through from mid as well, so the rotation is coming in. Already walking in that direction, but a quick pivot from Nongshim to start moving potentially towards Garage. And like you sort of called it, the spike wasn't committed just yet. Extras coming on in. That's a good flash. Prox in trouble here, dies actually.
ไอ้สัตว์เคทำเพื่อนตายครับ
He could be the hero here for the Gentlemates. Nongshim are trying to scramble onto the site and they need to clear him out. Scanned up and dealt with by Francis.
โอ้โหไอ้สัตว์
And after all of
วัน
that
เวแม่งทำเพื่อนเล่นไม่ได้เมื่อกี้
somehow Nongshim have ended up in a 4-on-1 and Mini is probably just going to have to save the op.
Consider there was a fake onto C and there's 3 dead players from Gentlemates.
It was a fake on a fake on a fake on a fake. They took A lobby, they pumped B, they went garage, fake C, and then went back to A. Like, how
is
can
anything
you read
real
that?
in this life? Is anything real right now? I'm not too sure anymore.
I'm starting to get trust issues. I'm sure
I need to get one of those spinning tops so I know which reality is the real one. The Mini will keep the op, as you say. Nongshim again keeping 4 alive. Their economy is looking good for the fact that they have multiple players alive at the end of these rounds multiple times. But the success found on C off of, I mean, you just have Extros ripping the ult in there. Beautiful flash on a Prox and just gets that kill. Using the ultimate to perfection, drawing attention away. Eventually we end up in a 4 versus 1.
Extros making a lot of noise here by himself. That's a nice little flick. Prox playing up inside of the one-way. I mean, I was expecting...
It's Ivy that got 2. Ivy just stands C long and gets 2.
Yeah. He was standing
C long for the entire
round. I mean, sorry, good things come to those who wait.
That's what you do as a Sentinel. You'll be the most patient player in the entire game. Attack or defense, it seems like.
หลังจากนี้คือกำไรแล้วครับ
Money's not good for Gentlemates.
กำไร
This
ล้วน
could be a reset round here for Nongshim, and Gentlemates don't have much to work
เพราะ
with
เก
in
ม
the
กัน
first place.
สอง
So
ทีม
this
ยังไง
spotted
แม่งก็
out
ดั
on
น
this A side of the map. Martin, he spent most of this
เกม
game
เปลี่ยนจากเกมกันเป็น
just
เกม
trying to
ดัน
run
ของ
to
ที
the
ม
right side of the map, running back and forth through spawn. Look at this push from Mini though. That's allowing Gentlemates to stack the A site.
Yeah, good information being found here. Drone doesn't really see that much at the end of the day, and while we're going through now as Darby just slides on in. Easy kill so far, doubles up. Ivy's got 1 into Mini. How about he just hold the operator for a moment here? Vipper hold that L. 6 rounds for Nongshim now. Beautiful stuff as Mini. Just can't get it done on his flank either.
This is just quintessential Nongshim. They don't care if you 4-stack the site. They don't care if you got info on the whole map. They're just going to go into the site and roll you. It was a really nicely timed push for Mini. They had all the info they needed, and all the players in the positions that you want them, and Nongshim still
บิ๊ก
completely
แมต
walked
ช์
the
แน่เลย
floor with
เฮีย
Gentlemates
ฟูเซน
there.
กดดันแน่เลยวะชาเปอร์น่าจะแบบว่าคือชาเปอร์แพ้เสมอตัวไว้ชนะนี่อัปเกรดเลยผมบอกเลยต้องชนะให้ได้เว้ยแอบเชียร์แอบเชียร์ไทยแต่ใหญ่เจอได้แต่เจอกันเองเลยเฮียไม่ได้จับไปไกลๆกันอะแล้วค่อยมาเจอกันรอบหลังแตกสลายไปแล้วพวกนี้ M8
Good time to take it. There's only a couple rounds left.
Yeah, and one of them's got to be a half by. Gentlemates are completely out of cash. That was a big reset round for Nongshim, who
ชัวร์เลยทุกคน
honestly it feels like
M8 มันแตกสลายไปเรียบร้อยแล้ว
winning this game harder than the scoreline actually
ด่านแรก
indicates.
ไป
They've
อ่ะ
been
มันแบบ
having
มัน
some great rounds
ไปแล้วอ่ะ
last few. But if Gentlemates can hang on in here and even just get 1 or 2 more rounds in what's left at the half, then you know, it still get this game of Haven done in the next.
Gentlemates got that string of rounds between 3 and 5 that and made things quite a bit more competitive. But in the last 5, it's been 4 from Nongshim and only 1 from Gentlemates, which is why it feels like it's a little bit more Nongshim favored. And you called the fact that the money situation is now officially broken for the side of Mates.
Come out onto grass here for Ivy. Trying to feel this one out. Pretty hands-off approach for Nongshim. Only really Ivy going forward. Anywhere at all. Dart into sewers, trying to see if anyone's playing on over there.
เนี่ยเป็นระบบเกาหลีครับเขาทำมาเนี่ยจำไว้เอาใช้
Mates want to do something. Note that Hunter's Fury is up for Starzo.
หาข่าวหาอะไรกล้องกลาง
Very far back though, it is going to be Starzo. A full retake scenario. Players pushed up in garage.
แต่มันไม่เดินเข้านะไม่เดินเข้าเดี๋ยวมันไม่มีทางเดินเข้าโง่ๆ
But ready on B as well.
Moving into a 1-4 makes a lot of sense. Mini Marshall on the line, and now
on
the other side of
things.
One exchange that necessarily goes better for each one of these teams.
Drop to 10 HP, but does call over a little bit of help from Martin. Back over towards mid though. Ivy still walking up, and on 10 HP, Mini might still get a kill here as well over on C, which is where the spike still is and where we're going to end this one.
Oh, 30 seconds on the clock. Shoddy in garage. Martin's on his way out of the site. Mini's gone down early. That might be what Nongshim were looking for.
Flash in, gets a good flash on, but Martin only gets a singular kill. It's everybody else in Nongshim that will deliver for now as Starzo tries to get his Hunter's Fury in for a bit of support, but now he's the one that needs help. Has a bandit in hand and a bunch of shocks, and a bandit might just be enough. Finds an upgrade. It's just workable now. 1 versus 2. RB is unspotted. But another 1v1 opportunity. If Starzo can win this one, it starts to feel better. But RB doesn't get the shot. RB, you missed a free one, perhaps.
He's gonna run away. Francis is playing the timer over on C-Long. He has some shocks to work with, and RB's just gonna give Starzo the run around here. Jiggle on out. He's just playing games with Starzo at this point. He knows the round's done. Francis on the jiggle. Just needs to deny half. It's a nice shot from Starzo. I don't know if he has time for this one though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable. So, point 1-5.
Unbelievable. RB had the opportunity in garage to close the round out.
What is he doing on backside as well?
Doesn't find the shots. I mean, Extros and the rest of the team gave Nongshim such a good setup. And I know they're playing for time there, but 0.15. All you need to do is stay alive for a tiny bit longer.
You can see it there on the faces of Gentlemates. They didn't think he had it either. Quite honestly. Starzo's definitely been the standout so far, and that round is one you had no business winning, but you'll take it.
There we go. One of the trips is gone. The other one still stands, but not doing a lot for Gentlemates at the moment as they all heavily stacked over towards A. Bippo's delivering the bad news to them right now. Free sight. How about that?
Yeah, they're mobilizing here. Gentlemates all in on the flank to join up with Bippo inside of garage. This is where Nongshim really need to take spawn side and try to flip the map if they can.
Okay, well, on towards spawn. That's going to be a broken trip into an ultimate use, into Mini now, trying to overdrive his way onto site, going through from garage, spammed out. Is going to be that player nailed that they're revealing everybody else. Time to move if you're Bippo and the rest of Gentlemates. Gotta walk into this one, but you've been flashed out. Lots of good util. Extros, Ivy, Danby, all getting kills, and that will be the round. That still gives Nongshim the advantage coming out of the half.
Bit of a slip up in round number 11, but they will and truly make up for it. That's a pretty convincing one to close out the half for Nongshim. Looking good here on Haven. But like I said before, even if some of these rounds haven't looked particularly close and have really been favoring Nongshim, I mean, a 7-5 half says it all. Still anyone's game here. It's up to Gentlemates to continue to fight for this game. They're already down a map. This is a progression game.
มันคุยแล้วเนี่ยมันคุยแล้วเนี่ย
Easier go into the playoffs.
ใครโดนในพ็อกยิงตัวแรกโดนหักตังค์นะใครโดนยิงคนแรกโดนหักตังค์นะ
You don't want to have to play G2 or XLG again.
ผมเวลาซ้อมเมื่อก่อนนะเวลาฝั่งตรงข้ามไม่แบบว่ายิงแบบ09 0 10เงี้ยผมขึ้นเลยใครโดนไอ้เหี้ยนี่ยิงนะมึงโดนหักตังค์นะวันเนี้ย100แม่งเจอนี่อยู่แม่งวิ่งหนีกันยับอ่ะคือจะเลืออะไรเหี้ย
13-9 to G2. G2's
เจอแล้วมือสั่นไอ้สัส
better international run, still alive here at EWC 2026.
ออร่าโดนออร่ากดดัน
Still
ออร่า
alive
สู
for
ง
Gentlemate and Nongshim as well. It will be a Nongshim G2 rematch on EMEA America's showdown in that decider.
เหมือนซิโต้จะมาเทค 5-5 ป่ะ
Speaking of
เหมือน
rematches, this game in and of itself still is Santiago rematch, which Nongshim cleaned up 2-0.
Yeah. It might be a 2-0 again, but not in the fashion
ก็ชัด
that
ข
you
นาด
would
นั้
have
น
been
นะ
expecting if anybody tuned into that first map.
Imagine if you were the biggest Nongshim fan, you see the first half of Lotus and you walk away.
I would have turned it off. Bedtime.
ถ้าเป็นแชมป์นี่มันจะ
Wouldn't have blamed
Hopefully
you.
tomorrow's a
เป็น
brighter
การเท
day.
คที่
I
ส
don't
วย
know what
มาก
time it is in Korea, but
เอ้า
might have been a good call.
กล้องไปไหนนะ
Wait, let me
As
have
it
a look.
turns out, it would have been a bad call.
No, yeah, no, 100%. There's someone who would have done that.
แต่ต้องให้
I
ชาเปอร์
guarantee
ไปก่อนวะจริงพูดจริง ต้องให้ชาเปอร์ไปก่อนฮะ 5 ไปตามระบบระเบียบ
All right, waiting for the second half to get kicked off here.
No,
Been a pretty
ผมยังไม่รู้
bloody
สกอร์
good
เลยว่ะ
series, honestly.
Good one to finish the B stream here for sure. After this, still 4 decider games to go in the following days.
บวก 10 บวก
All A
5
stream.
บวก
The pleasure
24
here
บว
on
ก
the B stream as we'll
28
finish
บวก
out the
22
second half here. Maybe still deliver us a third map if Gentlemates can
แพ้ได้ไงวะเนี่ย
bring us a pistol into a little bit more.
เชี่ย
Oh man, Prox.
ที่เราลั่นกันจัดอะ
phenomenal
เฮียแต่ระบบ
opening
ทีมไม่ได้
map.
นะระบบ
This
ทีม
is
ทำให้ชนะครับ
a bit of a fall from grace here.
ลั่น2 คนไม่พ
Pick
อ
it up
ครั
on
บ
the attacking side. See one long walk
ต้อง
out
ช่วยๆกันครับ
from Nongshim as Francis
เราเอาที่วินบ
a
นนะ
couple
ไม่ได้สกอ
warning
ร์คิ
shots
ว
in
นะ
combination with the
แต่
data
ยิงได้อะ
from
ดี
A lobby.
แต่ว่าต้องรัก
Gentlemate's
ษา
not
วิ
really
นให้ได้
dissuaded
ด้วย
by
รัก
that.
ษา
They're
ส
going to
กอ
go
ร์ให้
ahead
ได้
and take short control.
Francis, oh,
ส
doesn't
กอร์
quite
เกม
see.
อะเฮ้ยโอ้โหยิงเยอะ
Maybe
บวก
for
เย
the
อะจัด
best here.
แพ้
And X-Ross will
ตา
just
โซ่กูล็อก
backstab
รอจน
Stars
ไม่
over
เล่น
there with
เล
the
ย
rest of the players. They're just all on opposite sides of the map here. Francis looking to get out with his life.
กำลังอยู่ในธนูเลยแตกตาโซ่
They're
กู
going down nice and easy by Prox, who still has the paranoia to work with. Martin with a couple of pieces of
ไอ้พอยิง
utility
ตัว
as
แรก
well.
พอยิงตัวแรก
Burst
พอ
up
ก็หน่อย
to
เว้ย
bat on the flank. It's a nice crossfire between him and Martin.
See if Martin can get this done as well. So far
โหเหลี่ยมดี
unspotted.
นะเหลี่ยมดีนะ
Has a good opportunity. Yeah, Bippo's even good for a secondary here, but Martin, there it is. Finally onto RB. We're waiting for that kill. 2 alive still for Nongshim. One of them is Francis in heaven, but he just doesn't know where to look. He goes to hell.
สวยมาก
In a hand basket, it's going to be Ivy
เกม
following
ตึง
him.
อีกแล้ว
Big 3K from Martin, playing very well off of Bippo there. Gentlemates walk into that site
ทิป
without
โต้รวย
really
ไหม
having to
สั
use
งกัด
too
ที
much
มรวยปะ
utility. They lost Starso
แจ่มไปนะ
on the flank.
ขอเดี๋ยว
Take that positional
แสง
advantage, pushing Francis away in towards spawn side, and then utilizing, you know, the
รวยเลยขนาดนั้น
paranoia, curveball. Nice little crossfire between Bippo and Martin here to get a pistol that they will definitely be needing. Feel like Nongshim have got a lot of confidence on this map. I've had a lot of really good rounds here so far, but Gentlemate's keeping things very competitive.
Much more competitive now as we're looking for the 7. Nongshim walking down. Stars are already onto Francis. And Bippo again, he will land himself at least the 1. Does drop over. Does he drop over? No, he doesn't. He just had the sheriff actually. So
ทิ้งวินพวกนี้นะครับเขาไปเอาวินบายเลย
He'll take it.
มันดันจริงหนองชิมอะ
Still have the relay ball.
ถ้ากูจะหนองชิม
Paranoia,
กูจะรู้
couple
เลยพวก
little
วิน
pieces
นิโค
of
วินที่แม่งดัน
intel
วินบายแม่งก็ดัน
for Nongshim to do something with, but all things
ไม่ดันมากก็ดัน
considered,
น้อย
they'll be
ครับ
happy if they could even just take one more
ไม่ดัน 1ก็ดัน 3
a gun away here from mates who have gotten into A pretty easily.
a lot of players to get through here. Look how far off Starzo and Prox are playing as well. Just for a bit of an insurance policy, Martin, Hot Hands will be slowing things down. Opportunity here. Dambi doesn't land the shot, and Martin hunts him down. Martin's still on full HP here as well. Seems like Ivy's been spotted up in heaven, which means his opportunity is going to be quite slim. Looking for exits, going to be on the other side of the map. RB. Nice to Stars are 1 singular shot, and now Ivy just has to jump in the spike.
You're very happy with that as Gentlemates. Martin
มาทุกคนครับหลังเริ่
goes
ม
on
แล้ว
the
ครับ
hunt and earns himself the run it back. Starso with a couple more towards the Hunter's Fury. And you keep 4 guns up.
ที่เล่นคีย์บอร์ดโคตรห่างกันเลย
About as good
คี
as
ย์บอร์
it
ดกับ
gets.
เมาส์แพดคือห่างกันจัด
Now up for Nongshim to get into their first gun round on this defensive side as we even up the scoreline 7 apiece.
Good shooting coming on through. 7 all.
วางใจไม่ได้นะนำเขาไปเยอะโดนเขาตามมาคัมแบ็กได้ครับนี่แกงสูสีอยู่เลย
No
แพ้ได้ทุกเมื่อครับ
just yet on the side of
อุ้ยยิง
Nongshim,
สตัน
but
เข้ากระ
as
ดาษ
you
หรอ
sort of
เล็ง
mentioned
แบบ
there,
เล็งยิงสตันเข้ากระดาษ
plant
เลย
plus an extra kill.
น่าใช่ครับ
What a lose there for
ปึ้ง
Martin,
ปึ้ง
who's
จริง
going
ด้วย
to find that ultimate, which will now have good value there, speeding up big time. There's a run it back.
Yeah, Nongshim on the other side of things, taking all of that A space and getting quickly in on the flank. Ivy wants nothing to do with this. Really big disengagement all the way towards spawn, which means Mini is in a deep position.
โอ้ยหาย2เลยยังมีตัวนึงนะ
โอเมนอยู่กลางครับโอเมนต้องฝังเลย
Where did that come from, Ken?
Prox, there it is. He gets himself a kill on the board now. Ivy onto Mini here
เหมือนยิง
as
แล้วปล่อย
well.
อ่ะเมื่อกี้
Trying to find a secondary, not going to get it at all. But my God, France is out of nowhere.
เม็ดเดียวครับปล่อยเฉยเลย
I literally
ไม่ยิงให้จบงานครับ
just autopiloted and assumed they were running into C.
Oh shit.
And I think that was all like that must have been a C fake in the pivot back to B, and they get caught by the players coming out A. I've got to see the replay here.
It's fakes on fakes on fakes.
All good.
Fake replay. 7-8 now as Nongshim. Strong reply there. First gun round now coming through from the Genomates.
I mean, it's a great first gun round, anti-bonus rather for Nongshim. They've got great money now. Gentlemates, quick exchange over towards A. Both of the Neons straight outside of A long. Only going 1-for-1 so far.
Now it's up to RB. Yeah, he just wants to TP out of that one. Prox will get another kill here. Martin onto Xros. And now Ivy and RB, the last two players, need to do some big damage here at the minimum. Well, that doesn't look good for RB.
Complete role reversal in the very next round. Credit to Gentlemates for winning this A fight so cleanly. Get the 1-for-1 early on, and then they were all over Nongshim, who heavily set themselves up towards A long. Ivy just trying to hold on to the singular rifle. Definitely get a reinvestment here in this next gun round for Nongshim. Very back and forth stuff.
Start feeding over the ult orbs over towards Martin as well. After having just used the running back, he'll be halfway there. So back and forth we go, 8-8 apiece in round 16. Both our Neons just running at each other straight out the gate in A long.
Yeah. Signature agent for Danby. He's having a pretty good time on it. I mean, he's had a bit of a slow game. It's been a bit of a weird game from Gentlemates in terms of individual performance. Like, Starzo's going ballistic so far. Martin's always Martin. But some of the individuals going a little bit quiet for mates. I think even if they can just get a couple of rounds where they have a multi-frag or two, could be enough to push Gentlemates across the line here.
One of those players, Prox, did step out a little bit.
ซิมโต้ของฟิลิปปินส์ไม่รู้เจ้าของใคร
a couple of kills.
ก็น่าจะรวยอยู่น่าจะรวยอยู่
So this one looks like it's going to get
น่าจบไวว่ะถ้าจบคู่นี้ถ้าจบหนองชิมจบ 2-0 ก็ตามนั้นนะ
to try and bring us into either a map 3 or a Nongshim qualification into playoffs.
สูสีจัด
Everyone's on the board now. And Prox same as RB, so can't just laugh at one of the Omens, as both the Omens are just playing their roles at the moment, supporting where they can. One more time, it's going to be Mini and the rest of the squad rolling up into A long. This time, no other Neon from the side of Nongshim to match that one. The other Neons going all the way on to B into a clean sight.
Yep. Bippo tucking himself back into spawn. Prox
ที่มันดันทุกวินเลยว่ะ
Nongshim
หนองชิม
deep on the flank here.
มันดีเหรอ
Gentlemates
วะ
not committed to this B side just yet though. They're continually
เพราะว่าดันไปแม่งโดน
tapping
กับ
it
ดัก
into
เยอะ
C.
เว้ยสำหรับผมนะแม่งแบบเดี๋ยวก็โดนตรงนั้น
He's got a camera and a single
ปล่อย
trip.
มาแล้ว
The
ยิงจังห
camera's
วะ 2
gone. Bippo now opportunity at the derby. Good by Nerl at the reveal finally. He's got 2 more players to look for over towards spawn. Bippo has to be the first one that Nongshim are looking for. 3 players
มัน
to
กะ
go
ว่า
for
ถ้า
the
เพื่อนตาย
chase.
ปุ๊บเดี๋ยวมีเทรดเพื่อนตายปุ๊บมีเทรดแต่ผมว่ามันเสียเปรียบ
behind a bunch of his own utility here. Martin onto Ivy, but not before Mini goes down. Xros' ultimate on the floor here as well. 3 versus 4.
ต้องนอนไวบ้างหมอ
clearing out
พี่
Bippo on the flank. He was looking for him
น
for
อน
quite
เช้า
a
ทุกวัน
while.
มาเป็
There's
น
the
เดือน
curveball.
เฮ้ย
Martin not committing in on the
เว
peak.
ลาพังหมด
Francis
แล้วอ
now
อกกำลัง
trying
กาย
to
ไม่
meet
ได้
up with RB. There's so many different arms in
โอ้
this
โหไม่
situation.
ตาย
That is a nice double peak from
เอาเว้ย
Gentlemates.
เฮีย
Prox with one
แม
on
ป
the
3 กูก็ดูได้มาดิ
flank. All down to RB. Caught on the cross by Martin.
9-8 แล้วครับยังบาย
was
โอ้โห
all
บาย
over
บาย
the
ได้หม
place,
ด
but Gentlemates are able to pick it up for
เหมือนจะ
themselves.
Francis a little shaky shots there. Could have had a free kill a little bit earlier on, but Gentlemates setting themselves up for success. Bippo buying a lot of time for the team, just keeping things busy for Nongshim. Trying to flush him out. Now timeout to try and figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of these rounds where it's just both teams 1-4ing. It's a full retake on one side of the map for Nongshim that Gentlemates are stepping into. Nongshim are dominating that A lobby control and then just trying to take the whole map. Credit to Bippo. I think he just wins that round outright with all of the work he did on the flank.
Yep.
opening kill and the neural theft, confirming all of the positions of Nongshim, and then he just wastes so much of Xros's time. He baits out his runner back. By the time he's actually cleaned up on the flank, like Nongshim has just wasted half the round and half the post flank.
Yeah, really wanting to chase down Bippo, who I believe even got rid of the runner back from Xros as well before eventually dying, but the fact that he just wastes all that time, all the resources being put in. Underrated player on the team, I gotta say.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Bit of an all-over-the-place performance so far for Gentlemates, but Martin and Starso definitely the standouts, and they're getting a little bits of help from the other boys. This is a common scoreboard that you'll see from Gentlemates. That's a big round for them to win, though. You can see 16 and 17 picked up, and Nongshim are now broke.
5 sheriffs, 3 armors, only the light variation. 1 away from the ultimate is going to be Francis. RB's just going to reveal his position there, hoping for a stray shot to land on a head through the cage.
Cannot count Nongshim out in a sheriff round. They are usually pretty good at winning them. Danby is one off his overdrive as well. That could be very helpful to help them overcome Gentlemates with the gun advantage.
In is going to be Mini, and following through the rest of Gentlemates behind in the fast lane. Trying to find something here. It's going to be Xros. Good couple of shots. Caught it, but the sheriffs are nasty. For Nongshim, left alone. My God, Xros, that was good.
That is just such a lifeline here. Gonna have to do something even more impactful than just the round previous. Charging through with the cage. Jiggled out by Ivy. That is a bit of an overcook. He's getting wrapped on by RB. I'm not sure he'll be ready for that. Inside of the aforementioned player's dark cover. Bippo is going to patiently wait here. Taps his cam on grass side. Swing out from RB. Gets it done. Thrifty win for Nongshim. Had no business doing it. And that really kind of turns this game on its head now. It felt like Gentlemates had finally started to get themselves a bit of a foothold.
Seemed like Gentlemates need a little bit more to happen in their favor after the fast lane comes down, because that curveball from Xros, a curveball metaphorically as well as literally in this case, completely denying dismantling. As soon as the fast lane was gone, what was the plan there for Gentlemates?
I mean, it's just vintage Nongshim, really. How many, like, literally 3 kills and 3 or 4 bullets to the sheriff from Xros in like 2 seconds. It's really what they do best.
Well, that round just completely throws a span in the works for Gentlemates.
Yeah, the money's pretty cooked now. They do have
มันเล่นกันแปลกๆกันนะแม่งได้วินต่อวินต่อวินเลยครับมันก็ไม่จนกันนะ
pick up a lot of weaponry and that's going to help out their economy. Operators
แต่อันเนี้ยถ้าแพ้หลังจากน่าจะเริ่มจนแล้ว โอ้ยแท็กโดนเฉย
the drone, but that's really heads up stuff from Starso to push him away.
Also 4 ultimates as well. Do mind that we walked into the last round. Nongshim not even having a single one, just 1 orb away from Francis, and now the 1 orb away from Xros finishing the full 5. Speaking of the ultimates here, 1 will be ripped on through. Nice from Martin. What can Ivy do here for the rest of the squad? Nothing so far. Hunter's Fury looking for tags here. Opposite Hunter's Fury now going to come on through on the other side of the map. Estarzo finds a tag. Not quite a kill though, unfortunately. Onside is Proxo, mind that you. He's still in the mix, barely TPing out, not quite. Darby takes him down.
เรียบร้อยนาบีเข้ามาโดนครับนึกว่าได้2
Martin has broken through.
ได้บีบี้ครับ
Chase down Mini here. He knows he's got him pinned in the corner, but the overdrive has elapsed.
There it is, Mini, no
เหลี่ยม
opportunity.
เหี้ยจัด
Maybe it would have been better for Mini to try and slide that one away. Okay, the
มาติน
flash
ก็ไปลงเรียบร้อยครับ
does not end up helping Martin enough here as Ivy brings it down to only Starzo in a 1 versus 4. He'll at least drop Darby down. Put the operator on the floor and nothing else.
That's almost up.
1 more. Recon. But Extra swings for a big one. And the operator will be recovered.
Nongshim able to manage that one well. There's been a couple of weird rounds like that for Gentlemates where, I mean, I saw Nongshim do the same thing on their attacking side as well, to be fair. It's pressure from the Phoenix ult and a lot of noise being made to try to draw out a reaction and a rotation. Prox kind of trying to sell the fake by himself on that C side, but Nongshim, I mean, like I said, they run similar kind of rounds on their attacking side. They love the chaos. They thrive in it, and they were able to manage that one really well.
Not as coordinated on the fist bump, so we'll work on that one for Nongshim. They're at least ahead in this map so far and in the series.
I mean, if they win this one,
จ่ายตีไป
this
เยอะ
map
มาก
in
ครับ
particular,
แต่
then
ไม่
they'll
ได้
have
ครับ
more
ไม่ได้
time
วิ
to
น
work on it.
นรก
Straight into the
มาเยือน
playoffs. Money not so great here for Gentlemates.
อีกเราต้องจ่ายอันตีแต่ไม่เสียฟรีครับถ้าตัดได้นี่คือแจ่มเลย
will be Martin on that. See if he delivers something over. RB walking forward. He's going to give a gun away. Oh, he took a gamble, that one. 145 damage is a little bit rough. Or in that case, maybe 95 damage. Okay, that's a one more gun given over potentially. Does Prox have the opportunity to go for is a question.
I mean, these are just the rounds that really make you question Nongshim at the best of times. Eco just walking out in one at a time in one and done positions that they don't necessarily even need to be in. Ivy's got a good position on the flank here, but he will be kept in check by the trip, at least for now.
ไม่น่าเดินครับไม่น่ายิงด้วยน่าจะรอให้แบบทำบอมก่อนแล้วจะทำยิงไปครับโหจะพียังไงอ่ะต้องรอสโมกปะสโมกครบอยู่
Darby's position is about to get smoked on out. That is unfortunate. Just barely sees the drone. He's taking damage through the smoke as well. Relay bolt's the only thing that can work from. Nearly crated to his death. Dropped to 26 HP. Eventually, Ivy's going to have to strike here as well. Darby needs to find a shot, but just can't land. This is going to be a thrifty win.
It's a nightmare for Nongshim of their own creation.
โอ้ไม่น่าเลยครับ
RB ไป push on front B. Exros is by himself on long A. And Darby trying to make a hero play into the site when it's only him and Francis there. And
ถ้าตัดไซเฟอร์ได้ก็บอกนะหลังพังครับเมื่อกี้
These are just the kind of
นี่ไง
rounds
แพ้
that make you put your
11
head in your hands as a Nongshim fan.
11-1
Because you've watched them literally in the last round put
โดนคัมแบ็กกลับมาชนะ
even a
มึง
few
ว่า
rounds
ไง
before put together some of the best
กู
rounds
จะ
you've
รู้
seen.
อ่ะ
And then they just do something like that.
เชี่ยเฮ้ย
Nongshim give and they also take away. I mean, they won a thrifty not that long ago. Now they'll give a thrifty away to the other team. Starzo is even going to get that operator as well. Put it back in the hands of Mini.
Look at the money on Gentlemates now. Already had like 1+ K on all of these players coming into this round. Look at all of the weapons they picked up. Starzo with his hands on an operator. They are rubbing their hands together. Map 3 very much on the cards now for Gentlemates. And it's crazy because I'm pretty sure I said the exact same thing only like 3 or 4 rounds ago when Nongshim were able to win a thrifty on that A site courtesy of a crazy curveball from Exros. Neither one of these teams can be convincing enough to just close out an anti-eco and get the job done.
That one seemed a little bit more egregious, just in the sense that, like you said, they just didn't need to take those risks. Too many players going for one-and-done positions. RB thinking he can just walk down through smoke and get something done there. Loses to Bippo, who again, like I say, severely underrated in performing today. And also the other day in EWC.
Mini, droned off the line. Pushed out of A lobby, which has been all cleared out by Nongshim, courtesy of Francis's drone. In the meantime, it's starting to make some moves in towards grass.
สวัสดีครับน้องๆสวัสดีครับผม
Ivy on an off angle. And
And
RB ready with the paranoia as the drone comes in.
Okay, RB. Let's see it.
โอ้ถอนแทบไปทันครับ
Good save there, which is kind of cheeky from Ivy. Like to see it.
ไม่น่าตี
The defensive side of
น่า
things.
กลัวไซเฟอร์อยู่
And for all of those trades, calling over some rotations, Mates will slow it down now as Ivy pushes up slightly further.
แต่เขาไม่ได้เทพื้นที่สูง
That is the key ultimate here for Nongshim because they are out of cash. If they lose this gun round,
โหแม่งสูสี
Gentlemates
จั
will
ด
probably just run away with the rest of this game and will be heading on to Ascent. Darby on the off angle towards short needs to come up with some success.
ถ้าจ่ายบายไม่ได้รู้แล้วนะว่าออก
The rotations are not really favorable here for
แต่ไม่น่าจ่ายครับเช็คไม่เจอ
Just deciding to move on over. You called it, but he's the player that needs to potentially make the difference here as the ultimate is there.
ฟินิกวิ่งมาตะไกลเลย
No
เหมือน
one
รู้เหมือน
walking
ได้
the
กิน
short
เหมือน
for
ได้กิน
the time being. Late on the lurk is going to be Ivy, or rather, Bippo left behind over towards mid. Time running out. Here we go. Speed things up now. Extras popping ultimate, wanting to get some work done.
เอาวะโอ้โหมา
It's
แล้วค
going
รับ
to be Danby sliding on in. Mini gone. Goodbye.
วาร์ปเข้า B
Big TP from Prox. And we're going to shift over towards B now. Ivy is the guy that is suddenly in position as Bippo just sees him move over towards the gong. RB
บายสวย
flipping the paranoia. Doesn't quite land. Gets a couple of cheeky shots in the Martine at least.
Nongshim going to tap it inside of the garage. Bippo just trying to waste
โดน
as
บี้
much
ก่อน
of
ครับ
Nongshim's time as possible. He still goes
แดนบีแม่งแบบ
1-1 even though the curveball
พี
comes
ชีพ
out.
สัสๆ
Both of our players coming through from garage now have to dismantle the three. All off.
เอ้ายิงไม่โดน
It's a miss from Starzo. Doesn't quite land the shot.
แก้มือ
But
ได้
he'll recover onto Ivy Martine.
Chill.
RB
Fat.
Heroes on Extros. He's got to get it done. He's flashed, but so is the other player. Martine is going to be one that falls. The
Martine!
battle, but still got to
ไม่ทันแล้วครับ
defuse here.
There's no time. That is perfection from Gentlemates. And at the end of the round,
โอ้โหเหี้ยมาให้เม็ดเลยบัณฑิต
insult to injury. Starso swinging out with the bandit.
เหี้ยตาโซแบกว่ะ
20 plus for him on the Sova. It's
บิงโก
another
คืออะไร
carry performance.
ลุงบิงโกคืออะไร
It's the IGL of Gentlemates, and that money will break Nongshim. That round will break
โน้ตอธิบายดิ
Nongshim's money. I think we're going to Ascent here, Kev.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's take a look at where that money absolutely is going to be. In the bin, Ivy at least has a singular weapon here. We've seen what Nongshim can do with Sheriffs before. They're going to have to do it again.
Danby sliding out onto this grass line will be kept in check by the cam. At least aware that Nongshim are hanging around in this part of the map. In the meantime, though, Gentlemates pick up the run it back and they're just going to run straight into C.
คำในเกมมันได้หลายบริบทเป็นคำพูดก็ได้เป็นเกมที่เล่นก็ได้อะไรเงี้ย วิลเลียมมีคนเล่นเยอะนะไม่เคยเช็คเลย
That's a shot, but not quite one that will land in a kill. Many a lick of a wound and
สีโล่งเลยสีโล่งเลย
now to see for the plant.
Spike still hasn't gone down yet. A lot of time kind of taken off the clock as Nongshim don't feel the need to go clear out Bippo. Instead, they're going to mobilize over towards spawn side and try to break this massive crossfire.
เป็นแบบที่คิดก็ได้ถูกต้องก็ได้อะไรไหมมันได้หลายแบบ
doesn't quite see enough there. There's a paranoia coming on through Blaze Wall as well to follow on in. Smoke to cause a little bit more problems. Nongshim got to get going at some point. Paranoid to lead the way in. Darby's already deep in. Francis follows through for the secondary kill. Martino's time to get the cleanup going now for Gentlemates. As Minnie and Bippo will get the final
เอาว่ามีแบบ3แน่เลยว่ะทุกคน
Mates on mat point looking for a set.
เอาเว้ยต้องนอนเร็วมาก
Could have definitely had this game on a silver platter for themselves.
เอาช้าจะเห็นจอในภาพป่ะ
especially after what a generation comeback we saw on Lotus.
ไอ้เหี้ยจังหวะไฟคือแบบว่า
for their resilience.
ไม่กล้าหลบแฟลชเลยมั้งไม่กล้าหลบเลยแล้วเมื่อกี้เอามันช้าจริง
They've been very tricky on this attacking side of Haven.
เดี๋ยวเจอโดเรมอนรู้จักโดเรมอนปะโดเรมอน2อะโดเรมอน2อะโปรเพลเยอร์นะคนเนี้ยเฮียสะบัดโป๊ะฮิวจักอยู่นี่โหดอยู่โดเรมอน2อะ
If your Gentlemates looking at how map 1 of Lotus went with the amount of opportunities they had to close it out, you better believe Gentlemates now they're looking for the 1 and 12 instant 13.
วันนี้หนูกดแรงบ้าจัดเลยพักแล้วเย้เท่นกยาวไปทำแบบพี่เชื่อพี่ทำแบบพี่ครับพี่มันข้างเกินนกเล่นแบบสนุกพอแล้วแต่เล่นกันหนุ่มๆก็พี่รู้เองแรงเหลือ
This round Martin that just had the beautiful curveballs
นี่
drop Nongshim down.
100%. I mean, we've seen already a couple of games at this tournament. Martin and Starso combining to just demolish the other team. This is another one of them. Great calling to back that up, and Bippo's had some serious impact.
พี่เล่นช้าขนาดนั้นไม่ได้วะก็คงได้แหละมั้งแต่ว่าไม่ชอบเล่นช้าเกิน
To get the job done, RB's having issues of his own, but it's crazy
จะจบไหมครับจะจบไหมวินนี้
The last time I saw something like this is from T1. Like there's going to be 2 players maybe sub 100 ACS to win this game. Nice opener from Prox. Follow up from Martin.
ไปหมดแก๊ง
Extra still looking for something through that door though. Will he walk on?
ไปหมดเลย GG ครับผมเจอแบบ3
Heroics
8 สินโอ้ยอยากดู
Good news is they're going to be walking into some of this Ivy setup on C, but how long is it going to last? They're both caught out by the smoke.
RB เล่นหลุดจัดเลยด่านนี้กูบอกเลย
That goes
ตัด
down.
แม่งดัน
Ivy slips on
ชิบหาย
towards
ขยันดัน
backside,
จัด
and with Francis going down, there's not
เรียบ
much
ร้อย
to
ครับ
be
เอา
done.
เว้ย
Mini with the 3K to get it
กลับ
done
มา
for
ได้เว้ย
Gentlemates.
นี่ด่านแรกโดนทำ
And
ได้
that's
ไปแบ
going
บ
to be
ไกล
us
แทบส
going
ลาย
through to Ascent. I mean, especially seeing Lotus going the way it did, Kev.
เฮียพอกแม่งไม่เอาเลยแต่ชนะเว้ย
For Gentlemates at this
อะไร
point,
ดีเซ็ต
like Nongshim was by far and away the
น้อง
better
ฟิล์มโดน
looking
แซว
team in this series, especially the way that the end of Lotus went. Big run on through.
เดเรมอนขา
I mean, it definitely looked like
เธอชื่อในเกมชื่ออะไร
coming
ตัว
through
ชื่อ
Nongshim
ของ
at least hit the bottom end
ของ
of
ปุ๋ย
that
ชื่อโดเร
first
มอนครับ
half, but things started to
โอ้
really
โห
get
เท่ค
itself
รับ
away from
ชอบดูโดเรมอน
Nongshim
หรอ
as we move into that second half, and particularly some of the mistakes that we
มาดูไหม
saw
ที่ห้องเรา
giving away the thrifty and
ไอ้ปุ๋ย
a good lock in. Like I said, you hit that 12. Gentlemates don't want to let that round step through again into the 13, and onto Ascent we go soon.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 2 Lotus, 2 Havens rather, in a row, and this will be their 3rd Haven win in a row. I think they're feeling pretty good on that map, and they're not really too upset to see Nongshim pick it into them.
I think it's a really smart idea if you're a Gentlemates fan that your team is trying to wear down Nongshim. Take them down, gruel this one out like an old school MMA fight on the ground. Avril, we're going to a game 3. Does it go over 25 rounds?
I think it has the opportunity to, but I think this one will probably stay within the 24.
The highlights from this one and revisit the biggest plays. Still surviving. A lot of people in the chat excited. Everybody wants to be in this venue next week watching their team in the playoff bracket. You win, you are in. You lose, you're playing G2. Taking a look at the big ones, the curveballs were on point for Martine. What did you see, though, on the other side? What was going wrong for Nongshim?
Throwing the game in unbelievable fashion against pistols. That's the way I would put it, honestly. This game was theirs on a silver platter, courtesy of Gentlemates doing much the same thing, by the way. But look, credit to Gentlemates. This was Nongshim's map pick. They know their way around it. But I really liked what I saw from Gentlemates, just kind of hanging in there in the first half, stringing 5 rounds together, and then the second half, their attacking side had a lot of legs to it. They were really, really good at applying pressure, trying to pull rotations. They were always tricky and trying to catch Nongshim off guard. I think they really understood what Nongshim wanted to do as well. The prep was evident. Bippo was just tucking himself all the way back into spawn and chilling back there waiting for Nongshim a lot of the time.
Yeah, he was wasting a lot of Nongshim's time. The frosted tips that Puckett enjoys so much, and Bippo, I think one of the players that really stood out on that particular map.
Your top 2 players, Bippo and Cryo. Anybody else got frosted tips? I can't think of it anymore.
If they had it, they would be in my top 3. Unfortunately for those 2 gentlemen, they're the lone wonders with the frosted tips. And already we're going to see Bippo on a position to make his way into the qualifier. Avril, who's your favorite player to look at?
I thought X-Ross did an incredible good job there. Yeah. He had that beautiful triple kill on a Sheriff thrifty round that kind of gave Nongshim a decent amount of legs in that second half. You know, they did throw away a thrifty in response, so Nongshim they give, they take a little bit, they win a thrifty, they throw away a thrifty, so a little bit of 50-50 there, but he had some amazing moments overall.
Yeah. They're just here to provide us entertainment, Puckett, honestly. You know, it'd be too easy if they just won cleanly and did the things they were supposed to.
Yeah, why was Mini having such a tough time on the Neon? Was that just running into people holding close to doors, or what was happening there? Because Martine's popping off. He's putting up nearly 30 kills, and the other guy who normally keeps pace with him was on the opposite side.
I mean, I'm no expert on EMEA. I've watched a couple of the Gentlemates games in Santiago and things like that. I've seen many games where 1 or 2 players on the side of Gentlemates, of the little I've watched, are carrying the team, and some of the other boys sometimes have a bit of a struggle. I don't think Bippo's scoreline, though, really demonstrates how much impact he had. For Mini, sometimes you're just a role player as the Neon.
Let's save that thought. We're got to go to break. They're going to be shutting down this venue before the match is over. When we come back, it is Game 3. Avril will tell you everything about it here at EWC. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
เดี๋ยวหนูมาจุ่มไว้ค่ะได้ครับผมไม่เหลือแล้วใช่ป่ะวันนี้แบบว่าเหลือคู่นี้คู่ท้ายฮะรายการอะไรนี่
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
เฮียมันแข่งไม่มีวันหยุดเลยแค่2 3 4 5 6 7ติดแล้วแค่ชนะ Silverstone GP อ้าวเฮียเอาเรื่องว่ะเปลี่ยนทรงผมสักทีใส่แค่มงพอไม่ต้องไปทรงผมเขมรละ ทรงผมเขมรอะไรวะเอากับเท่เนาะเอาตรงนี้ไหมนี่ทรงอะไร นี่เขมรวะเนี่ยน่าจะเขมรกว่าอีกน่าเขมรกว่าอีกขั้นเซอร์เฟส3โอเคโอ้ยแต่ใกล้เคียงนะโอเคขั้นเซอร์ใกล้เคียงนะทำไมรถเฟอร์มันมาดีเหรอวะอยากขับรถในวันเมื่อวานเฮียไลฟ์เซนเก่งทั้งคู่เลยถ้าหนองชิมแพ้ก็คือไม่เหลือแล้วครับแปซิฟิกรายการ EWC แต่ผมไม่ติดนะแปซิฟิกไม่มีอยู่ในการ EWC ผมว่าย่อนตอนนี้เพื่อไปเอาแชมเปี้ยนสเตจ2เป็นจบแชมเปี้ยนสวยๆดีกว่าทีเฮดนี่คือได้แชมป์รายการนี้คือแชมเปี้ยนคือไม่เอาเฮียอย่างนั้นก็ไม่เอา
Starting to stall out again. Pilski, you've been watching this team for a while. You said they are always electric, always have the fans on the edge of their seats. On the other side, Gentlemates, I feel like, are already overperforming compared to what people were expecting of them. Thoughts coming into this final map? Who on paper is the favorite?
I have no idea, honestly. I think this series could go either way. What do you think? Like, Ascent is a bit of a wild card for me, for Nongshim at least.
Yeah, I think this is pretty 50-50. I know that's a bit of a throwaway answer, but Gentlemates look so good.
I think
gaming, and obviously we saw what they were capable of. Even on map 1 of Lotus, probably they should have finished that one out already. I mean, this would have been a 2-0 if they had won that Lotus. So Nongshim, to me, I saw that team kind of holding on.
If Nongshim wins, of course, they are into your top 8. They'll be playing in the playoffs next week. Loser of this match will go down and play G2 in our decider. We have 2 more days of groups. Those will be kicking off tomorrow and Tuesday. This is our final match, though, on the Bravo stream. So, Avril, if you've missed any of the games, best one so far, and what are you hyped about in our final game?
Yeah, I mean, we've had NRG Vitality, which has been, to me, probably the most fantastic game. But if this one delivers on map 3, this might take over as being the best game so far of EWC. So this has the opportunity to do that.
The play-in games are the best ones. We love to see it, Pilski. Here we go. Our players are about to take the stage. Headsets are going on. Thumbs up as we see Martine getting ready. Who's your player to watch?
I mean, you just said his name. He's definitely one of them. There's so many on both sides of things. I think X-Ross has been really, really good so far today. Dambi's been great today. Ivy's been up and down. I think, honestly, there's a lot of potential. For Gentlemates, I don't know. Watching their games so far, I feel like Starso and Martin have really been the standouts, and it's really up to the rest of the team to see how much they can kind of help out. But I think Nongshim, I've watched a lot of them, and almost everyone has pop-off potential, honestly.
Yeah, Starso for me on Gentlemates has really been fantastic. He's not a player that you would expect. I mean, he's certainly the veteran of the team, so but usually for a player on that position, he's not going to be the central fragger. He's not going to be the one dominating the kill feed, and yet he comes out above, helps out Martin, stands alongside Martin in the kill department, which is so impressive for a player in his position.
Yeah. That's what he's doing in the winners bracket when they took that opening round as well. Of course, the competition a little bit easier than it is right here in front of you now. We'll find out, can they complete the mission? Our third map is going to be Ascent. So do we switch up our rosters? Do you bring in a new agent composition coming into this? And who is the individual best agent on this map right now?
I think many swaps to the Jet, but everything else to me looks the same. I expect the Nongshim will repeat the same comp that we just saw. No changes there whatsoever. I think it'll be good for them, good enough for them to be able to pilot into the next map.
Is Chamber worth bringing out? We saw that kind of play with on days 1 and 2. I didn't see him at all yesterday.
I refuse to cast this game if Ivy blocks in Chamber. I refuse.
No, honestly, has it gone bad in the past?
It's gone really bad.
Really poorly?
Pretty poorly, honestly. Just let him play the sniper. He's honestly, like, Chamber is a fragging agent. But Ivy always frags harder if he's playing like Viper or Cypher. You know, it just doesn't fit for him. So I don't want to see him be playing the Chamber. That's for sure.
There's a look at our stage, the final battle here on Bravo. Thank you all for tuning in to EWC 2026. If you're wondering what's different this year, well, it was all best of threes. No best of ones in the group stages, which meant we needed an extra week. We also added $750,000 to the prize pool. So just getting here, you're guaranteed $55K for finishing top 12. If you win this, you're guaranteed $90,000 and a chance at that $600,000 first place prize and the 1,000 club championship points, which I think both of these clubs would really like to walk away with, specifically Gentlemates, though. You're looking across the board. They are here on home territory. They have all the French fans ready to storm this arena. If they can get into a playoff bracket, I'm telling you, that 6-man could give them that extra push they need to get into the quarters.
I totally agree. I think that these two teams have one thing in common, a decent start to the year, a great start to the year for Nongshim, and then a little bit of a dip in performance. This is where they want to change that narrative. They can just cleanly get into the playoffs here of EWC and cruise through the rest of the year with some good results behind them. I think they'll be feeling very confident for both of these teams. As you already mentioned, for Mates, 100% they want that home turf advantage. For Nongshim, though, they're the last Pacific team. They have got to perform here or our region is buns, and I can't argue with that.
Pacific so far have had the only eliminations. All three, well, up until Shilai also lost, but up until that point, it was all 3 Pacific Games teams that have gone out. Nongshim's the last one. If they don't make it through, there will be 0 Pacific teams. Nongshim would have to go down, lower bracket, face G2 in a rematch. I'm sure G2 is raring to go for that one. They would love to play Nongshim again.
I'd agree, honestly. G2 are a team that often has some pretty good prep, and I don't actually expect Nongshim to necessarily change too much stylistically game to game. They like to kind of just go for a similar approach and maybe change up some of the timings, try to be a little bit tricky in that regard a lot of the time when they play at the same team for the second time. But especially for G2, it looks like they've got themselves honestly a pretty clean 2-0 win, and now they're going to be kicking up their feet and just watching whoever loses this game and prepping heavily for that match.
So speaking of prep, what is the coaching situation like here at EWC? Because I see the coaches come out, interact with the players after games, then they go backstage immediately. Is the IGL in charge from that moment on, or when is the last moment you can have contact with your coach before you kick off?
The coaches take timeouts and then they can speak to the team. In other esports, you know, your Counter-Strikes and things like that, you get a lot of chair slaps. Not here in Valorant. No chair slapping. You're thrown in a box somewhere else. And, you know, you chat to the boys from the other room when you take a timeout.
I usually quite like to have, hopefully at some stage, maybe a camera in the coach box as well so we can get some reactions. Sadly, Paper X is already knocked out, so the best coach to get reactions out of is gone.
Maybe we can get him on the desk, though.
Maybe.
You know, he's available.
He speaks a little bit of French.
It could be fun.
Yeah.
Who are we talking about?
Alex.
He speaks French?
Yeah.
Okay.
He is French.
Real?
Yeah, partially. Okay. It's the only negative thing about him.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
True. True. Based? No.
It's just banter, guys.
We're just waiting on this match to kick off. I'm not exactly sure what we're waiting on from our players, but you can see the intensity on Starzo's face. This man is locked in. Martin has been trying to backpack the squad in-game, and you saw his duelist duo finish in single digits. Needs to up the fragging and set that pace he saw earlier in map number 1. Remember, it was a 12-2 start before Nongshim really showed up in this match. Since then, it has been back and forth with a 10-round straight run from Nongshim on that opening game.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not as concerned about Mini. I just think he's playing his role. I mean, obviously, that's not the scoreline you want for a duelist, but as an entry, you're on the Neon. You're going to be sliding in first. You're probably going to be copping a lot of deaths in there. The good news is that your Phoenix player is picking up the slack and still delivering.
Yeah, 100%. The follow-up from Martin is phenomenal, and I think that that's how this Gentlemates roster seems to be constructed, as is the case for many teams in this meta. You have a space-creating duelist who's a bit more sacrificial, and you have someone on the follow-up who you can rely on to get the trades and have some multi-frags.
มาครับด่านสุดท้ายแล้วก่อนเราจะพักผ่อนไปนอนกัน5 ทุ่มจบสักวันสัก
Who has the most experience
ด่านนี้จบสัก5 ทุ่มครึ่งผมว่าวัน5 ทุ่ม 45แล้วกัน
RB as well has been around
ยังไม่เริ่มเลย
since the start, no?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you got
เผื่อตึง
gels on both sides of things that have really been around for quite a long time now.
ถึง 55 ไม่น่าเกิน
The majority that Valorant has been a competitive esports. Both of these guys have been getting in the mix.
Vision Strikers June 2020. Hard to beat that one, I think.
2020.
What are we looking at for Starzo? He's pretty far back.
เฮ้ยรออะไรอ่ะพี่
September 2020.
Yep, there you go.
โอ้ไม่
June 2020.
มาแล้วครับขอดูคอมแป๊บมียอนจริงด้วยแลมบี้ฮะ
We've got Sova, Jet, Omen, Phoenix, and
แต่มินี่เล่นเจ็ดดีนะ
Cypher locked in once again for Ascent. On the other
ที่เหลือ
side,
ก็มิลเลอร์ครับ
Neon
ไม่ต่าง
is
เลย
out for Danby. So what do we think about the
แต่
differences
ส่วนตัว
here?
ผมนะส่วนตัวผม
What
นะ
is the safer
ผม
comp?
ก็ยัง
What do you need to see from Danby?
แอบชอบเจ็ตมากกว่า
Danby, I mean, this
ใน
is
ด่าน
just
นี้
his
นะ
signature agent. He
ผม
always
ชอบเจ็ต
plays
มาก
the
กว่า
Neon. He is known for it.
มัน
He's the
สโมก
reason
มัน
why
ปิด
it got nerfed, quite
แบ
honestly,
บ
because he
ปิด
was
อิน
just
โฟได้
doing
ปิด
such
ดีคอน
unreasonable
ได้
stuff
อัพ
as
ดาร์ฟ
a
เล่น
bit of an
ไฮกราว
agent
ได้
specialist.
แบบ
Since
อะไรอ
then,
ย่าง
we've
นี้ได้
seen it diversify.
เนี่ยมันต้อง
and
คอม
then
มิต
come
แบบ
back
ค
to
อมมิ
what
ต
was
จ๋า
working
ถ้า
for
โซ
him
ว่า
for
เล่นไม่
such a
ดี
long
คอน
time.
นิออนเล่นยาก
On
ครั
the
บ
side of Mini, I mean, playing
กว่าจะ
somebody
มา
like
ถึง
Jet,
พี่
he's
แบงค์ถ้าให้กล้อง
classic
ไก่
on
เก่ง
this
สลับ
map.
โลมีภาพไหม
I
พี่
don't know necessarily they're stronger or weaker than
ไม่ดี
current
อะ
iteration of Neon.
ไม่
They're
ดี
just
เท่าไหร่อะ
different, quite honestly.
กล้องมันเล่นดูได้เหรอ
Potentially an
แบบ
important
ไม่
map
รู้
for an
อะ
op as well. So Mini going
ไอเก่งก็เล่นได้แน่นอนครับ แต่กล้องจะเล่นดูได้มากน้อยแค่ไหนนะ
Ascent
คือ
is to me just that type
ปั
of
จจัย
map.
มากกว่า
I mean, you'll know better than
ทำไมอ่ะ มีเขาจะสลับโลเหรอ ไม่เอาจริงป่ะสำหรับกูนะกูไม่ติดเลยแต่ใครจะเล่นโลไหนก็ได้กูว่าเขาทำทีมมาได้ดีเว้ย
I wish we could keep him forever.
เขาตัดสินใจแล้วว่าจะทำมาออกมาแบบนั้น
And Avril, take it away, boys.
You pocket the last
แต่ในมุม
map.
กูว่ามันแค่
Our final series
ไม่เหมาะ
here
เฉ
for
ย
the B stream
แต่
before
มัน
we
อยู่ใน
end
ช่วง
it
ช่วงแบ
all.
บ
And go
อยู่
into
ใน
the
ช่วงความ
last
ก
2
ดดันแล้วอะอยู่
days
ใน
of
ช่วงกลางครับ
decider matches on the A stream to see who
กล้องให้
will
ดู
be the
มาก่อนอี
final
พี
4
ตอน
teams.
FW มึงแค่คำตอบมันอยู่ในคำถามมึงอะ
At the end of
ตอน
today,
FW
and
ไอ้
this
เหี้ย
is the end.
อันนี้ถ้ามันต้องเล่นมันต้องมาเล่นในดูเอลในแบบในลีกเทียร์หนึ่งเนี่ยมันไม่เหมือนกันนะเว้ย
The rivalry and the rematch from Santiago to decide it all.
That's a very high cam for Ivy. Already spotting out Mini
มันไม่เหมือนกันมันพูดอย่างนั้นไม่ได้เว้ยแต่ว่าตอนโอ้โหพี่มันเคยเล่นตอน FW คือแบบไอ้เหี้ยมันไม่ใช่ FW แล้วดิการเปลี่ยนโลนัดกลางปีอะแบบเป็นอะไรที่แบบว่ากูว่าแม่งมึงเคยใครเปลี่ยนโลกลางปีบ้างอะกูถามเลย
Just had to run so far, but Danby finds him
มี
eventually.
ไหมสักทีมไหมไหนลองยกตัวอย่างให้กู
Two
ดูดิ
plays left to play
แบบ
through now.
คนนี้เปลี่ยนไปโล
Two
เนี่ย
plays
มี
have
ไหม
been solid so far, and that's
แด
why
บบีเปลี่ยน
Bippo
จาก
will
โลนี้
find
ไป
his
ไป
mark.
เป็นแบบ
No issues there. Does
เป็น
take a
อิน
bit
นี้
of
มีไหม
damage
เคยเห็นไหม
response, but a
หรือ
double
อะไร
up
เงี้ย
is more than you
มัน
would
ไม่ค่อยมี
expect,
เว้ย
and now
เพราะว่ามัน
Starzo
วัดกับผลลัพธ์ที่จะเกิดขึ้นอะได้ยากมันเสี่ยงเว้ย
Loading the bandit. Has a dart to
แต่อี
work
ทาไปดู
with,
เอลเห็นด้วย
but
เอ้ยอันนี้
Nongshim
แปลกอันนี้แปลกจริง
not looking to throw
แล้ว
this
แพ้
thing
ด้วย
on one pistol. They want to
เฮ้ย
keep
เล่นดู
on
เอลแพ้ด้วย
top
สัตว์
percent in the best fashion
ไอ้กล้องคนเดียว
possible.
ที่ตามคิวทันมุมมองผมนะสนามเป็นตัวส่ง
Start could definitely
อันนี้พี่ว่ามันไม่ได้อยู่ที่เพลเยอร์ละ
down
นี่พี่ว่าอยู่ที่โปรโตคอลของ
process
ใน
of
ทีมมากกว่า
elimination where some of these Nongshim players may be playing, but so much time ticking off the spike at this point. Nice headshot onto X.
มินนี่เอาได้ได้เอากล้องไปเอากล้องไป เอากล้องไปเล่นไปบอกเขาเอากล้องไปเป็นดูเอลเป็นไปได้เป็นไปได้เห็นด้วยนะ
and a great start here to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean,
กูเห็น
two
ด้วย
players left for them
แล้
to
วก็เอา
start
ไอ้เก่ง
getting
ไป
those
แทน
kills.
กล้องไป
You certainly
ถู
take
กต้อง
the
ครับ
photo on the two Starzo on the one, leaving the two alive for Nongshim, and they'll win a
เห็นด้วยละเห็น
pistol,
ด้วยละ
which as a reminder was a bit 50-50 on Haven, didn't quite win one onto Lotus. We haven't seen an Ascent for a minute for the side
ดีไหม
of Nongshim as well, but obviously
ผมทรงอะไรนี่
change is required here.
ทรงไฟช็อต
Agents Darby on the Neon.
ไม่รู้ ทรงอะไรก็ไม่รู้
towards B main for both of these teams. It's going to be a little bit of a
โอ้โหเหี้ยโดนนะ
bloodbath
เนี่ย
as the paranoia is at the ready for the defense.
บายครับปาโอ้โหเหี้ยแปดเพื่อนร้อยแปดเพื่อนร้อยเลยยังพอได้อยู่หรือไม่ได้นะครับ
RB's cleaned up too. Starso with the shock dart
จะ
takes
เอา
out Ivy
จะเอา
and
เลยครับ
moving to a
2-2 ครับ
2-on-2 now.
You have to commit to this one as well if you're Nongshim.
ตายซะเยอะเลย
throwing weapons away for
ผมฟังพี่พูดแล้วเข้าใจนะอันนี้มึงว่าไงก็ว่ากันนะเอาแบบนั้นแหละกูว่าตามมึงอุ้ยจะแพ้ช่วยเลย ไม่คือตอนนี้มันดีอยู่แล้วเข้าใจไหมตอนนี้มันดีอยู่แล้วคือได้ฟอสมาเขาก็มาทำทีมแล้วเปลี่ยนจากเลเวทานเป็นซิฟิลอตก็ดีอยู่แล้วคือแค่เปลี่ยนคนก็ยากแล้วไอ้เหี้ยเติมโค้ดใหม่เข้ามาอีกมึงยังจะเปลี่ยนโลอีกแล้วถ้ามันออกมาไม่ดีใครรับผิดชอบอ่ะมึงก็เนี่ยมันทำแมทมันไม่ดีเลยเปลี่ยนโลทำไมแต่ก็เป็นไปซะอย่างนั้นกูก็เลยเห็นด้วยกูเห็นด้วยเอาเดี๋ยวมึงทำไปบอกเขาเลยนะมึงทำไปบอกเขาเลยพี่ผมว่ามีแค่กล้องนี่แหละที่ตามคิวทันเอากล้องเป็นดูเอลพี่เอาเก่งเอาเป็นตัวส่งแทนนี่ไอ้สัตว์มึงนี่โค้ดของจริงมึงโค้ดของจริงว่ะกูชอบนี่จริงๆไอ้หมูตุ๋นเลยหมูตุ๋นนี่คือเป็นโค้ดได้เลยสัตว์จูนจะไปหลอดก่อนตอนนี้ไม่พวกมึงไม่ได้คิดถึงตรงนี้ไงถูกไหมพวกมึงคิดแค่แบบเฮ้ยผมว่ามีแค่กล้องนี่แหละที่ตามคิวทันพี่มึงไม่ได้คิดนี่แต่กูคิดไงไอ้สัตว์ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรกูเข้าใจอุ้ยบอกไม่ทันโอ้โหรอดไปรอดไปรอดไป
Clutch from RB though is perfection. Very big brain
จูน
stuff
เซฟิลอต
from
กูว่าจูนไม่ยากหรอกเซฟิลอตมันกูว่าเซฟิลอตตำแหน่งมันกับเลเวทานอ่ะไม่ได้เบ้กันมากแต่ว่ามันตำแหน่งมันพอๆกันอ่ะมันเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์คล้ายๆกันแต่ปัญหามันคือจูนโครงสร้างทีมมากกว่าแบบภาพรวมทีมว่าแบบจะเล่นแบบไหนดีสไตล์แบบไหนจะเปลี่ยนอะไรบ้างหรือเติมหรือลดอะไรเงี้ยมากกว่าที่มันจะยาก
I'd imagine they're taking an eco here in round 3 but
กูเห็นด้วยพวกมึงหมดแหละเดี๋ยวกูเขียนจดหมายเปิดผนึกไปส่งให้เขาผมว่าเอากล้องไปดูเอลดีกว่าครับเชื่อผมครับจริงกูว่าเก่งถ้ากูลงแต่ถ้าระบบทีมนะถ้าเล่นแรงกูยอมสับแรงแม่งยากอุ้ยตัวจัดโอ้โหเกียร์ตัวหลังบอมเรียบร้อยครับลืมตกเยอะไปหน่อยเลยทีมไม่เหลืออะไรให้เล่นแล้วกูรับจบเองรับจบเองอะไรแต่เข้าใจแบบว่าต้องการอะไรไอทีมเล่นได้หมดอะครับทีมเล่นได้หมดเลยครับยกเว้นดูครับดูนี่ไม่ควรนะเพราะว่าในทีมแม่งมีแบบเด็กเล่นดูเยอะสัตว์ให้ทีมเล่นดูนี่คือแปลกจัดพี่พูดจริงตำแหน่งที่กูจะให้ทีมไม่ได้คือเลนแค่นั้นเลยนอกนั้นคือเอาไปเก็บสัตว์มีคนบอกเฉยกล้องมันฝึกดูเอลอยู่แต่ไม่รู้ตอนนี้เป็นไงมันข่าวตั้งแต่ตอนขอยอลอนดอนอะคุยอะไรวะขยะเหรอไม่คือเอาจริงนะแต่ให้กล้องเป็นดูก็กูไม่ติดหรอกยังไงก็ได้แต่แค่ในมุมมองของกูที่เป็นโค้ดอะกูแค่รู้สึกมันเปลี่ยนตอนเนี้ยไม่ค่อยดีถ้าเตะ2แล้วอะเตะ2แล้วมาเปลี่ยนไม่ค่อยดีแต่เก่งกับโดนรับหนักแน่นอนถ้าเก่งจะกลับไปดูไปเล่นดูเป็นนีออนเป็นอะไรเหมือนเดิมน่าจะหนักอยู่ครับแต่ว่าไม่ใช่ว่ามันเล่นไม่ได้จะเปลี่ยนโลไปมากๆมันไม่ค่อยดีแค่นั้นเองรอเปิดตัว FC ซูเปอร์แบ็คครับมันมีทีมมาดิเฮียรอทีมเลสเบสเลยนะเว้ยพี่เคยพูดไม่ใช่หรอเฮ้ยมันเดอะเบสจริงนะเว้ยทุกคนไอสัตว์มึงอาจจะคิดกูพูดเล่นนะที่ทีมเล่นเลนโคตรเก่งครับไอสัตว์แต่มันแค่ไม่เล่นเท่านั้นเองถ้ามันเล่นจริงๆมันโหดมากเลยนะเว้ยนั่นตรงกันตีอะไรคือแบบแบทแพทแซกเชลคือมันมีหมดเหลี่ยมเหลี่ยมเนียนแม่งมีหมดนะครับแต่ปัจจุบันไม่รู้มันยังเล่นได้อยู่ไหมนะแต่ตอนนั้นคือมันเก่งมากอยากได้โดดแบบไหนอะแค่บอกทีมสอนได้หมดครับว้ายอุ้ยโอเคสวยสัตว์ต้องตัดได้ตัวโอ้โหระยะปืนโคตรสว่างหมาเฮียติงเกอร์200,000 เมตรโอ้เหลี่ยมนี้ได้เลยเพื่อนในบอมก็ไม่ทนอีกโดนนะไม่เล่นเลยเว้ยเก่งกว่าน้องจริงไม่นะกูไม่ได้พูดนะไม่ได้พูดว่าเก่งกว่าน้องจริงนะ แต่จะไหวกับเลซูชิบอยหรือไม่รู้ว่ะไอเจมเล่นเป็นไงจำไม่ได้
in towards the boat shed to pressure out onto B and draw out a little bit of a rotation and reaction, but you can see that Gentlemates, courtesy of a great rotation time from Mini, were in all the positions they needed to hold that.
ไม่รู้ว่าเขาปรับทีมมาไงก็อย่างนั้นนะที่เขาเป็นโค้ชอะเดี๋ยวฟอสเขาจัดการเองอะไรไม่ดีเดี๋ยวตอนซ้อมเขาไม่เอาเองอะตอนนี้เขาเริ่มซ้อมแล้วแต่ตอนนี้แล้วดูความเป็นไปได้ดูความน่าจะเป็นดูโลดูอะไรอย่างเงี้ยกล้องจะเป็นดูเอลจริงก็ได้นะเราก็ไม่มีทางรู้เหมือนกันเก่งก็ไปเก่งในนี้ได้อยู่แล้วผมปั้นเก่งมาจากที่นี้มากกว่าตั้งแต่ตอนแรกเลยป่ะจำไม่ได้ผมแค่เก่งได้เลยแต่ถ้าพี่รู้สึกว่าเก่งจะมาเล่นเป็นปีนี้ครับแรกตอนนั้นมันเป็นยุค2นี้มั้ง
Hold on, RB's putting together a couple of martial shots on in here, but that's not enough to get it done. One of those was on the run it back, and consequently 4 alive for Gentlemates. It's a very easy anti-eco. I'm starting to get concerned for Nongshim. The money on defense is looking very, very good indeed.
It's going to cause for concern for a lot of rounds now to be required from Nongshim to start to break that economy, for their own economy. This is the round where they got the guns together. To find something special here. I think RB did as best as he could, but weren't expecting too much from that round in all honesty. The game hasn't quite gotten away from them, so Nongshim
เอากล้องไปนี้ดีแล้วดีสุดคืออย่าเปลี่ยนเยอะเลยไม่จริงมึงอย่าเถียงดิวะไอ้กล้องคนนั้นที่ตามคิวทันมีแค่คนเดียวแหละแล้วจะเอาไปอีนี่ทำไมวะก็ดูเอลเข้าไปด้วยกันเลยมันไอ้เหี้ยมันยังไม่เกิดขึ้นอ่ะมึงมีทางรู้หรอกยังไงก็ได้กูไม่ติดหรอกจะเอากล้องไปเลสไปอีนี่เรื่องแม่งกูเชียร์มันเดิมไอ้เหี้ยยังไม่จบครับมีแมป3กูกลับทันเลยโอ้ไปออฟเลนดีกว่าสัตว์ไปออฟเลนแล้วเหี้ยโอ้โหเหี้ยโคตรสวยครับโอ้โหปาดเฮเว่นหาเสียวตายดิพี่อุ้ยเหี้ยวอด
Drop someone out of nowhere. What else can we get here? 2 versus 3. Bitbros uses ultimate as well now. They know where the enemy are. And again, Nongshim need this round. Their money is not in a great spot. Finally coming through with the plan. Bitbro looking for RB. Finds him. Caging up 2 versus 2. Xros low HP. He's off the site itself. Ivy has to be the one that also delivers now.
Trip spotted out by Pippo. Knows that Ivy is probably in this neck of the woods, but that is very, very nice from Nongshim's Sentinel. Mini knows he's got him pinned into the corner over on Hellside somewhere. Spy cam dart needs to be pulled out by Mini to try to way through the rest of this 1-on-2, but the
ไม่ถ้ามึงอยากจะเปลี่ยนแปลงมึงก็ไปเป็นโค้ชจริงๆมึงมาพูดกับกูก็ช่วยอะไรมึงไม่ได้หรอกแต่ถามว่าดีกว่าไหมสำหรับกูว่าไม่มันต้องหลายอย่างเว้ยมันแบบกลัวแล้วยิ่งเปลี่ยนอะไรเยอะมันยิ่งต้องใช้เวลานานครับยิ่งเปลี่ยนเยอะยิ่งใช้เวลายิ่งถ้าเปลี่ยนกลางคันนี่คือพ่อมึงตายครับไม่ต่อยหน้าให้ครับบุญแล้วถ้าเปลี่ยนกลางคันผมเป็นไรผมไม่ได้เป็นไรครับผมก็เป็นผู้ชายธรรมดาเป็นคนจนๆที่อยู่ในกลุ่มมีเลิฟซอแอลครับ
onto those 2 players is absolutely criminal. Gentlemates were not ready for that one, and yeah, you're not wrong on the defuse there.
ไฟฟ้าช็อตหรอ
the frame because that one was basically
นี่เปลี่ยนตรงนะ
100% thought it was done. Not gonna lie. Danby with a lot of
pressure
out A here.
Okay. Walking through, but not gonna happen. Big scan as well. Hunter's Fury trying for a little bit more damage.
โอ้โหแล้วมาแบบนี้มอบ
Everyone is. Stars certainly knows where a couple of players are. As Ivy, Francis, and Xros slowly making their way on towards the site. Hunter's Fury again. Slowing things down. Starzo will not allow the plant to come on through, but they lose Mini for it. Oh, and an opportunity through the cage as well.
They know that Nongshim are pivoting over towards this B side. The trip is in the way, and it is triggered.
ไปด้วยกันไปได้ไกลนี่ไปได้ไกลเลยไปได้กันไปบินหน้าไหนสัตว์เฮียมีสโมกด้วยซ้ำรู้จะไปหน้าบีเมน
to continue dominating this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean they just read it correctly. Obviously, you see the players
นึกว่าจบจนไปนอนแล้วยังครับผม
you know where their
ผม
pivots
พี่แบง
going to
ค์เลย
land.
เป็นนักเลงลินทาโร่คุงไก่วะ
Nongshim trying to
โอ้
cross
เหมือน
into
โอมเล่นมุก
market.
รู้จักคนเดียวไอ้
Knew that they were going to get cut off there as well. Rifles pointed over. Obviously, they walked into the trip, but just unready, unprepared to deal with. These two players completely posted up. What a round to come through from Gentlemates again.
Yeah, their defense has been phenomenal. We saw it over on Lotus, maybe less so in the second half. All three of the maps has been pretty impressive. I mean, Nongshim just continue to keep putting pedal to the metal. Overdrive active to Downbeat.
Danby walking in. Last time he got shut down straight away.
โอ้โหรอเต็มบ้านเลยครับเต็มบนบ้านเลย
Mainly two happen.
หมายสอง
One up, but I don't know about the second player.
เรียบร้อยตีไม่ถึงพื้นครับ
X-Ross who comes in,
มาทีน
Guardian
ต้อง
swinging. Martin
วาย
still
โอ้
on
โห
site
เฉียดไว
spotted. Gets the 1-for-1
ไว
kills, but
2-2 ครับ
opens up into heaven. 2
พอได้คุย
versus 2. Ivy no gun. Francis still on to
เฮ้ย
Guardian. Cage is good so far.
เอ้ยผมนึกว่าจะไม่กระโดดเลย
Opportunity. It's 2 players below them. Drone spots 1.
โอ้โดนแล้วนะ
Shock dart might just be good for it. Flushes Ivy out.
โอ้ยไม่ตาย
Francis revealing his own spot.
ฟรานซิสพิชิตใจเธอ
Has to run away with the spike.
Trying to bait
ฟราน
them
ซิส
into a peak
ฟราน
here.
ซิสโอ้ย
And he's
เบีย
been
เอาแล้ว
able
ไง
to do
เอาแล้วไง
that onto Starso. Very
บอม
doable
วิ่งครับ
now for
วิ่งครับ
Francis,
ยังไม่ได้
but
วาง
he's
ครับ
pivoting
วิ่งครับ
straight over to B where all of Bippo's setup is. Francis trying to bait Bippo
วิ
into a
หลอก
false sense of
หลอก
security,
ไอ้
much
เหี้ย
the same as he did to his
บี
teammate.
โพ
With
เชื่อ
the
ไหม
camera there for Bippo to tap. I don't think that he's going to be biting
ใบ
on
โพ
this
ไม่
one.
เชื่อครับเอาอ่ะรอวางแล้วค่อยไปทีเดียว
30 seconds.
เขามีกล้องอยู่ครับ
30 seconds left.
ของเต็ม
Francis
เลย
is going to end here
ของ
on
เต็มบอมบี
A.
เลย
But does Bippo have the read? He's got a setup on B and it hasn't been triggered yet. He's thinking it's got to still be here. What is Francis doing though? Very curious. He's maybe just looking for the kill, but eventually he's got to drop and plant.
He has a dart to work with as well. That could definitely help him out. But Bippo's looking to cancel the plant.
Here he comes, Bippo. Is he going to swing for this one? Eventually we'll get
แม่
it.
เว้ย
And another round
เขามี
going
กล้อง
the
อยู่
way of
B
the
เลย
Gentlemates. Francis trying to
ไม่
play
โด
that
นหลอก
one
ง่ายๆ
sneaky, but he's going to get caught.
Yeah, Bippo's been phenomenal in that last map and to kick this one off as well. Already well into the double digits early on here. It's exactly what you want to be seeing.
Damn.
Defensive side of Ascent, your Cypher is just
โอ้
on
ไม่ลุก
top
ก็
of
ไม่ได้นะโดน
every
โดน
little
ด้านหน้า
movement
ตาย
that the
ครับ
other team are trying to put together. It's another round where early on, Danby goes down right off the rip. He's really been trying to run hard entry duties for Nongshim on this attacking side, but to his own detriment, he's 1 and 8.
On the other side, Bippo is 12 and 3. I mean, the role swap for Bippo and Mini has just been working so well for Gentlemates. About to find out if it's going to work well enough for them to get their win at EWC to send them through to the top 8 in front of the home crowd in
มินิ
Paris.
ต้องกลับแล้วปะ
As
ต้อง
many
กลับแล้วไหม
preps to dash, about to lose that one, about to eat
กลับคุยอะไรนี่
potential curveball, but not before he gets Danby first, and Francis falls at the same time.
คิดออกทีมกูจะโดนเหรอวะ
Rough round now for Nongshim.
อย่า
They're losing numbers and they're stuck in mid.
Yeah. Trying to molly one of the players out of the corner and start to even up the numbers, but
Oh,
Gentlemates are
oh, oh,
making Nongshim's life very difficult. TP out over behind the box for
พี่คนนี้ผมจะสวน
Ivy's
กูให้
lost
น้อง
some
จิม
help
ไปแล้ว
over
เนี่ยโดนไป
towards
เลย
B.
5-3
Off angle on catwalk that X-Ross is about to walk into. Probably should be
สวนกู
another
เลย
one for Gentlemates, and there is immediate paranoia to follow up. Curveball.
แย่กว่าที่คิดว่า
This is just a
โอ้โห
nightmare making their way ththrough middle.
เฮียไอ้พวก
No
กู
business
ฉก
having
แล้วฉกเล่า
any kills in this round as
แกะฉ
Nongshim.
ก
And how many rounds in a row has this been for Gentlemates, whether it be complete shutdowns like this or coming up big in the clutch?
I don't even know if Ivy can save. The amount of time left to play through, mates can go for the chase here. They've got more money. I don't really want to give Ivy this gun left over, but there's just nothing left to do in this round. A complete annihilation. Or Gentlemates dismantling any semblance of attack on round number 9. Spike instantly dropped, barely recovered. And now Prox and Martin trying to sniff out Ivy.
โอ้โดนแน่นะครับ
Just want to take everything away
เวลา
from
เหลือ
him.
เยอะไปหน่อย
Swing out from Starso and not even a single gun lost for Gentlemates. Safeguarding their
ทำไมแปด
shaky
ไม่เล่นใน
looking
ลีก
economy as they continue to move ahead
มันเจอของแข็ง
on
เย
this
อะดิแปด
defensive side of Ascent
แพ้ภัยพวก
for
ตัวเองอะไร
Nongshim
อย่าง
with
งี้
no money to work with and a run it back. They got to try to once again cause another one of these vintage upsets with the pistols. Going to take a little bit of a time out here, but quite honestly, the best they can hope for is 4 rounds, 5 rounds here in this half. There's no way they're winning it.
Is it too much to say that they've come back from worse?
Not bad.
2 maps ago.
Feels like a lot longer than like 2 hours ago, but yeah.
We had less faith in Nongshim than we do now. If this one is looking a little dirty, that last round, again, nothing happening for Nongshim at all. They just look completely lost. As Gentlemates walk around them, walk through them.
I got a really good feeling for Nongshim's pacing so far in this series. They're a team that, on many of these maps, really likes to send it, especially when they're running Neon Phoenix comps. And so far, Gentlemates have been able to deal with that on the defense pretty well, even versus the Neon comp on Lotus. I think Cypher has been super, super key for them. Big shout out to Starso. Both Bippo and Starso have been phenomenal. Everyone really pulling their weight on the side of Gentlemates. This is not just a one-man team.
The one man I'm looking at is Darby. He's got the one okay gun here in the Stinger, but the lowest score line. I think to start to see him, best Neon in the world, many have said, to step up to the plate now and deliver the performance a player with that title would be expected to deliver.
ชิบุกไม่เข้าเว้ย
Only
หนองชิม
RP
ผิดวิสัย
spotted
วะ
out in A main, and Prox will hear his TP as he commits on into the site.
ถ้าเผื่อจะกันไม่อยู่เนี่ย
Nongshim really trying to contest both mains at the same time simultaneously.
เล่น8เก่ง
I
Pacific
don't
ดี
think
ว่ะ
Gentlemates really
แต่
care,
เจอ
to
ใน
be
บ้านตัวเอ
honest.
ง
They
สู้
know
ไม่ได้
they've got the better weaponry. They can just play a really
แปซิ
safe
ฟิกทีม
setup
เดียวที่เหลื
here,
อ
kick
ไป
back, and wait for Nongshim to make the first move.
Martin especially, ultimate in hand, ready to do anything. Fast lane in, time to go. Darby working his way through, beautiful paranoia combo. I believe that was actually both the runner backs in play here. Long rotations coming through from the gentleman.
ชิบหายละเฮ้ยโอ้เม็ดเดียวที่ให้โอกาส
X-Ross now up to the plate, but he can't deal
โอ้
with
มาทีมัน
Martin.
ทำบุญวัดไหนวะเนี่ย
It's going to pop the blade storm after dealing with Darby.
โอ้ยแย่เก๋
There's just no weapons here for Nongshim.
มาทีแม่งเข้าข้อด้วยเมาส์มันเท่าไหร่นะมันช้ามากเท่าไหร่นะ
It's still just a little away from them, particularly because they've lost their star duelist players and now they lose everybody else as well.
0.1 เหรอ
Yeah, really nice retake there for Gentlemates.
มาทีเท่าไหร่นะ
moment in time there where I thought X-Ross was
ที่รู้แค่ว่าช้ามากอะช้าแบบช้าจัด
the run it back be able to pick Martin, and then maybe we're
อ๋อ
talking about
0.6
round,
โอเค
but as it stands
0.1 ขยับเมาส์ไงวะเนี่ย
despite a clean entry from Darby finally
เหี้ย
finding
ช้า
some
จัด
success
เย็ด
on
แร่
this attacking side doesn't change the end
จริง
result.
แขนหักเลย
Gentlemates keeping this streak
กล้ามไหล
going
ขึ้น
really
เลย
nicely.
แต่ก็น่าลองนะน่าลอง
Not a lot of rounds left now. See what we got to work with here.
แต่ได้วางเป้าแล้วแบบว่า
Playing online again.
อยู่ในขอบเขตของมันอะขอบเขตแบบว่าของมันอะมันโหดเลยอะ แต่ต้องแบบหลบแฟดต้องฟิกเงี้ยโอ้โห
Just a singular ult on for RB.
เห็นมันแบบข
Nothing
ยับ
else
ที
to
อะแบบ
work through.
หน้ามา
Stars
หลังมา
are
ไม่ขยับ
two
ที
away
แบ
on
บ
the side of Gentlemates.
อยู่เงี้ยไอ้เหี้ย
That's going to be Minning on the line for B as well. No one biting on that side of the map.
Similar looking start to the round. This time the drone through middle is really just a clear signal that Nongshim want to deny information across the map. Mini has been able to get on that info line towards B main despite the camera out from Ivy. Blaze Wall looking to apply a little bit of pressure here for Nongshim, who are very much grouped in towards A main. The intention is clear. They want to pick up the pace into A, and it's Bippo and Martin to defend.
Bippo in an interesting spot here, but obviously full util to play through. Bippo and Martin. Plenty of util here. Fast lane up, ready to go. Behind the cage, Bippo ready to strike. And Martin finally swings on out his position. Completely unspotted. He just got a secondary kill though. Just a little bit of an issue. RB and Darby, good for it.
Yeah, that was a decent little bait setup, but Martin needed a multi-frag there.
75 เว้ย 75 เว้ย Nongshim เว้ย
Too much success inside of the site.
เกมการเราได้น้อง
The dark cover slowing Prox down. Trip dealt with over towards door side as the drone leads the way on in for Mini.
Let's take a look at what we can get. Information only sees
นี่ไง
Darby and it's
เหี้ย
enough.
พีค
Many
พีค
rips his
โดน
head
เหรอ
off and now Many looking for a little bit more going on to
โอ้ย
site.
ล็อก
Main
ได้บ้าง
has
ครั
been
บ
clear, but X-Ross has not. Low HP means X-Ross will eventually fall 1 versus 2. The young rookie Prox will once again have to be the one to deliver this for. Gentlemates and give them 8 rounds. RB is so close. Too close to comfort. 1 versus 1. Prox! What a 1v2 this time.
แค่เกือบ
Very close. Again, coming down to the
ก็เหี้ยแล้ว
last
ทันไหม
possible
ครับ
seconds. Celebrations from Gentlemates.
โอ้หลี
The spike doesn't go off right
โอ้
at
หลี
the end
เจ็ด
there.
ไอ้เหี้ยสโมกมันแบบว่าสโมกตัวเองเล่นยากอะไอ้สัตว์เมื่อกี้
Times is it going to go down to less
มัน
than
สโมก
a
ครึ่งใน
second?
ครึ่งอะงงไหมแบบว่าพอสโมกปิดบอมใช่ป่ะแม่งสโมกของตัวเองอีกครึ่งอีกประมาณ1/4ของสโมกอะแล้วมันแบบว่ามันเช็คแล้วมันไม่เห็นมันเช็คยาก
But even the
หยาบ
rookie
คายมาก
here on the side of Gentlemates just coming into the roster has been able to put one together for the EMEA side.
เนี่ยเห็นไหม
Many have
ทำเล่นยากเลย เพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วโดยปกติตัวเองกินสโมกได้ก่อน
As a defuse
เราสโมก
comes
มา
on
เราอยู่ในสโมก
through.
ได้ก่อนนะแต่ว่า
Well, fresh round. Martin,
done.
who wanted an extra couple of kills last round, couldn't quite get
คนมันจะ
there.
โดนจริง
A very aggressive spot now. Has to be curious about that drone. Here comes Darby once more, straight into Peppo. That's the kill
ยิง
that
แถบ
Peppo's
ยิง
looking
โอ้ย
for.
ยันเค
Somewhat up, but one of those came through from the trip
ยี่
as
ไวโพ
well.
มันโหดจังวะ
Ivy at least responds.
โอ้
What more can
shit
you do here? Both the players from Nongshim might be looking to peel off.
You really don't see that too often. A kill with a trip. 17 and 5. I'm not sure there's anything Bippo can't
มัน
do
ขยับ
right
แขนอย่าง
now.
นั้นแหละมาทีน
Feeling quite comfortable in
กูเลย
the
กูถึง
Sentinel
จะไม่เล่น
role
ไง
now. And Ivy and Exros pushed away from A, denied outright. Prox and Mini creeping up onto this catwalk line. This could really go either way and really determine who's coming away with this round. But the tailwind away is enough information for mates to kind of fall away for a second.
Nongshim look like they want to go through mid, which could be a little bit dangerous. A single swing that times itself well. Could just be it. Prox delivers it onto Ivy, and Exros has a lot of work ahead of him. Again, the pathing. Curious coming through from Nongshim. Not sure that it had to go that way.
Exros getting out of dodge. One off the runner back. Doesn't have time for the orb. He just needs to get into the site and try to get a plant down. Not much to work with, honestly, here for Gentlemates coming in on this retake. Exros, if he gets one kill, will have another curveball and has a blaze wall to try to be a little bit tricky in this 1-on-3. Hunter's Fury looking to cancel the plant. It's bought a lot of time here for Gentlemates.
The last shot doesn't quite make it, but Benny's already swinging on in. That's all you need.
แพ้แล้วดูส่ง
Like an Exros just didn't have the time. Hunter's Fury beautifully placed to just prevent him. Couldn't even get his ultimate off.
100%. It was perfection from Gentlemates. There was 15 seconds on the clock. Hunter's Fury buys you 5. First plant denied by Mini. Even if he went down, you'd throw another body at it and get it done for
จะดึงเกาเหลา
Gentlemates.
เข้าทีมโอ้ยมีเยอะ
Worst
เล
part
ย
about this as we close out the half is
เอาใครอะซิง
it's not a 10 and 2 pill
ซิง
scheme.
ลาเกีย
I think that's the magic number that Nongshim need.
I mean, I was thinking the fact that they won the pistol
มี
and
วานเลย
the eco, and then they
เกาหลี
got
ว่าง
one
งาน
round
วานเลย
after
ครั
that.
บ
That's what I was thinking was the worst part given. But apparently not.
I think 9 and 3 is unfortunate. You need the
That's not the
10-2,
magic
mate.
one.
10-2 is
Yeah.
the magic number for Nongshim. 9-3, it ain't good enough. I'm not feeling it.
All that work on Lotus, all for naught, unfortunately.
Well, they won the Lotus, so that singular map contained within itself ended up being good going. But this now, you have to be Nongshim making a big comeback twice. And I just don't know if Gentlemates will be giving it to you twice. One time, potentially a fluke. A second map where Gentlemates throw away a lead like this. I don't know if Lightning can strike twice like that.
Oh, that's so nice from Gentlemates. They are really switched on right now. Bippo's having a
มี
crazy
ดีทั้งนั้น
game. Just pure
ของเหลือ
entertainment
ทั้ง
in
นั้น
this series between Gentlemates
แต่ก็ได้แหละ
and
ได้แหละ
And this
มัน
would
ก็
be
เก่ง
a
ทุกคนนะ
hell of a
สำหรับ
way
ผม
to
อะ
earn your way
สำหรับพี่นะแบบ
to the stage here
ไอ
at
ซิงลาเกียร์อะไร
EWC
มัน
in
ก็
front of a home
มันก็
crowd
ใช้
for
ได้
the
อะไม่ได้ถึง
Gentlemates.
ขนาดนั้น
Being a quality team that
แต่ถ้าจะให้ดีนะ
played
ดึงรัสเซีย
earlier
คน
in
ห
the
นึง
year in an international
ได้
event.
ป่ะมีใครเหลือป่ะบวยโบมีใครบ้างวะ
Would again put Pacific fans on the edge of their seat and put Pacific in a position where we could have all 4 teams eliminated before the playoffs if Nongshim loses this series and then goes into the lower bracket and bombs out.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim has so far been the only Pacific team that's won a series. The other ones have all, unfortunately, bowed out 0-2 as far as matches go.
เฮียอะไรวะเนี่ย
But
ใคร
this series has still been Gentlemates' favored because even the one map Nongshim win, it's one of those maps where, like, really Gentlemates probably should have won that one given the 10-2 start scoreline. 12-2, we're going to the second half actually to make it even more ridiculous. I mean, the good news here is we haven't reached 12 yet for Gentlemates, but it feels like it'll come
คือมัน
sooner
เก่า
rather
เกิน
than
เหรอหรือ
later.
อะไร
Nongshim need this pistol.
ก็ไม่ขนาดนั้นปะ
And then they need to lock in hard for the rest of this half.
แข่งกันตอนนี้ด้วย
Some real quiet performance on the side of Nongshim as well.
อ๋อไม่มีสตรีมอีก
Got to step up here on
อ้าว
defense.
ไม่รู้อะเฮียรู้
All
เฮีย
three
เล
of
ย
them. Can dealt
เอ
with
อ
for
มอนก็ได้
Bippo
ที่แม่ง
hanging
พรุ่งนี้
around
วันที่
over
6
on tile side.
เดือน 7แล้วพี่ตื่นเต้นไหม
Push through the dark cover together. Gonna wrestle control of A main and head
ตื่นเต้นก็ได้
straight into the site.
Okay, not going to waste too much
ตื่นเต้น
time.
ครับ
Mini is already in. Damage
โอ้
onto RB. Goodbye, burning
โค
down.
ตรสวยครับ
Turn to ashes
อุ้ยโดน
here as Darby gets a sight onto Martin. That's all he sees for the time being. Rest of the players from Nongshim. It's going to be
ดอก
Ivy
ดอกมันทำไมจริง
trying to make his way through
มัน
tree
ไม่ได้จริง
next.
ก็ได้นะ
Scan to play onto one player, but Exros is only going to be the one so far getting that curious kill. Mini responds onto Francis, and now only Ivy, the sole responder, up against 4 players in a giant crossfire.
This is a death
หนอง
sentence
ชี
for
แม่งแปลกจัด
Nongshim.
เลยว่ะเฮีย
Gentlemates looking for double digits. Starzo keeping Ivy interested, peeks out by himself. It's some bravado that is punished, but not going to be enough for a clutch here. Not even for someone of Ivy's caliber. One way onto Generator.
ขอคัมแบ็กอีกรอบโอ้โห
Mini gets it done with the frenzy.
ก็ไม่แน่นะเฮียไม่แน่นะไอ้สัตว์แม่งทำได้ขึ้นมานะมึงเอ้ย
Finds the opener, and when Nongshim try to fight out,
ถ้าด่านแรกแม่งโคตรเฮียมันคัมแบ็กได้อะด่านแรกอย่างยากไอ้สัตว์อุ้ยโดนเนี่ยมันโดนยิงพอดีอะติดสโลว์โดนไฟเดียวตาย
That is so good. Like the frenzy be sheriff there. That's exactly what you were looking for. Last kill for Mini as well. Already starting to build himself up a blade storm.
คัมแบ็กได้2 ใบแดงเล่นเวยากแล้วด้วยสัตว์
If you lose a map like Lotus for Gentlemates where you should have really have just won, where would your mental be after that moment?
มีนี่ตำนานแล้วพี่จริงถ้ามีนะตำนานแล้วไอ้เหี้ยกลัวทีมนี้แม่ง
You just be mad that you lost and now you get to take that anger out and redeem yourself. Well, this is sent as RB had the opportunity to get that kill but doesn't quite find it. A beautiful flash from X-Ross. We've seen better from him before. And now you need to see a little bit more. Not going to happen. Mini and Bippo get the giant cleanup. It's
แดมบี33บอกแล้วผมชอบเจ็ตมากกว่าครับถ้าเป็นด่านนี้แดมบีแฟนติดกู3
More substantial damage than that done. 2 players very low on HP, but low doesn't count for a lot when Gentlemates still walk out of that round with 3 rifles. Should be a pretty good looking bonus here for the EMEA side. And Nongshim, I mean, how often does lightning strike twice? Let's be honest.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
เฮียดูแท็บเลย
Nongshim need to really clean this up right now. This has to be a gun run that works in their favor. Otherwise, you're going to have to start writing this one off. Already the TP on this side is going to be Prox. Doesn't feel like it though. Goes back.
ส่งโอเมนบายครับเพื่อนเห็นจากในบอมปุ๊บบายเลย
Starting into the middle of the map
กลับ
here.
ไอ้สัตว์
Bippo being set up a little bit by Star, so he's not feeling too bold to go ahead and take control in middle. Cracker
นี่
You've already
เดี๋ยวเล่นได้เซนหน้าต่อภาพรวมด่านไม่อำนวยเฉยกับพี่ขอบคุณน้องโอมมากนะ
Just immediately punishing
ของ
that
เขา
peak.
จริง
That should be a free upgrade for Prox here as well, who doesn't quite have a gun, but over towards Glass. Mini takes down X-Ross. It's all falling apart. ด่าน
ไม่ใช่นะโอมนะมันแบบมันไม่อำนวยอ่ะเไอสัตว์ไม่ใช่ด่านละมั้งคุยจังหวะยิงพี่แดมบีกูแบบอาจจะวิ่งเฉยเลยครับโอ้โหไม่เชื่อโค้ดโอมไงไอควายไอแดมบีด่านนี้ต้องเล่นในองค์บอกนี่ด่านนี้ต้องเล่นแล้วองค์พูดโอ้โหไอ้สัตว์เละเทะเลย
They could have got it done
ยัง
earlier in
ถ้ายังไม่แตะ13คือยังไม่แพ้ครับเจอทีมนี้
and honestly on Haven a chance to close
หมายถึงเจอ8แล้วนะถ้ามันยังไม่จบ13นะมึงยังชนะได้
Now they are going to be feeling very sheepish about it.
Yeah, I mean this is now feeling basically impossible.
โอ้ยขอบคุณครับใครก็ต้องรู้ผมว่าผม
Look at where we're going to be.
เกมมันจบอยู่แล้วน้องมึงไปดูโฆษณาเองดูโฆษณาไปเยอะแค่ไหนเนี่ย
Starzo in the hell battle as well. Starzo only had a pistol. He even had advanced knowledge of the fact that Starzo was hiding behind those boxes. A final timeout to try and just bring it together one last time.
It'll be a desperation force buy and another ridiculous comeback for Nongshim that I just don't think they have in them. Gentlemates are playing far too good of a game, let's be honest, and it's not even a two-man show. Mini and Bippo have been outstanding this map.
Prox has won clutches too.
ขี้สับย่อคืออะไรวะ
Every single player on the side of Gentlemates are performing where it's needed.
อะไรวะ
Looking like a really well-rounded squad right now. And look, here in EMEA, we're in Paris.
ไอ้ตุ่นไอ้สัญลักษณ์ที่หมุนอยู่ตรงกลางเหมือนตามอลังเลยวะมึงคิดเหมือนกูวะแต่กูคิดคนเดียวไอ้เหี้ยไอ้ที่มันหมุนตรงเนี้ยตรงที่วางแท่นอะไรทุกอย่างเหมือนตามอลังเลยว่ะสัตว์ไม่รู้ว่าพี่ไม่รู้คำนั้นนะพี่เด็กอัลฟาเจนอัลฟาคำแก่คือในคุยสับปะยอก
He's been so quiet so far in this map, but it's not a big hit.
อุ้ยไปเลยเอ้ามั่วแล้วไอ้เหี้ยมั่วแล้วไอ้สัตว์หนองชิมกูมั่วแล้วตายครับจีไวจังเลยวะเต้ยไวจังวะไอ้สัตว์ยังไม่ทำอะไรเลย พี่เอาจบเลย
อ๋อนี่จ้ะ
1-4ไอพี่กูทำไงทำไมใครเย้าหยอโอ้รามย้อนไม่อร่อยเลยครับวันนี้กลับบ้านไปกินกะเพราดีกว่าอันนี้เอาสนุกแล้วไอพี่เอามันเรียบร้อยครับ GGWP ครับ
will be the second French team after Vitality now to make it into the top 8 of playoffs for EWC as that rings the death knell for Pacific. All 4 Pacific teams will fall in the group stages.
เจอ G2 ครับแต่ยังลงสายล่างนะไม่กลับบ้านนะต้องเจอ G2 ไม่ง่ายเกมจะไกลขึ้นจะนาน
On the side of the gentlemen,
Yo man อาจจะมือ
what you saw over in Santiago, they're going to be thrilled with that win. Thrilled to represent EMEA in France here on home soil in front of a home crowd in Paris. Fantastic win for them. And in the fashion that they did it, they're going to be very, very happy with themselves. Every single player
เฮ้ยแต่มันตบโจทย์เก่า EXG ได้นะเฮ้ยมึงดูดิเหมือนตามอลังเลยไอ้สัสเฮียกูถ้ามันมีแบบมีแง่งๆคมๆมาทั้งอันนะใช่เลยM8ที่เพิ่งเสียคนหนึ่งไปนะเสียใครอะคัมแบ็กเหรอหลายคนเลยอะ M8 ไม่ใช่เดิมแล้วเวก้าเจอะ
Now versus Nongshim, who caused some issues on that first map, will still be one of the most
เรียบร้อยครับ EWP ครับผมแต่ยังไม่ไอ้นี่นะน้องชิมยังไม่ได้กลับนะเดี๋ยวแปซิฟิกทีมท้ายแล้วลงไปเจอทีพรุ่งนี้ครับพรุ่งนี้หรือเปล่าอ๋อไอ้กิฟขอบคุณนะดาวชมช่องโซลแบ็กครับผมขอบคุณมากครับเจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้ไม่ใช่สิพรุ่งนี้ถูกแล้วยังไม่ข้ามวันพรุ่งนี้จบไวจังนี่จบตั้งแต่4 ทุ่มแล้วเนี่ยผมแล้วประมาณนี้แหละ30 นาที35 นาทีแต่เกมนี้ไวไปหน่อยมาสู่4เลยสัก45-55ได้อยู่อันนี้มัน12-3อะไรเงี้ยไวจีเลยขอบคุณนะทุกคนที่ติดตามชมช่องโซลแบ็กครับแล้วยังไงพรุ่งนี้เจอกันใหม่แมปแรกเจตเมดโดนเจตเมดคัมแบ็กหรอวะมันโดนคัมแบ็กกลับมาก็เลยกลายว่ายืดยาวทีนี้บ๊ายบายครับทุกคนแล้วเจอกันครับบ๊ายบายครับผมขอบคุณนะครับที่ติดตามชมขอบคุณซับสไครต์มาครับขอบคุณน้องรูมครับขอบคุณทุกคนสำหรับ follow ขอบคุณน้องไลน์เลยครับขอบคุณครับผมเจอกันใหม่ครับบ๊ายบายครับพักละง่วงว่ะง่วงก่อนจุ๊บก่อน